This audiobook contains 54 censored sentences and 252 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The stinger at the tip of his tail pierced Leon's neck and released its venom. Haha, be more careful, idiot-san. You should know the effects of this lattice Shala skill. Once poisoned, its effects can only be removed with an elixir or the highest level divine magic. No matter how strong you are, you're finished. Oh, really? So? Huh. And the poison won't disappear. So what? Leon laughed and pulled the hair away from his arm. Then he spoke as if it hadn't affected him at all. You are the idiot. If that's the case, everything would be fine if I stopped them all before the poison takes effect. She seized his hair and struck Scorpius hard in the stomach. A heavy thud followed as Scorpius was sent flying, and a distant crash echoed nearby, beyond the reach of sight. Seeing this, Ares couldn't help but feel fear. He was really strong. He was incredibly and simply strong. Chapter 103. I suggest you stop getting ahead of yourself, Leon. Libra's eyes flashed, and a curtain of light formed around her. Ares and Dina, who had been present earlier, were excluded from the scene. Only Leo, Sagittarius, and Libra remained. Seeing this isolated space, Leo and Sagittarius instantly understood what was about to happen. It's coming. The greatest destructive power among the 12 heavenly stars has buried countless warriors in the past. A white light converged on Libra, and she shone like a star. The light expanded and pulsed. Brachium activated. The star exploded. An even more vibrant light pierced the light field and breached it. It was like a light storm. Colored particles scattered, penetrating all defenses. Neither divine magic nor skill mattered. Brachium stood at the pinnacle of all abilities and prevailed without exception. In other words, once this ability was activated, the target would inevitably be defeated if their HP did not exceed 100,000. It was an exceptionally powerful ability. Rufus once said, in terms of attack power, it may even surpass mine. This was a violation of the maximum allowed limits, reserved for the defense of the goddess sanctuary. And that vortex of light was easily surpassed by Leon. It's hot, isn't it? Leon extended his steel arm, while Libra crossed her arms in defense. Her steel arms took the impact, cracking. With a single punch, Libra's body was sent flying and the field of light dissipated. Brachium certainly worked. The damage was indeed inflicted. However, it wasn't enough, as Leon likely had too many hit points. As if he didn't care at all, Leon closed the distance between himself and Libra. On the other hand, Sagittarius was barely conscious and could be seen using an object out of the corner of his eye. Oh dash! TSK! Libra leaped to evade Leo's second attack and stopped in midair. Despite being a corrupt traitor, he was still the strongest of the 12 heavenly stars. He couldn't be challenged with a straightforward strategy. In that case, she too would have to lay all her cards on the table. Having reached that conclusion, Libra requested her new weaponry, which had been previously approved by her master. Weapon selection. Astrea. In response to Libra's call, the golem launcher on distant Blutgang opened, and steel wings unfurled. The armament called Astrea raced alongside Libra at supersonic speed and provided fire support by firing lasers at Leon, who was about to leap. Oh! Taken aback, Leon was knocked down as Astrea spun through the air. A second and a third shot followed. The cannon's lasers slowed Leon's movements. Of course, Leon wouldn't be defeated by such attacks. However, while he was distracted, Libra and Ares closed in on him, delivering a sword attack and a flaming kick, respectively. Seeing this, Leon dodged the kick but received a cut on his forehead. There was slight bleeding from the cut skin, but the wound was superficial. Annoying. He sent Ares flying with a counter kick, and she crashed hard against the city wall. However, his continued blows against Libra were narrowly dodged, and Libra managed to create some distance. As she retreated, she barrado beams from her eyes, striking Leon in the back, which irritated him further. Taking advantage of this opening, Libra flew into the sky, and Astrea moved above her. Her shape changed as if folding, and a red line connected Astrea to Libra. Link, the golem built specifically for Libra, merged with her in midair. Astrea's cannons hung over Libra's shoulders, while two more weapons pointed toward her waist. Finally, Astrea unfurled her wings, granting Libra 3 pairs of steel wings. Combination complete. Here I come. What on earth is that? It seems he's acquired a new battle mode since the last time we met. Libra aimed all 4 cannons in his right arm at Leo and Sagittarius, staring intently at them. Both opponents belonged to the 12 heavenly stars. Half-power attacks wouldn't suffice. In that case, there was only one way, using full firepower to destroy them. Maximum firepower, all guns fired, full fire. Libra unleashed a flash of destruction from her right arm, her shoulders, her waist, and her eyes. Targeting 7 points, 7 beams of destructive light shot toward Leo and Sagittarius. Both barely dodged the attacks, but the blast didn't come just once. With only slight delays, both were bombarded repeatedly. Shot after shot, this was the first field test of the destructive weapon. The relentless bombardment was not ineffective, even against Leon. Clicking her tongue, she leaped to deliver a kick to Libra. However, Libra had gained greater mobility by merging with Astrea. She instantly evaded Leon's attack by increasing her altitude and counterattacked with all her cannons. TSK. Leon spun in the air and landed, eyeing Libra warily. Leon would win in terms of raw combat power, but their compatibility was poor. Although he wouldn't lose if this continued, he would only be wasting his stamina. Since he didn't know when Aegocaros and Scorpius would return, he couldn't afford to concentrate all his power on just Libra. Moreover, Scorpius' poison was slowly sapping his stamina, increasing his anxiety. As for Ares, everything was fine. He was originally a forage monster, just like garbage. No matter how strong he became, a garbage monster would still be garbage. He was prey whose existence as one of the 12 heavenly stars was unnatural from the start. Such a person couldn't be a threat. Therefore, everything was fine for him. As for that blue-haired girl watching from the corner, Leon wasn't sure what to do with her, but it would probably be fine to leave her alone. Sagittarius. At Leo's shout, Sagittarius drew back his bow. Leo grasped the loose arrow by the tip and looked at Libra. His well-trained hand didn't even bleed as he held the point. Alnisil. Sagittarius activated his precise strike ability, and the arrow instantly hit Libra. The inevitable arrow struck Libra's flank, but this wasn't the real attack. As he held the arrowhead, Leo moved along with it. Understood. Leon's right fist pierced Libra's shoulder, shattering the cannon. Although Libra fell to the ground from the attack, she managed to recover and take flight again at the last moment. But Leon pursued her even further, knocking her down with a powerful kick. After being knocked down, Libra crashed through the wall and into the city. Despite it being his own city, Lion leaped through the houses to deliver the final blow. It was impossible to evade, and his defenses would be easily breached. Just as he was in danger of being destroyed, someone intervened and took Lion's blow to the face instead of Libra. WH what? Dash, tisk TSK TSK. Have you forgotten I exist, Leon? His glasses shattered, and the shockwave from the punch created a depression in the ground behind him. However, the person who received the blow remained unfazed, simply standing there with a relaxed smile. You can keep it, Cupins. With an elegant flourish, Karkinos delivered a high kick. But it wasn't just any kick. It was a counterattack infused with Leon's power. This time, Leon's massive body was lifted off the ground and sent flying. As he crashed into the buildings, Leon repositioned himself and landed on the ground. However, Karkinos gave chase. You jerk. You're just a useless crab who only knows how to wait for an enemy to attack. Yes, 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 only I can do that. But since only I can do that, I won't lose to anyone when the time comes. Karkinos launched a series of attacks against Leon with scissors he had retrieved from somewhere. Of course, they were ineffective against Leon, only serving to annoy him. But that was enough, since that had been the objective from the beginning. Centuredo, the blow spun Carcanos' body around, but the centrifugal force added to the counterattack, which struck Leo in the face and spun him around as well. Defensive specialization. Carcanos would never launch a powerful attack on his own. In fact, he couldn't even do that. His only offensive ability depended on the enemy's attacks, so he was ill-suited for offensive roles. It wasn't a lie to say he was useless. In fact, he was the only one among the 12 heavenly stars who could do nothing when they attacked. He moved too slowly, couldn't attack from a distance, and lacked wide-area attacks. He could only do one thing: wait to counterattack. That was all. However, this allowed him to demonstrate unparalleled power when facing opponents like Leon. Carcanos approached Leon, who was lying on the ground. Leon glared at him with deadly hostility, Centuredo, and double mace. He was knocked down and then slammed upward, pushing the violence to the limit. Carcanos' pristine face was instantly stained with blood, and his body slumped considerably. Yet his mouth rose slightly in a smile. The next instant, Leon paid the price for his reckless violence with his own body. Punch, backhand, knee strike, elbow strike, overhead kick, downward kick, roundhouse kick, and double mace. They knocked him down and then pummeled him. Leon's previous attacks were returned exactly as he threw them. This time, it was Leon who ended up bloodied. The damage Carcanos had sustained was certainly not minor. Even with the strongest defense, it was impossible to remain unaffected by Leon's attacks. But at first glance, Leon seemed to have the upper hand, inflicting even more damage. Finally, he knocked him down with a kick and landed gracefully. Centuredo, a weapon, stopped him, its barrel pressed against the back of his neck. Without looking, he knew it was Libra. Barato. Ares finally rose, stumbling. A giant. Centuredo, upon hearing those words, Leon could do nothing but clench his teeth. Chapter 104. Once, he believed he was the strongest. No one could match him from birth. He was born to be at the top of all magical beasts. The power he was born with was different. The position he was born into was also different. In terms of basic skill values and their maximum limits, Leon was born a world apart from everyone else. The creatures around him revered him and followed him as king. In turn, Leon accepted it as perfectly natural. Because I am strong, it is natural that they obey me. He believed his strength gave him complete authority over other magical beasts, whom he considered lesser creatures. He had never regarded them as comrades, because he saw himself as superior. This belief was deeply rooted in his heart, especially because of the difference in power. No one could disagree with this. No, those who disagreed were eliminated by him. Was it arrogance born of excessive self-esteem? Or perhaps a childish delusion that he alone was different? No, he would deny both. It was simply true that he had been above them from the start. That was all. Thus, he took full control of the situation and committed himself to the fight. There is no one who can challenge me on equal terms. What a joy to have such absolute power, simply for being born a king. Since victory was predetermined, he only had to follow the process to obtain it. We will win. Centuredo, because of my absolute power. No matter what those insignificant people do, they will never resonate in my heart. If you cannot accept this, then stop me. But you can't, can you? Then that's it. In any case, Leon saw everything except himself as insignificant creatures. Therefore, he never felt remorse for what he did, nor considered himself guilty. He never believed he would lose and never met anyone who could challenge him. He never doubted that the situation would continue this way in the future. It seems there's a vampire princess, a demon king, and a dragon king across the sea, but they're probably just small fish anyway. For someone who thought like that, the news wasn't surprising. When he learned that the dragon king had been subdued by a flugel, he simply thought that one small fish had been defeated by another small fish and quickly forgot about it. But in time, he recognized that it was a mistake to think that way. That same wing, Rufus Maffel, invaded their territory. It was his first experience. It was natural that someone who dominated others with power could also be dominated by him. It was natural to fear the enemy. Is this fear? Is this pain? Is this defeat? These things should never have crossed his path in his entire life. But that woman etched them into him in a single night. He knew he would win the battle, but he didn't win it as he expected. He never imagined he would give everything to fight a losing battle. I won't admit it. I would be defeated by a woman like that. As a result, the battle ended with Leon's defeat, and he became a member of the 12 heavenly stars under Rufus' command. He was relieved that she hadn't finished him off, but he was ashamed of himself for feeling that way. It was the greatest humiliation. To him, being in the same group as insignificant people like Ares was a disgrace akin to execution. This is all simply infuriating. There can be no one above me. I won't accept it. That's it. This humiliation must be repaid. I will not forgive Rufus Mafal's existence. Therefore, I will defeat her myself. I will not let anyone else do it. This time, I will completely overpower her and make her feel the weight of her mistakes for the pain she has caused me. I will make her face the consequences of her actions. Surely, at that moment, I will be the strongest again. If someone completely defeats that invincible woman, they will surely feel the same triumph as standing victorious. Barato in his life, Leon had a dangerous ambition. He was the only one who was different among the 12 celestial stars. He neither worshipped nor admired her. Instead, he hated her and held a grudge against her. He swore that one day he would have his revenge. His behavior seemed similar to Banette Nash's, but his secret feelings were completely different. Essentially, Banette Nash's conflict with Rufus was a distorted form of love. On the other hand, it was pure hatred and fierce, cold determination toward Leon. It was different from the warm and familiar feeling that emanated from Banette Nash. Therefore, he could not accept that ending. He could not forgive her for disappearing alone after overcoming him. I will make you pay. I should have been the one to defeat you, shouldn't I? But you ignored it and lost a battle on your own. How can I regain my pride now that I've lost to you? Having lost sight of his goal, Leon abandoned his position as one of the 12 heavenly stars and indulged in idleness. However, a recent event spurred him into action. He was simply devouring adventurers and demons who came too close, yet the magical beasts saw him as their protector. When he finally realized that the creatures he didn't care about, like the bugs and snakes, worshipped and exalted him as their king, the situation was the same as before. The surrounding creatures willingly bowed before Leon's absolute power. I don't mind this at all. Yes, I am the king, an embodiment of power that others willingly follow, even if I do nothing myself. It was only natural that it should be this way. What's strange is the situation up to now. That's what he thought, and he allowed them to join him. He didn't really care about the rights of demi-humans or the definition of humanoids. He simply wasn't interested. Even so, he needed to be generous. And then he thought, that's right, if I take over the world, wouldn't that mean I've surpassed Rufus? I would rule and dominate this world completely, something not even Rufus could achieve. If she could, I would have surpassed her. Since Rufus was gone, I couldn't do it by fighting her. Therefore, I had to prove I had surpassed her by doing what she couldn't. But what's going on? And especially not Rufus, who only recently returned. Why are the 12 heavenly stars, who are just his subordinates, cornering me? Why are these insignificant people pressuring me? I don't like this. I don't like it at all from the bottom of my heart. Darn it. It's one thing that I'm Rufus, but why are you scoundrels cornering me like this? Leon lifted his bloodied Barato and stared at his former comrades. Comrades? No, he had never considered them as such. Everything that wasn't himself was an inferior form of life, so he had never felt any camaraderie. The truth was he was strong. If he fought one-on-one with anyone present, he could overcome any compatibility disadvantage and achieve victory. He might even have easily overpowered Karkinos thanks to the difference in their constitutions. However, with Dinah's recovery, there was nothing he could do. Even if he tried to attack Dina to halt her recovery, he wouldn't be able to overcome Karkinos' interference. Furthermore, they had to consider Libra, Ego Keros, and Scorpio. He was strong, very strong. However, as strong as he was, his opponents were a group of monsters that defied common sense. the 12 heavenly stars. Whatever they did, it would be impossible for Sagittarius and Leo to win alone. Shut up, it's annoying. Then, a flash of black light appeared. Ego Caro's unleashed lunar trigger, an arcane moon attribute magic, against Leon and shattered him. A gigantic Scorpius seized Leon with its claw and threw him hard to the ground. Sagittarius could do nothing to help, as a relentless cannon remained fixed right at the back of his neck. No, even if he could move freely, could he really offer any assistance? At least, it didn't seem like Libra would allow him to change the situation. I'm so sorry. I can't bear to hear the words of a despicable person who even lost to worthless trash. I never thought someone as pathetic as you, who betrayed Rufus-sama, would bark like this. Scorpius screamed hysterically and swung his claws repeatedly. Each time, the ground trembled and crumbled. There wasn't a shred of pity or forgiveness between former comrades. His world revolved around Rufus. Every decision was made based on him. Therefore, he no longer considered the traitor Leon a comrade. He was just an annoying magical beast. Hey, isn't that right? Say something, huh? Everyone thinks the same thing, right? Since Rufus-sama is absolutely right, those who show her their teeth must be very bad indeed. Why can't this idiot grasp such an obvious truth? Ah, I see. You weren't thinking about anything, were you? Is that why you don't even understand something so obvious? Come on, come on, come on. Scratch your filthy head on the ground and apologize to Rufus-sama. Admit you're a complete idiot and beg for forgiveness. Come on, what are you doing? Speak up, I can't hear you. Are your ears rotten? Just because you're a little loud, you think you can be condescending. I've really hated you for a long time. Oh, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if you didn't exist? Everything would be fine, right? Oh, why didn't I think of something so simple before? But it's okay, since it's not too late yet. It'll turn you into mincemeat, and then Rufus-sama will pat me on the head and praise me. Oh. Karkinos clutched her forehead as she watched Scorpius, who was ranting about something incomprehensible while hysterically attacking Leon. Normally, she could still hold a conversation with Scorpius, but once she became enraged, there was no way around it. It's starting all over again. They all pondered this as they watched the giant scorpion with dryness and disgust. Seeing her go berserk, they even considered that perhaps her behavior in Blutgang had nothing to do with the goddess having brainwashed her. It was truly pointless. In any case, this was a complete victory. Leon might even die if the situation persisted. They had to figure out how to stop Scorpius. Leon was undoubtedly a traitor, but he was still Rufus' right-hand man and a member of the 12 heavenly stars. His judgment had to be left in Rufus' hands. As her subordinates, they couldn't willingly commit an act that amounted to crippling his authority. Therefore, they couldn't end him, even if they didn't mind leaving him teetering on the edge of survival. I won't admit it. As a result, they failed to realize that, as Leon was being beaten, his hatred intensified. Or rather, when he was recklessly cornered, his rationality was no longer effective in containing it. They should have known that at least someone would see this as an opportunity. Do you crave power? His heart raced. A woman's voice resonated in his ears with gentleness and compassion. His entire body felt an unprecedented surge of power. This was what he desired. What he saw was here right now. The power to overcome Rufus was right before him. You're the most powerful magical beast. Therefore, we cannot allow the current situation to continue. If you so wish, I will grant you power. A beautiful, unknown woman with blue hair appeared in his mind. She smiled and extended her hand to Leon. Needless to say, this was the goddess offering an invitation to ruin. However, Leon merely raised the corners of his mouth. Power! Power! If he had more power, he wouldn't lose to anyone and could even reach Rufus level. There was no need for pride. Power was everything. The weak couldn't even protect their pride, so Leon grabbed the hand without hesitation. There's no need to launch me. Forget this useless talk and give it to me quickly. Power! Give me power. Absolute power that no one will lose. Shut up and give it to me. Very well. I will grant your wish. The goddess smiled and placed her hand upon Leon. At that instant, Leon's body exploded with divine power. Chapter 105, it happened suddenly. The game should have ended, and the winner should have been determined. However, the result was completely nullified by a rude third party from outside the playing area. Aside from Scorpius, who was still frantic, everyone sensed danger in the unnatural, sacred glow emanating from Leon. "This is terrible. Get out of the way, Scorpio." Despite Libra's warning, the furious scorpion did not stop. She repeatedly struck Leon with her claw, oblivious to his changes, but it no longer had any effect. Enduring Scorpion's attacks, Leon's body swelled as he abandoned his human form. A mane replaced his hair, resembling a red lotus. His entire body was covered in fur. Growing even larger than Scorpion, he revealed the true nature of the ferocious king of magical beasts. This was the Lion King, the strongest magical beast who stood alongside the Dragon King, the Vampire Princess, and the Demon King. Before the 12 celestial stars, astonished by his imposing presence, Scorpius was dragged along by his front leg as if he were a mere nuisance. With that single gesture, the giant scorpion was easily swept away, crashing into the city and sliding even further along the ground. Gore! Oh! The roar of a wild beast, devoid of reason, echoed. Its eyes, filled with fierce intent, turned toward the 12 celestial stars. At the same time, Libra barrado all its cannons, engulfing Leo in an explosion. However, before the smoke cleared, Leon leaped and suddenly attacked Libra and Karkinos, who were standing in front of her. As Libra and Karkinos were sent flying, her hind leg kicked away the illusory form of Agokeros, which was approaching, dispelling it. The latter's true form was crushed beneath her feet. "This, Mizar." Ares leaped forward and tried to use Mezar theme, but Leo simply glared at him as if he were an insect and dragged him away with his tail. Dinah's golden flash struck him directly, but he remained unfazed. A single glance was enough to send her fleeing through a door in a panic. This was getting out of control. This was the general impression of the 12 heavenly stars facing Leon. They knew what had happened, for this had occurred before. Just as in the previous fight with Scorpius, the goddess had likely done something. But the problem was that Leon was the one who received the power this time, while Rufus was absent. Leon was already strong, so with the goddess power added to him, he would surpass all the 12 heavenly stars present. He didn't fear Libra's cannon blast and easily crushed Karkanos' defenses. Even the effects of the poison inflicted by Scorpius had vanished. Centuredo Leon's pride wouldn't allow him to consider it an obstacle. From his open mouth, he exhaled a breath as fiery as a star, which shot towards the 12 heavenly stars. Even if they were the 12 heavenly stars, they would have had a hard time withstanding this attack. Therefore, what happened next was truly a saving grace. "Everyone hold on." Just before the roar reached them, they heard Sagittarius' voice. Then, the scorching breath receded, leaving behind a tragic scene of molten rock. But the 12 celestial stars left no corpses, so they must have somehow escaped the disaster. Only Leo and Ares remained. "TSK, Sagittarius, you bastard. You have betrayed me." He clicked his tongue in annoyance and looked at Ares. Ares was staring at Leo, but made no move to get up. "I know the difference between his power and mine." Feeling instinctive fear, he couldn't get up. Leon observed his posture and snorted. "Good posture, Ares. After all, you're a garbage monster. It's natural that you look scared. That dash, isn't that right? Rufus took you in, trained you, and made you strong. None of that was your own power. The fact that trash like you is on the same level as us makes me want to vomit." He seemed to have lost interest in Ares, who couldn't even stand up. After saying that, Leo jumped up, leaving a cowardly sheep behind. Ares lowered his head in sorrow, clenching his fists. "What a shame. I'm very aware of that." Even though Leon didn't say it out loud, more than anyone, he couldn't forgive himself. Yet he couldn't stop trembling, which only made him more miserable. The clock went back slightly to the moment before Ares and the others came into contact with Leo. After parting ways with Rufus and the others, Sei and his companions traveled to the Centaur village in Suzuki, the camper van's golem. Although its interior wasn't as well equipped as Tanaka's, it provided them with unimaginable comfort. This reminded them just how unusual Rufus' alchemical abilities were. It would have been enough not to have to walk alone. They certainly appreciated being able to reach their destination at over 60 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, Suzuki had beds, a sofa, a simple bathroom, a toilet, and even a kitchen. Not even aristocrats had such a luxurious means of transport. There was the half-dragon carriage, used exclusively by the royalty of Levantine. Instead of horses, it used half-dragons to pull the carriage. Its interior was luxurious, as it was for the exclusive use of the royal family. However, due to structural issues, the interior of the carriage could not be too large. This wasn't because the half-dragons were too weak, but simply because if the carriage were too large, it would be inefficient when turning, to the point of even becoming dangerous. But Suzuki was different. Unlike a horse-drawn carriage or a semi-dragon, it could turn on its own, so its maneuverability was completely different. Of course, it still couldn't turn in very tight spaces, but at least it could make more precise turns than a carriage. Or rather, Suzuki could simply fly over places it couldn't otherwise pass through. It was incredible, but once upon encountering a rocky pass he couldn't cross, Suzuki spread his wings and flew over it. He also automatically repelled attacking monsters. On one occasion, when monsters appeared, they emerged and prepared to attack, but Suzuki fired his cannon and annihilated them. In other words, there was no need to even fight those monsters that were weaker than Suzuki. Incidentally, Suzuki was at level 350, which was even higher than Virgo's level. What would this mean? If it was a monster that even Suzuki couldn't defeat, then Sei and the others couldn't either. At that point, they could only leave it in Castor's hands. This meant they wouldn't have any role to play in any case. Incredible, this vehicle called Suzuki. It's even faster and more comfortable than the half-dragon carriage used by royalty. Although I've heard there are car golems in Bloodgang, they're nothing like this. There's even a bathroom, toilet, kitchen, and beds. It's truly everything one could wish for. As a mercenary, I've traveled the world, often in horse-drawn carriages and half-dragons. Even so, I've never had such an easy journey. Cruz expressed sincere praise for Suzuki's inclusiveness, while Gantz was equally impressed. Apparently, a motorhome was a vehicle manufactured with extremely high-quality technology, unknown and unimaginable to them. In fact, they weren't wrong. After all, it was a vehicle manufactured with Earth technology far more advanced than that of Midgard. If Midgard were to develop this on its own, several hundred years wouldn't be enough for its technology to reach this level. Well, that would be true if Mizar, who created Bloodgang, were excluded from considerations. According to Rufus, Mizar was simply a twisted and deceitful alchemist who had some kind of mental problem. Hey, Cruz-san, do you think we could buy this? If Rufus wanted to, he could probably make another one. The country could ship in €1,000,000 or something. If we get it, the difficulty of our next trip will be different. No, Jean-san. Its creation seemed easy, probably because its creator was Rufus Maffel, but this would probably amount to a masterpiece. With only 1,000,000 or so, if it's 10 million, no, but the budget, everyone was impressed by Rufus' skill in creating this mobile golem, but Sei maintained a worried expression. It was undoubtedly amazing. If anyone questioned its comfort, it certainly was. But why was it a camper van? Why was something being manufactured here that should only exist on Earth? And his name, wasn't that Suzuki? Cruz and the others seemed to think Suzuki was the name of this type of vehicle, similar to a horse-drawn carriage or a semi-dragon. But they were wrong. It was the name of this particular motorhome, and Rufus knew it too. In fact, when Sei asked her about it, she responded matter-of-factly and asked, "Would you have preferred a truck?" In fact, as she herself said, she knew Earth. She knew its technology. Furthermore, he had a strange name like Suzuki. No, relax. This isn't the place to act serious. The problem wasn't a name. To be honest, there were plenty of arguments in its favor. He wouldn't mind being asked if he was joking. The main question was why Rufus knew these things. Rufus possessed knowledge of Earth. In other words, it was possible to acquire it in this world, and somehow he did. There were similar situations in the stories Say knew from the past. The protagonists were fighting various enemies in another world when the last great boss learned of Earth's existence and planned an invasion. Thinking this, C's complexion paled. No, I think it's impossible. Midgard said that Rufus is not the enemy. But there's a precedent. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, the fact remained that her attempt to conquer the world 200 years ago was already etched in the annals of history. In that case, what if their target also included Earth? Midgard stated that his goal was to unify the world by force because he cared about Midgard. In other words, he would resort to violent means if it were for the good of Midgard. Wouldn't that be possible then? It would be the worst possible scenario if she had sought Earth's technological capabilities to enrich and develop Midgard. As he thought this, Say shook his head. When he started thinking, his thoughts gradually became pessimistic, assuming the worst possible scenario. It was a bad habit of his. Seikuin, are you all right? Although your face doesn't look very well. Virgo, noticing something strange in his expression, asked with concern. He quickly raised his head, and his eyes met Virgo's. She had fluffy pink hair, large eyes, and fair skin, and pure white wings. He looked like an angel, which made Sane nervous. It wasn't something he could get used to, no matter how many times he saw her. Her features were simply extraordinary. Or rather, the more he tried to get used to her, the less resistant he became to her presence. Centurato Macho Man appeared before his iron rationality. Man is a beast, he said, and smashed his rationality with a hammer. No, who on earth are you? Say forced himself to appear in the mental world of his mind and seized the male, throwing him into the air. He quickly regained his rationality, forcefully putting things back together. But Virgo followed relentlessly and placed his gentle hand on C's forehead. It's not hot, is it? What was this? What was this cliché situation where a girl got too close to a guy without realizing it? It looked like a scene from a romantic comedy. Am I going to die? Am I going to die today? Have I exhausted all the luck I had, and now will I die miserably? As she thought about this, she realized that her heart was inevitably beating faster. Hey, stop. Leave me alone, please. I'm going to fall in love. At that moment, Suzuki's light shone brightly, although it was not visible to Sei and the others. Facing the highest priority situation ordered by the commander. Garbage disposal mode activated. Suddenly, Suzuki's roof opened, and the sofa Sei was sitting on flew up, sending him flying onto the roof. Then the roof closed, and he was left alone. Of course, there was another sofa on the roof, so it wouldn't be any less comfortable. However, he couldn't get back in for a while. This was one of the orders given by the overprotective Rufus to Suzuki. If anyone tries to flirt with Virgo, take them up to the roof for a while. This was the rear exclusion method. However, this was disregarded, as Suzuki, who was unaware of the intricacies of the human mind, acted accordingly, even though Virgo was the one who initiated contact. Thanks to this tragic incident occurred in which Sei was thrown onto the roof, even though he had done nothing wrong. What did I do, dash? Suzuki continued as Sei screamed. Their destination was the demi-human village where the centaurs lived. No one noticed that from the top of a giant tree in the forest, a semi-human cane spider was watching. Chapter 106 The demi-human village was located a few kilometers southwest of Turfing. There was no doubt that Turfing was their capital, but it was no place for non-combatants to live in times of war. Therefore, until the end of the war, each race would continue to live in the villages that existed before the founding of Turfing. Centaurs, bugs, and plantains lived in this vast forest, far from prying eyes. Suzuki was parked a kilometer from the forest as Sei and the others prepared to enter. They were heading into the territory of the demi-humans, who, naturally, wouldn't have a very good impression of humans. If Sei and the others approached brazenly, the demi-humans would be unnecessarily more cautious. Since Rufus, Libra, and the others had already assumed there would be a battle, They recklessly launched a frontal assault like fools, without using stealth or maneuvering. However, C's purpose was only to investigate. Besides, they weren't as sharp-minded as Rufus. Therefore, they needed to make the necessary preparations, and the means to do so came from Castor. Everyone will walk to the village now. Before we go, I want everyone to drink this. Castor retrieved several small bottles, distributed them among everyone, and explained the effects. There is a type of arcane magic with the water attribute, known as illusion, that can camouflage one's appearance. It's not a high-level magic, so some people are already familiar with it. This magic potion has a similar effect, changing the drinker's appearance for about 3 hours. Huh, is this okay to have? It looks like a really expensive magic potion. Or rather, most potions with effects like arcane magic are lost relics of the past. Only a few remain. Oh, don't worry. It's certainly valuable these days, but not so much for us. Feel free to use it. Apparently, objects with arcane magical effects were highly valued in this world. According to C's knowledge, these objects were the most basic in any role-playing game. Even so, he hadn't seen any on his journey so far. No, actually there was one. It was Virgo's sword. Until now, Head thought his sword was just a really good sword, but it looked like an astonishing masterpiece. Well, on second thought, it was with Rufus. Judging from Suzuki's orders, it was obvious how overprotective Rufus was of Virgo. In that case, they would have given him a powerful weapon as well. With these thoughts in mind, Say simply accepted it. While Cruz murmured and eyed the potion, Jean and Gantz drank the contents without hesitation. Then, the knight and the tiger also drank the potion. After a brief hesitation, Say gulped down the contents in one go. Virgo also reaffirmed her determination to drink it. Immediately, the changes were noticeable. First, horns grew on C's forehead, and his skin turned red. Of course, he hadn't actually changed, since it was just an illusion. He basically looked like an Oni. For the time being, he decided to ask Castor about this appearance. Hey, Castor-san, what's this? Oh, it's a type of monster known as an ogre. It's said that their ancestors were human, since they resemble them, but the details aren't well understood. They're classified as monsters rather than humanoids because they're somewhat aggressive, but they are creatures with whom one can converse. While Say was thinking about those monsters, a change came over Virgo. Her change was minimal, as only the wings on her back transformed into those of a white butterfly. The potion Virgo drank would transform whoever drank it into a butterfly-like half-bug. Fortunately, Virgo still retained her human form enough to continue fighting alongside the group. It's more of an endangered species than a rare one. However, since it couldn't integrate into human society, it wouldn't be unusual for one to arrive in a half-human village. After listening to Castor's explanation, Say was once again amazed by the racial diversity of this world. How could he say it? It was astonishing how finely classified each species could be. Of course, there were also many different species of organisms on Earth. This led him to wonder which world had more of them. Anyway, when she heard that the potion could change someone's appearance into a non-human form, she was subconsciously discouraged, but it seemed their final appearances had been carefully considered. Neither Say nor Virgo changed much. In fact, it was like cosplay. With that in mind, she turned to look at the others. Oh, this is a big problem. I can't tell it's an illusion no matter how much I look at it or touch it. It feels a little strange. My lower body feels like a horse's, but I can only feel my 2 legs. I think this is a little. Gantz was covered in an armor-like exoskeleton, similar to that of a rhinoceros beetle. A horn grew from his head. Jean, on the other hand, retained her upper body, but her lower body had transformed into a horse, like a centaur. Both new forms suited them so well that it almost made her laugh. Meanwhile, Kainiko had completely transformed into a cat. It looked more like a domesticated monster than a disguised demi-human. Then, Say turned his gaze to Friedrich and was stunned. Its tiger-like features remained, but deer antlers sprouted from its head, and the lower part of its body was now that of a horse. Furthermore, black moth-like wings grew from its back. What was this hybrid form? Hey, Castor-san. Oh, sorry. I made a mistake. It's a party game item that combines the characteristics of a bug, a centaur, and a moth. What should we do with that creature? What should we do? For now, they could cover him with a cloth like Rufus did. If they just showed him the wings, he could pass for a fellow demi-human. Say finally glanced at the knight and immediately turned away. The knight had transformed into a semi-human being known as an arachne. Her torso was the same, but it was now that of a spider. That was fine, but her original appearance now made her look like a gorilla spider hybrid. Finally, Cruz transformed into a monstrous humanoid, a bipedal grasshopper. Although a grasshopper humanoid reminded, say, of a certain Japanese pop culture hero, it wasn't very appealing. This was because it was an ordinary grasshopper. It wasn't designed to be aesthetically pleasing. In reality, it was basically just like a real grasshopper. What's wrong, Zai? You seem disappointed. And no, it's nothing. It seemed impossible to ride a motorcycle or perform a grasshopper kick in that shape. Say looked away, disappointed. Then he thought about how to approach Rufus about the golden apple. He hadn't mentioned it during his time on Dropner because of the impression it might make. If he had asked for a golden apple during their first meeting, it would have seemed as if he had approached them with that goal in mind from the start. At least, that's what he would have thought if he had been in Rufus' place. No, that was the goal. But there were other priorities as well. First and foremost, peaceful cooperation with Rufus was paramount. It would be very bad if they viewed it with suspicion. That's why Say didn't speak openly about the apples. Consider this. If someone were to approach another person and say they wanted to make peace, and then ask for the apples that same day, it would be unnatural from any perspective. Anyone would think that person was prioritizing their own greed. Furthermore, Rufus had been betrayed by her comrades in the past. That's why Say thought he should be more careful. He certainly wanted to be strong. As long as he lived in this world, he would need power to protect his loved ones. Even so, he shouldn't lose sight of what was most important in his lust for power. Let's talk about apples later. For now, we must begin by achieving this goal and gaining their trust. He didn't know it yet. Leaving aside the old Rufus, the current Rufus was so naive and brainless that, if he had asked her for the apples, she would have replied without thinking. Okay. As C's group approached the demi-human village, several bug guards appeared. These demi-humans had bee-like faces and carried spears. If they had wasp-like faces, they would have been monsters. But even bee-like faces couldn't be considered cute up close. Sure, they'd be scary if they were human-sized, but even then, it was better than having the ferocious face of a wasp. They eyed C's group with suspicion, but when Castor told them they were demi-humans looking for a place to live, they believed him. Currently, the most suspicious person was Castor. As a member of the fairy race, he certainly wasn't human, but he looked exactly like one. Therefore, it took them a while to gain his trust. Now, let's start by searching for the Centaur village. There must be a reason why Sagittarius is cooperating with Leo. No one objected to Castor's words. Everyone in C's group nodded and continued walking. This forest was the common space of the demi-humans. Since there were many different races, there were also many different cultures. In other words, it was natural to assume that divisions existed to some extent. The same applied to the insects of Earth. Although there might be many kinds of animals and insects living in the same forest, there wouldn't be ants inside a hive. Their sizes might differ, but in this respect, they should be the same. In other words, there should be a centaur village somewhere in this forest. In that case, finding the village would be the first step toward achieving their goal. Even if we say we're going to look for it, how exactly should we do it? Well, first of all, let's find the town and ask how to get there. About that, we don't have to look for the village. We could ask the beacon at the entrance. I see. That's a good idea. I was careless. Seeing Castor laughing happily as he retraced his steps, Say had a bad feeling. Had made a mistake distributing the potions. Now, he was moving forward, oblivious to things he should have noticed immediately. Speaking of which, when they first met, had been wandering wounded through the forest despite carrying healing potions. Could it be that this person was a fool despite their appearance? Say truly believed it. No one answered his question, but if someone did, it would be a yes. For example, A considerable amount of time passed between Castor's defeat at the hands of the Demon King and his encounter with Say. As for what he did during that time, it was nothing special. He was simply lost. Castor was an exceptional individual among the 12 stars, for he possessed sound judgment and common sense. However, he was a little foolish. In other words, he was generous. In other words, he tended to overlook details. Okay, let's ask the beacon at the entrance and then find the Centaur village. As he looked at Castor, who said that as if he had never made such a mistake in the first place. Say thought those things through his head. The 12 tyrannical stars. This was a collection of monsters that followed Rufa's Maffel and transcended human understanding. Each possessed power comparable to that of an entire country. Since time immemorial, they had been considered walking disasters and the embodiment of terror. That was what I had heard, but what was the real truth? At least Virgo, who was by his side, didn't have that image. Despite his bulk, Ares was usually calm, and Castor was like a kind, but slightly dim-witted older brother. Perhaps they're not so scary after all. What he had heard was completely different from what they had actually seen. Reflecting on the difference in appearance, Say realized that his fear of the 12 stars had lessened slightly. Chapter 107. I see it now. It's the village of the centaurs. No doubt about it. Kainiko, who had transformed into a real cat after using the transformation potion, spoke as she walked. Following her line of sight, there was an open space ahead where demi-humans with horse-like bodies could be seen. After several dozen minutes, Say and the others finally reached their destination. Their steps were clearly weary. This was to be expected. Castor led them at first, taking them down the wrong path and into the wrong village several times. When a number of mistakes reached double digits, they realized that if they left it up to Castor, they wouldn't reach their destination even after nightfall. Therefore, Kainiko took over from Castor and assumed the lead. Oh, so these are centaurs, the wise ones of the forest? Cruz, who looked like a monstrous, grasshopper-like humanoid next to Say, said happily and ran toward him. Among the humanoids, only the elves were friendly to the centaurs and respected them. However, now he was a monstrous, grasshopper-like humanoid. In size, he looked like a monster trying to invade the centaur village. Grr, come on. Oh, I'm sorry. You too, please wait here. No, really. The strange creatures, Friedrich and the Knight, were trying to advance. Forget the monstrous humanoid grasshopper. These were real monsters. If they came any closer, they would cause unnecessary terror. Hopefully, they could stop Cruz and wait there. Then Jean, transformed into a centaur, advanced to approach the village. The centaurs turned to look at Say and the others with expressions that were not exactly friendly. Was it forbidden to enter anyone who wasn't a centaur? An old centaur appeared before Say and said, "Are you subordinates of Leo? What do you want?" These words caused them great confusion. It seemed the centaur had mistaken them for Leon's semi-human subordinates. But then why was he being hostile? Since Leo and Sagittarius were allies, these centaurs must also be subordinates of Leo. In any case, it would be difficult to talk if the other side was so hostile. Therefore, they first had to clear up the misunderstanding. Wait, we only arrived today to prevent human discrimination. We don't know what it means to be Leon's subordinates. When Jean recited the prepared speech, the old centaur's expression visibly softened. At the same time, the hostility vanished from the gazes of the surrounding centaurs, who now merely observed the situation. It was still not entirely comfortable, but at least it was better than being watched with hostility. Oh, really? Excuse me. We've been quite nervous lately. What's going on? I heard the demi-humans are following Leon San. If that's the case, wouldn't it be odd if we did too? Well, it seems things are a little different than we heard. Jean questioned the old centaur with indifference. The centaur had softened his demeanor. His strength lay in his ability to brazenly do what others would normally do cautiously. The old centaur grunted at Jean's questions, but couldn't answer firmly after his initial threatening attitude. Is that what you heard outside? Certainly. One could say that centaurs are part of their group. What a strange way of saying things. Well, yes. The old centaur scratched his cheek as if worried, wondering whether he should tell the truth. However, he seemed to have concluded that speaking wasn't a problem. Perhaps he was less alert, since Jean was also a centaur. In that case, the disguise was a complete success. Or rather, our boss, Sagittarius-sama, initially didn't think it was a good idea to ally with Leo. He rejected the invitation. Everyone reacted when they heard Sagittarius' name, but they quickly calmed down. The purpose of their visit was to investigate why Sagittarius was cooperating with Leo. It was lucky we found out so suddenly. But Leon's followers threatened Sagittarius-sama with destroying this village if he didn't cooperate. It's truly pathetic. I hate my own helplessness. If it had only been Sagittarius-sama, he wouldn't have accepted such a foolish invitation. However, because of us, he was forced to cooperate reluctantly. Hey, why don't you leave here and run away? The old centaur clenched his fists with deep hatred. But Gantz had his doubts. If they knew they were hostages and truly hated Leon, why didn't they flee? In that case, Sagittarius would be free. However, the old centaur shook his head at those words. If we could, we would have done it already. But it's not possible. To prevent it, Leon has assigned supervisors in this forest to watch over us. Supervisors? Yes, and they would become our executioners if Leo gave the order. What hateful people! As the old centaur spoke, he looked around. After confirming that no one was watching, he turned his gaze back to Sei and the others. In any case, let's go to my house. The entrance hall isn't the place to talk. The old centaur said this and entered the village with Sei and the others following him. However, the combined creatures, like Friedrich and the knight, stayed outside to keep watch. There would be a huge commotion if they appeared. Upon entering the village, the first thing that struck me was its simplicity. The centaur village consisted of simple wooden houses. There were no buildings other than the bare essentials. Even inside the houses, the place didn't seem well ventilated. It was like a stable. Was this really acceptable to the wise men of the forest? The centaurs seemed interested in what was happening, but none of them approached. Instead, they looked away whenever their eyes met. Unable to understand this, Sei spoke in a low voice to the monstrous grasshopper humanoid beside her. Cruz-san, could it be that the centaurs? Yes, they're very shy, or rather, they're very watchful. I don't think they particularly hate us, but for now, they'd probably just watch us from afar. Although there were some differences between individuals, the basic personality of the entire race seemed to be fixed to a certain extent. In that case, Jean seemed like a truly strange centaur to them. This was because Jean was a man who stood at the opposite end of the spectrum from timidity. Instead of being brave, he was simply reckless. He seemed to have forgotten this for some reason until recently, but when he entered the Blackwing royal tomb, Ares had to save him from the level 100 golem he challenged. So would they have realized that he wasn't actually a centaur? Now that I think about it, they should have given the role of centaur to someone other than Jean. Okay then, come in. They entered the old centaur's house, which was actually a stable. The rooms were separated by simple partitions. There seemed to be piles of straw inside. It was surprising how he could live like that, but a closer inspection revealed some furniture and other objects in a corner of the house. Apparently, he wasn't exactly like a horse. Well, I want to ask this first. They're not the race they appear to be, are they? Upon entering the house, the old centaur's first words hit the nail on the head. Everyone stared at each other in astonishment. Who had committed the suspicious act that had given them away? While Sei pondered this, the old centaur continued. The first person who seemed suspicious to me was him. Although he moved like a centaur, he didn't inspire any caution in me. As expected, the old centaur pointed at Jean. Sei's concern was well-founded. As expected, he wasn't suited for the role of centaur. However, this alone wouldn't be conclusive. Finding it strange, I listened carefully. The footsteps and movements didn't match. They sounded more like those of bipedal creatures. That's why I thought it might be magic or some kind of disguise. I see, those are our steps. Sei was both convinced and impressed. Perhaps it was possible to discern their identities by their footsteps, but when Jean walked, they all walked together. In other words, he heard Jean's footsteps while hearing everyone else's. Wasn't that truly amazing? It seemed the centaurs had excellent hearing. In that case, there was no point in whispering. Come to think of it, his earlier conversation with Cruz had been truly awful. It was practically telling that he wasn't familiar with centaurs, even though there was one in his group. As he thought this, he glanced at the old centaur, who simply smiled. Oh, they found me out. Convinced, he lowered his head. And what will you do if that's the case? Will you report us? No, if I had wanted, I would have done it at the entrance. The old centaur laughed heartily at Jean's question. It would certainly be better if she raised her voice at the entrance rather than inviting them to a place from which they couldn't escape. Since she hadn't, she shouldn't be hostile toward them and shouldn't hand them over to other demi-humans. From now on, it's all just my speculation. They're probably humanoids, right? As for their purpose, are they here to investigate the demi-human's military potential? What a surprise. As expected from the sage of the forest. To think they've compromised us to this extent. As you may have guessed, we are humanoids. However, our purpose here is different. A humanoid who would call me the sage of the forest. Are you an elf? You have a rather strange appearance. As the group's mastermind, Cruz also acted as the negotiator in such situations. However, given his current appearance as a monstrous, grasshopper-like humanoid, his intellectual demeanor clashed with his appearance, making the situation rather bizarre. In fact, Say felt strange too. If he saw it that way, it would be more appropriate to shout, "What an evil organization! Unforgivable!" Our goal is to investigate why Sagittarius cooperates with Leo. We concluded that the answer lies in this village, so we came here in disguise. The objective Cruz mentioned had been practically achieved. What the old centaur said at the entrance was exactly what they wanted to know. Sagittarius had to cooperate with Leo because the centaur village was under siege, and there were those watching over the village. In other words, if they were defeated, the centaurs could escape, and Sagittarius would be free to act. In that case, should they regroup first with Rufus or free the centaurs themselves? Normally, it wouldn't be possible for them. However, Castor, one of the 12 tyrannical stars, was there, and so was Virgo, though she wasn't as skilled as him. Friedrich, the strongest humanoid sword saint, was also there. In other words, they had enough fighting power. What? Is that true? Yes. Our objective has been achieved. We just need to free them all from here. When Cruz said this, the old centaur grabbed his hand. In that case, please allow us to cooperate with you. We can no longer allow Sagittarius-sama to remain bound because of us. Of course, everything went better than expected. Cruz was smiling broadly. On the other hand, C's expression wasn't good. Everything was going well, almost too well. But, in his experience, when something went well, there was always some backstage reaction. Of course, he had no reason to think that. It was just a ridiculous curse, but for some reason, he found it unpleasant. However, the problem was that a bad feeling at those times was usually quite accurate. Say became convinced of this when a young centaur burst into the house. As expected, something bad had happened. Chapter 108 Derby Sama. There's something you need to know. Sarge's army has appeared at the village entrance. Upon hearing the words of the young centaur who came running in, the old centaur paled and looked outside. Apparently, his name was Derby, but this was no time to worry about that. It seemed something bad was happening. Sarge's? He's the creature in charge of the demi-human village. He's a disgusting spider demi-human. When Say heard that he was a disgusting spider-human hybrid, she immediately thought of the Spider-Man they had met on Dropner. Considering his abilities, it wouldn't be wrong to think he held a decent position, so it wouldn't be surprising if he led an army. Derby raised his hand to stop Say and the others from leaving, telling them that he would go himself. Perhaps they're just here to snoop. They should stay here. Leaving Say at the house, Derby took some young centaurs and headed for the village entrance. There, they faced the Bugkin army. Led by a Spider-Man, the other side included a Lamia, a Dryad, and a Merman, along with several armed Bugkin. On the other side, there were only a few centaurs. If a fight broke out, they would be no match. What do you want? Humans have infiltrated the village. They should be here. Get them out. I don't know. Those guys aren't here. They're disguised as semi-humans. Don't you remember them? There are so many demi-humans that I don't remember them all. Go away. Faced with the intimidating spider, Derby responded decisively, showing no sign of weakness. The atmosphere between them was tense. It wouldn't be surprising if a battle broke out. The Dryad, who was behind the spider, puffed out her cheeks and glared at the centaurs. How arrogant! Are you trying to oppose us? You want to attack us? Fine, go ahead. That will free Sagittarius-sama. Annoying dash. Vocalizing her anger, the Dryad stirred the roots of her plants. However, Spider-Man stopped her with his hand and said to her in a cold voice, "Stop this pointless provocation. There are children in the village, aren't there? I know you want to abandon your children. Otherwise, you would have resisted by now." Derby couldn't respond to Spider-Man's words, who remained calm throughout. In other words, it was a fact that things were exactly as he said. Seeing Derby clench his jaw, the Dryad smiled as if she had thought of something. "Listen, Sergeant, I have a good idea. One person will do. How about we deal with one as an example? What do you think?" Censurado, negligible. Some of the young centaurs furiously attacked the Dryad. However, her arm transformed into a whip and repelled them. Well, this time you're reaping what you sowed. Make sure you learn your lesson next time. The Dryad concentrated the arcane magic of the wind in her hands and tried to slash the centaur child. However, the spider grabbed her hand and stopped her attack. "Wait, what are you doing? You're jumping to conclusions. Centaurs are certainly a threat right now, but they're still demi-humans. If Sagittarius-sama sincerely cooperates with us, they would be our comrades. I don't condone reckless violence that could cause problems in the future. Sergeant, you're really sweet." The Dryad and the spider confronted each other, creating a tense atmosphere. Finally, the Dryad relented, sighing and looking away. Seeing this, the spider also relaxed. "It can't be helped. I don't want to fight with the sergeant. I'll spare you this time." As she said this, the Dryad extended the branch holding the centaur child toward the other centaurs. It seemed as if she were going to return him to them. They were all relieved to see him, but the moment they relaxed, the Dryad raised her branch high, clutching the child in her other hand. "Huh, what? No, there are so many hostages, so losing just one shouldn't matter. The sergeant's method is so underhanded it makes me sick." The Dryad laughed wickedly and dangled the child perilously over the edge, threatening to drop them. If this continued, he would crash. No one could react to the sudden event, for all paled at the impending tragedy. Say and the others ran, but they didn't arrive in time. In the next instant, the flash of a sword cleaved the Dryad's branch in two. At the same time, a figure flew up and caught the centaur child. It was like a savior or a hero who had appeared at just the right moment. The Dryad glared at whoever had interrupted her, while the centaurs looked gratefully at their savior. And then both sides shouted as one, "Wow, is it a monster?" There, right there, was an unidentified life form. It had the bravado of a beast tiger, the bravado of a horse, and horns on its head. It even had moth wings on its back. One wondered how such a strange creature could have come into being. The creature was none other than the sword saint, Friedrich, and the girl was caught by the knight, whose torso resembled that of a gorilla. His torso was that of a spider, so he was another unusual creature. The girl, who was saved, saw their appearances and fainted. "Wait, what is that? What is that? How disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. What a strange thing." The knight attacked the Dryad, who was bewildered by her appearance. Her hand held a sword, the pride of knights, while her numerous spider-like legs moved in a chilling manner. "No." Almost in tears, the Dryad retreated, but the knight remained relentless. Striking a child to set an example for the public violated the code of chivalry. It was utterly unacceptable. Brandishing her sword roughly and with an angry expression, she pursued the retreating Dryad. The Dryad stretched out her vines in an almost frantic frenzy, but they were all cut down, and he leaped, moving nimbly from tree to tree as he approached the Dryad. Gourdash! The tiger growled in response to the knight's activity and attacked Spider-Man. He defended himself with his arm and positioned himself to test its strength. However, The Dryad and the Spider-Man still outmatched them in combat power. Although their sudden appearance surprised them, the situation wouldn't last long. Therefore, Say and the others could only do one thing: defeat the Spider-Men and free the Centaurs. There's nothing we can do if that's the case. Everyone, let's go. Yeah, great. It'll pay them for what happened to Nick and the others, and the pain of the Guardian Dragon. At Cease urging, Gantz, Jean, and Kainiko launched themselves simultaneously. Following them, Virgo unleashed a beam of light from her sword, while Cruz immediately fired a magic missile. Both attacks targeted the Lamia and the Merman, successfully splitting the enemy as they evaded the blows. At the same time, Virgo took flight and launched a surprise attack against the Lamia. The Merman tried to support her, but Castor blocked him. I'm sorry, but everyone will have me as an opponent. It's fine if they all attack me at once. How irritating. Don't act so arrogant just because you're somewhat handsome. No, it's just a racial difference. Your appearance is quite unusual even among newts. A while ago, I tried the human facial modification method, and then the mermaid I liked dumped me. Castor silently endured the blows as the merman attacked him, recounting his tragic tale. Sometimes, no matter what was said, it only added salt to the other's wounds. That was the case for now. Therefore, in such situations, silence was the greatest act of kindness toward the other. Silently, Castor dropped his anchor first toward the merman, then toward the army of bugs. One by one, they were unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Virgo flew above her as several magical missiles whizzed past. We meet again, little one. Have you come to continue what we left off last time? Why are they doing this? You won't understand our feelings when we're treated like monsters. The Lamia unleashed a barrage of arcane magic at Virgo, but unlike before, this time it was a duel. Virgo soared wildly through the sky, dodging the magic and counterattacking with her sword of light. But the Lamia evaded her attacks, and they flew apart. Virgo soared into the air, while the Lamia slithered along the ground like a snake. The battle between them reached a complete standstill. We certainly met on Dropner. I see. You came here to defeat demi-humans? That's not really the case. Well, I can't deny it either. On the other hand, Say, Gantz, Jean, and Kainiko had to join forces to defeat the Spider-Man. Although they attacked boldly from all directions, taking advantage of their numbers and combinations, their weapons protected them. When he tried to counterattack, Jean was sent flying into a tree. Hey, you know, good spider. You seem different from the others, so let me give you some advice. Stop following that idiot Leon. Otherwise, all the demi-humans will fall with him. I was wondering what you meant. We have no other choice. I see. Then you got the wrong boss. Gant's battle axe and Spider-Man's arm clashed, sending sparks flying. Even so, the difference in power levels was a serious problem. Despite possessing insect-like features, Gantz was repelled even when using a battle axe against his own hands. Guro! Why am I the only one who has to fight these monsters? Facing Friedrich and the Knight, the Dryad fled with a desperate expression. Although she would win in combat, she had lost the will to fight because of their terrifying appearances. Moreover, magic was approaching her from behind. As she wondered who it could be, she noticed a monstrous, grasshopper-like humanoid using magic for some reason. Seeing this, the Dryad almost burst into tears. No? The Dryad fled in tears. The centaur tiger moth and the gorilla arachne pursued her, along with the monstrous grasshopper humanoid. It was impossible to tell who the hero's true companions were. Sweat trickled down Cease's cheek as he took in the scene. It definitely wasn't a hallucination. Anyway, well, arrest you. Do it if you can. You human brat. Say refocused his mind and prepared his katana, while Spider-Man received his attack. Then, Spider-Man's sword and arm collided. Chapter 109. Whenever Castor wielded his favored weapon, the anchor spear, he brought down the demi-humans. He wasn't particularly powerful among the fighters of the 12 tyrannical stars. In terms of combat power, he was even weaker than Ares. Nor did he possess any powerful abilities. Even so, Castor remained one of the 12 tyrannical stars fighters. Even the 12 stars non-combatants, such as Parthenos and the fairy princess, the other half of the twins, possessed extraordinary strength. Though a marginally skilled fighter among them, his strength was enough to take on 1,000 warriors single-handedly. There were several hundred demi-humans, while Castor stood alone. However, the demi-humans were at a significant disadvantage. This was because Castor's strength rivaled that of several thousand individuals. Therefore, regardless of whether there were hundreds or thousands of people fighting, it would be a no-holds-barred battle in which the victor was already decided. Even so, he was still one of the 12 stars with a decent personality, so had been holding back to avoid killing the demi-humans. If Libra, Aegocaros, or Scorpius were there, the lives of hostile demi-humans wouldn't matter. In just a few dozen seconds, the whole place would be littered with corpses. Storm circle. The winds whipped out in all directions, with Castor at their center. That alone was enough to incapacitate the demi-humans at the front, while the warriors behind them were visibly terrified. If Castor had been serious, he could have defeated those in the back as well. However, if the winds intensified that much, some of the demi-humans at the front might end up dead. The demi-humans seemed to understand this and realized they had no chance of victory. WH, what are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of that handsome troublemaker. But if you don't leave, he'll destroy you all. If you don't want me finished off, then leave. What? After being threatened by the Triton commander, an Arachne in the vanguard screamed and charged. The upper body of an Arachne was indistinguishable from that of a human. This young Arachne would have been considered adorable if one only considered her torso. However, her lower half was that of a hideous spider. The disparity only inspired more disgust. Castor disarmed the Arachne as she attacked him with her spear. Thus, she was neutralized. After being disarmed, the Arachne closed her eyes tightly and braced for the final strike. But Castor gently tapped her on the head as she flinched in fear. When the Arachne opened her eyes, bewildered, Castor gave her a bright, confident smile. Stop, please. A gun doesn't suit a pathetic girl like you. Oh, why yes. She smiled in relief, showing her bravado. Then, the Arachne's cheeks flushed red, and she stood frozen. If this were a manga, her eyes would already be wide with admiration. The merman's face contorted with rage, and he gritted his bravado. If Rufus had been there, he would have understood his feelings and criticized Castor for his smile and pats on the head. He might even have become his comrade, just to spite the handsome jerk. Seeing Castor display his imposing power, the merman felt jealousy and his hatred intensified. On the other hand, the young Arachne had completely broken down and stared at Castor, clasping her hands as if in prayer. It seems you don't know how to treat a lady properly. A man should be kind to a lady. He shouldn't drag her into battle. It wasn't particularly important, but his close female companion was actually the strongest woman in the world, capable of running across the battlefield at supersonic speed and defeating her enemies with ease. If someone pointed this out to him, he'd be speechless. But the merman wasn't that quick-witted. So Castor continued his speech. It seems like you like someone, but if you do things like that, it's natural that you'll be rejected. Listen, he'll tell you the truth. What's important about a man isn't his face, but what's inside. You can't say that, Dash. The merman was furious. His face turned red with anger as he grabbed his harpoon and charged. He was followed by an ant-faced warrior, a mantis-faced warrior, and a mob of male warriors who were not particularly attractive in appearance. One of the tragedies of the demi-humans was their sense of aesthetics. Even though they had features of fish, snakes, or insects, they still resembled humans, as the term demi-human implied. What did this mean? It was both a tragedy and a comedy. Part of their aesthetic sense came from humans. Of course, each race had its own standards of beauty, but at the same time, they also possessed an aesthetic sense based on human standards. For example, consider the dragonfly-faced creature. Although other races might see them all as having monstrous faces, they could still clearly distinguish between the beautiful and ugly individuals. Even if others couldn't tell the difference, an attractive individual would still be popular among other dragonfly-like creatures. This was true regardless of gender. However, at the same time, they could also discern beauty according to human standards. Thus, if they encountered a beautiful human girl, they wouldn't find her ugly simply because she didn't have a dragonfly face. Like humans, they would recognize her as beautiful. This is where the tragedy began. Even with the most beautiful dragonfly face, humans would only see him as a monster. If he confessed his feelings to a human girl, she would simply run away. In other words, Castor was a handsome boy whose appearance made them feel bad about themselves. Not only did he attract the attention of human beauties who would never even look at them, but even demi-humans found him attractive. How absurd! How unfair! However, this was natural when one thought about it. After all, Alovenus, the goddess of love and beauty, was at the top of this world. As the goddess of beauty, she would not be considered simple, even from the perspective of non-humans. In other words, Alovenus appeared beautiful to all races and creatures. This sense of beauty was ingrained in all living beings. The standards of beauty in this world were ultimately based on Alovenus. And since humans had an appearance that most closely resembled Alovenus, they were at the center of the aesthetic sense common to all living things. Therefore, no matter how different each individual's appearance was, an attractive human face was considered beautiful by all creatures. Stop. In that precise moment, their hearts were one. They felt an unprecedented unity. Their cries were a lament of the downtrodden. Their sorrowful lives flashed before their eyes as they rushed toward Castor. Once upon a time, there was a village woman who often came to the forest to gather herbs. Whenever he tried to help her after she got lost, she would shout "monster" and run away. When he tried to return the thing she had dropped, she was terrified. Since she couldn't avoid it, she returned to her original location and encountered a beast bear. For some reason, they began to jump and dance. After meeting the bear in the forest, where flowers were blooming, they finally married. She was now Draupnir's fourth royal consort. Since he was a beast-like being, the human found him cute, so he became greedy. Giving in to jealousy, despair, and hatred, they pushed themselves beyond their limits. Demonstrating the highest level of training they could ever muster, they joined forces with malice and challenged Castor. Meanwhile, Castor threw a punch upwards at those men. Gemini Meteor Fist. His fist ripped through the sky, turning those men into meteorites. It wasn't anything special, really, just an ordinary uppercut. The magic of the wind swept them away. There was no Gemini Meteor Fist ability. A single blow brought them down. They lost the ability to fight as they crashed to the ground. Losing consciousness, they thought, "I bet you scoundrel, just fall." The battle between Virgo and the Lamia devolved into a long-range firefight. This wasn't intentional. It simply happened without either of them realizing it. As Virgo soared into the sky, the Lamia couldn't match her altitude. As the Lamia moved through the trees, Virgo couldn't get close enough because the trees obstructed her. Consequently, long-range attacks were the only effective means of engagement. Both sides simply repeated the same attacks, inevitably leading to the current situation. If Virgo had been a little more experienced, this wouldn't have happened. Because of the difference in skill level, she could have simply struck the Lamia in the neck with her white sword without worrying about her magic. But Virgo couldn't. At the moment of attack, she hesitated for an instant, creating an opening. It wasn't a tactical decision to limit herself to long-range combat. It was Virgo herself who unconsciously avoided attacking her opponent directly and thus opted for a long-range battle. Water lance. A blade of light shot from La Pucelle, colliding with the water lance fired by the Lamia. It wasn't a mutual neutralization. The blade of light slashed unilaterally through the water lance and hurtled toward the Lamia, who dodged it with an almost serpentine movement. The Lamia's level was not at all superior to Virgo's. On the contrary, the Lamia was only level 150. Virgo's level was more than double that. Certainly, as a support type, Virgo's status wasn't suited for direct combat. But if the level difference were doubled, there would be a huge gap between them. In that case, Virgo should have won, but she didn't. Instead of a direct victory, she was caught in the crossfire. This was the difference in their experience and motivation. Virgo's experience was definitely insufficient. Furthermore, she lacked the strong hostility to eliminate the demi-humans. On the other hand, the Lamia was at the limit of her strength. She couldn't afford to lose. The difference in their fighting was narrowing the skill gap that should have been insurmountable. Somehow, I need to stop their movement. Ill-use that ability. Virgo narrowed her eyes, and a powerful pressure struck the Lamia's body. It was coercion, the unique ability of the Flugels. Its effect could force submission upon those whose level was half that of the user. It was a majestic power that sealed the enemy's movements without bloodshed. It could subdue the opponent without a fight, even before the battle began. Considering the level difference between Virgo and the Lamia, this ability should have restricted her movements. Tiesca, dont underestimate-me. However, the Lamia's desperate cry released the pressure, allowing her to resume the battle. A water bullet struck Virgo while she was caught off guard, causing her to plummet to a new height. You're too weak, little girl. Of course, your level is higher than mine. Normally, that single impulse of coercion would have ended it all. But you simply don't have it. You have no intention of subduing your opponent at any cost. You're empty inside. This kind of coercion is like papier-mâché. Virgo had a modest and gentle personality. But was it really just gentleness? She lacked self-confidence, wasn't independent, and couldn't move forward on her own. Since she often went with the flow, one could say she had inner deficiencies. Therefore, her coercion had no power to contain her. And so, the battle that should have ended with a single skill continued. After being discovered, Virgo was shocked. Those beautiful wings of pure white. You're probably related to the Flugel royalty. Did you think you could suppress us with that level of coercion? There's too much difference between what each of us fights for. The Lamia screamed, and her arcane magic struck Virgo directly. But as long as there was a difference in power level, the wound wouldn't be fatal. She ended up with a minor injury. However, if the minor wounds accumulated, they could develop into a serious one. The battle gradually tilted in the Lamia's favor as Virgo's situation became more desperate. Seeing this, Say felt a pang of anguish. This is bad, Virgo is. Say wanted to rush to Virgo's aid, who was growing desperate, but she couldn't. It was because she couldn't remove her hands from the opponent. If she turned her back on him, she would die instantly. Sarges, the Spider-Man, was incredibly mobile, a threat to Say and the others. He darted across the ground and leaped nimbly from tree to tree. Then, he would suddenly attack anyone who showed an opening, increasing the damage he inflicted. Say and the others could barely counter this by forming a circle, but this made them far too passive in the fight. Their current situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous. TSK, this is bad. That spider is way too fast. I can barely follow him with my eyes. What a problem. Jean and Gantz watched Sarges' movements intently while grumbling. Even when he was in their field of vision, he would have already made his next move, making it difficult to determine his position. We chose the wrong opponent, Gantz thought to himself. Among them, only Virgo was capable of highly mobile combat. She was the only one who could fly and, therefore, follow Sarges' three-dimensional movements. However, Virgo was fighting the Lamia and could not provide reinforcements. As Gantz pondered this, a metallic clang echoed behind him, followed by Kanko's cry of distress. She had apparently barely managed to block Sarges' strike due to the Beastman's unique dynamic vision. However, they couldn't hold out for long. What should we do? Say searched for a way to win despite his inferior combat skills. His own abilities, those of his Barado, however much he considered them, he couldn't find a way to deliver a decisive blow to Sarges. Meanwhile, Sarges' thread became entangled in C's sword, worsening the situation. This is bad. Is there anything we can do? Anything. But unexpectedly, as Virgo flew out of his sight, an idea occurred to him. Yes, there was one. A way to overcome this situation. Virgo, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I want you to shout what I'm saying. Hey, shout this. Say opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. He honestly wondered how things would change. Perhaps saying this would get him killed. However, he had no other choice. He just had to try his best to clear up the misunderstanding later. I said, "This guy is dangerous. Someone save me." "Hey, it's okay," shout it out. "You'll see what it means." C's words were incomprehensible. No, their meaning was perfectly clear. Censuredo, but Say was convinced this was the spell to reverse the situation. If Virgo said this, it would undoubtedly happen. So I should say it? This guy's a creep. Someone save me, Virgo shouted, despite not knowing C's intention. Nothing has changed. No, it simply seemed as if nothing had changed. But that wasn't the case. Upon hearing Virgo's scream, that thing approached with astonishing speed to eliminate the insolent target. Its creator had given strict orders. If an insolent person approached Virgo, they would be beaten within an inch of their life. Yes, boss. And so, Suzuki came running. He accelerated and headed toward the demi-human village at full speed. As he moved, his form changed, and he rapidly rearranged his body with gotcha-gotcha sounds. Various parts rearranged themselves, and the doors became steel arms. From below, legs extended. He abandoned the form of a car to become a steel giant. Like an anime robot, the eyes on its head were covered by a visor. On the back, 2 eyes glowed a bright red. The giant ran with an imposing gait like a marathon runner. To obey Rufus' highest priority order, it had assumed its assault form. His right hand held a mana saber, modeled after the left scale of Libra. His left hand held a mana rifle that fired compressed mana instead of live ammunition. Later, his creator, the black-winged overlord, said, "Frankly, this is too much." He leaped over the semi-human bees at the village entrance and rushed inside, smashing any trees in his path. And he saw her, the figure of Virgo, the target to protect. Upon seeing that apparition, Say was stunned for a moment. But who could blame him? No, it wasn't just him. Everyone was astonished by the sudden intrusion, but Say was more surprised than anyone. Hey, why is a robot? As she thought this, her gaze turned distant, as if she wanted to escape reality. But she quickly shook her head to remind herself of her purpose. Immediately, she yelled at Suzuki. "Did you come? In the chicken. Cool me." It was a terrible thing to say about himself. If his father heard it, he would burst into tears. Say gripped his sword tightly as he taunted Suzuki. His sword was entangled in Sarge's thread, binding them together. By following the thread, he was able to determine Sarge's position. Sarge's current position was trapped between Say and Suzuki, who was charging straight at him. Recognizing the insolent target, Suzuki marked him as an enemy and charged at tremendous speed. His charge broke the tree where Sarge's was standing, knocking him down in the process. At the same time, Say launched herself forward, dodging Suzuki's body and sticking to Sarge's as he lay on the ground. Sorry. We're going to hurt each other. A steel giant charged at them with a deafening noise. Okay, I'm sure it will be okay. Say kept repeating that to himself. Rufus had definitely said about to die in his command. In that case, he certainly wouldn't die. By the way, was that really a body blow? Considering his size, wasn't a barato like kicking a soccer ball? Go away. EW dash. The pitiful Sarge screamed, and a moment later, Suzuki and Say confronted him. As expected, it wasn't a heavy strike, but a firm kick. Inwardly, Say responded thus, perhaps out of his habit of being precise. With a single blow, the golem created by the Supreme Lord of Black Wings struck a powerful blow against Sarge's exoskeleton, inflicting tremendous damage. Upon falling to the ground, he was unable to stand. Meanwhile, Say escaped serious injury thanks to the shield Virgo deployed at the last moment. Additionally, Virgo flew in front of Suzuki to intercept his attack, saving his life. Anyway, isn't he pointing his rifle this way? He's got his finger on the trigger, right? This is a dangerous tightrope. This tightrope is too dangerous. However, Say realized that his plan had worked, and, thinking that he had been of some use, he lost consciousness. Chapter 1:10 Seriously, you were very reckless. Looking at the unconscious Say, Castor smiled. Although Say was still immature, Castor was genuinely impressed by a young man with such potential. It wasn't easy to realize that one's own power was insufficient and yet refuse to give up, searching for a way to break through. He lacked power and experience, but if he had a good mentor, perhaps he could become a monster. Thinking this way, Castor eagerly anticipated Cease's future growth. However, it wasn't the time to dwell on it. Say had sacrificed herself to create an opportunity, so it was her guardian's responsibility to turn it into a victory. Storm pressure. The mana released by Castor transformed into winds that swirled around the Lamia and the Dryad. Then, it became a powerful air pressure that overwhelmed the opponents, leaving them immobile. The army had already been scattered by Castor, while the Spider-Men had been defeated by Say. In other words, if these two were also defeated, the battle would be over. What's wrong? I can't move. Ugh, Darthis. The Dryad and the Lamia tried desperately to escape, but unfortunately, the difference in height was too great. Castor moved a finger to bind them together with an invisible thread of wind, completely neutralizing them. Well, let us leave it at that. As expected, this is what it means to be the 12 stars, huh? Jean praised Castor for suppressing the enemies. Castor responded with a smile, but the next instant, his expression hardened. No explanation was needed. This was because Sagittarius appeared before them the very next moment. No, it wasn't just him. Libra, Scorpio, Aegocaros, and Carquinos were with him too. They had all suffered considerable damage. What? Everyone. What? Their sudden appearances surprised Gantz and disturbed Virgo. It wasn't just their sudden appearance that surprised them. While that was true, what truly shocked them was the severity of the injuries they had sustained. The 12 stars were walking disasters, essentially a group of monsters who could individually challenge an entire country. It was incredible that several of them had been chased all the way there. Libra looked around and immediately understood the situation. Is this the village of the demi-humans? It seems you've helped us, Sagittarius. Until recently, Libra and the others were fighting Leon and turfing, but now they were there thanks to Sagittarius' skill. Using the Almasil ability, which would undoubtedly hit its target, Sagittarius rescued the 12 stars by instantly moving them to the target location just as Leon was about to strike them. This also meant that he wasn't following Leon of his own volition. Thank you, Sagittarius. The others and I were almost wiped out. You don't need to thank me. In response to Carquinos' words of gratitude, Sagittarius looked away. Perhaps he felt guilty for betraying Rufus and the other 12 stars. Even if it had been an impulsive act, he was now on their side. He could no longer change it. At the very least, Leo would have considered his actions an act of enmity. Sagittarius-sama, Derby. And those who fell there are Sarges and the others. What happened here? When Derby summoned him, Sagittarius surveyed the village in disbelief. There were clear signs of battle, not to mention the captive demi-humans. Furthermore, there was Sarges the Spider-Man, the demi-human alliance's executive. It was obvious something had happened in the village. That's my line. They should be in turfing. So why are they here? Besides, they're with Sagittarius? Can you tell me what the current situation is? Similarly, Castor and the others didn't understand the situation either. It seemed to them that the members who should have been in turfing had suddenly appeared. Libra said, and decided that, first of all, it seemed necessary for them to try to understand the current situation. That's right. So, let's start by exchanging information. Ares leaned against the ruined wall and squatted down. She desperately wanted to follow Leon immediately, but knowing she had no chance of winning, she simply couldn't move her legs. It wasn't just a matter of willpower and courage. It was also an instinct of what might happen to her if she faced the ultimate predator, Leon. The difference in rank was determined at birth. Ares was born weak, incapable of defeating anyone, destined to be prey. Therefore, it should be impossible. For Ares to challenge Leo would be a violation of nature. Predator and prey, strong and weak. This enormous difference existed even if both were magical beasts. It was a natural gap difficult to overcome. Unlike the other 12 stars, only he was different. The 12 stars were a group of monsters, each considered the strongest in their own way. Before serving Rufus, some of them ruled vast territories. The demon king of the underworld, Ego-Kuros, the poison queen, Scorpio, the strongest golem, Libra, the toughest magic beast, Karkinos, the administrator of the sanctuary, Parthenos, the fairy princess, Pollux, his other half, the strongest male fairy, Castor, and the best archer in the world, Sagittarius. The son of the goddess, Pisces, the king of the labyrinth, Taurus, the empress of the sea, Aquarius, and the lion king, Lion. What was he doing among them? Who was he really? All the other 12 stars were strong from the start. They had earned their place among the powerful. They possessed inherent abilities that Rufus desired, and so they became her subordinates. However, only he was different. He was allowed to take the seat. They gave it to him. Leon was right. There was no way he could deny it. His power, position, and abilities had all been bestowed upon him by Rufus. He hadn't earned any of it himself. After all, a sheep was still a sheep, and a weakling was still a weakling. If it were the 7 luminaries, he might still manage somehow. But if he faced a truly powerful opponent, his false mask would be torn away, and his inherent weakness would be exposed. Originally, Ares wasn't a combat-oriented magical beast, so his will to fight was naturally weak. That's why he couldn't do anything. He couldn't defeat Leon. He couldn't do anything. Surely, Ego-Kuros and the others would do something about it this time. After all, they were strong, unlike him. Aren't you going to fight? Hearing a voice, Ares looked up. It was Dina, who had returned some time ago. During the battle, she had been the first to leave, seeing the threat Leon posed, but it seemed she had come back. Dina knelt before Ares and looked him in the eyes. Leon-sama went after everyone. I know. Why does she preach even though she herself fled? Ares believed it, but didn't say it out loud. It was a fact that he was a coward who didn't join the fight. In that case, there was nothing to be done, no matter what they said about him. Even if I go there, it's pointless. I won't be able to do anything. There's no way I could defeat Leon. Oh, but that's not the case at all. Isn't Leon-sama more afraid of Ares-sama? Although Dina seemed to be talking nonsense, Ares didn't change his expression at all. Flattery was common, but if it went too far, it would be revealed as a white lie. That would be truly disheartening. It was like trying to motivate a child. It was like a strong man telling a child playing with a papier-mâché toy sword. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. You could Censuredo, even the Demon King, with one blow. He felt like he was being taken for a fool and couldn't take it seriously. The Censuredo Rufus-sama gave you is an unparalleled Censuredo, one that shouldn't normally exist and whose power varies according to the opponent's vitality. No matter how powerful the opponent, the threat you pose to them is always the same. The stronger your opponent, the stronger your flame, with a power that grows without limit. Rufus-sama devised this to destroy any remotely superior being. The flame that kills gods is bestowed upon you alone. Those compliments come from you so naturally. That's because it's true. Ares stared at Dina, bewildered, while she smiled as always. He still didn't understand what she was thinking, but her nonchalant attitude was unwavering. I don't know his true character, Ares thought once again. In her current memories, she did exist 200 years ago. However, Libra said it was a false memory planted by Dina. In that case, who was she really? What was she doing there? But it's impossible. You saw Leon's power before, right? He was already strong, but then something strange happened. There's nothing I can do about it. A goddess modification, a pattern, right? It's quite annoying, but it doesn't matter. Actually, it's not as strong as it seems. Dina smiled, and then said something truly scandalous. That's because he's the kind of man the goddess hates most. It's natural for him to be given everything. It's natural for him to be blessed. That is no appreciation. He simply believes it's his natural right to receive all of this. People like that are foolish. Because of him, the goddess had to stop saving people and find new methods. There's no true power in him. She won't give him any love. It was as if she was truly familiar with what the goddess liked. If Leon-sama wins and defeats Rufus-sama and the others, it would be very convenient for the goddess. That's why she's doing this. Her feelings must be very complicated right now, since this was an act of denial. That's why the power she granted was only a small portion, a fragment. If he wins, it would be convenient. On the other hand, she believes he should lose. She wants him to lose. It was as if I were reading the goddess' thoughts. That guy doesn't deserve to win. A worthy person is one who doesn't dishonor the hero's name, a brave child raised to become the protagonist of the story. Therefore, technically, it's fine even if Leon Sama loses. Hopefully, he can get rid of 1 or 2 members of the 12 stars. She doesn't expect anything beyond that. In the worst-case scenario, it's fine even if Leon Sama, who is the strongest of the 12 stars, continues to accumulate hatred and ends up dying without accomplishing anything. To begin with, she didn't expect much from him, so she wouldn't have given him much power. It was as if she knew what the goddess' goals were. We don't need a man like that. That sounded like she was the goddess herself. For the first time, Ares was cautious with Dina. Libra had already warned him, but in his heart, he held her in high esteem. He couldn't consider her an enemy, but now it was different. It puzzled him that she could be an enemy. His suspicion of Dina was growing. Dina is San. Who are you, really? Who am I, huh? I'm not an existence worth mentioning. But if I had to say it, I'm someone incapable of becoming anyone. As she said this, Dina smiled as if mocking herself. Then, she stood up and raised her palm toward Ares. Various enhancement effects were applied, raising all of his stats. It's nothing like the goddess mod, but it's still my max upgrade with divine magic. This should improve it a bit. Well, go ahead. Your battlefield isn't here. What is wrong with Dina-san? I'm not going to fight, you know? After all, I'm just a weak girl. She smiled as she confidently stated that she wouldn't join the fight, then created a rift in space. It seemed she fully intended to evade her. However, this was strangely typical of her. Ares felt she couldn't say anything about it. Well then, good luck. After those last words, Dina vanished completely. Ares stood there looking like a silly raccoon. Finally, he looked up and jumped in the direction where Leo had jumped. I'm not sure, but it seems my fear of Leon has lessened. Or maybe Dina did something I don't know about. Anyway, he'd think about it later. Right now, he needed to get to the battlefield where his comrades were waiting for him. Honestly, he's still worried about whether he could fight on the same battlefield. But even so, if he could use his power more effectively. No, he didn't believe in his own power, but he believed in Rufus, and he possessed the power granted by Rufus. In that case, it should be possible to use it effectively. It would be impossible not to. As Leon said, this fire was given to him by his master, so that he would not be inferior to the power of the goddess. He believed it. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Ares jumped. He didn't want his master's power to be considered inferior simply out of fear. Chapter 111 I see. That is how things were. At that moment, Libra and the others who were in Derby's house finished exchanging information and somehow managed to understand each other's situation. And the conclusion they reached was that Sagittarius' betrayal was not really of his own free will. He probably had no choice but to follow Leon after he took the Centaur village hostage. However, Sagittarius did not meekly follow Leo. He expressed his intention to antagonize Libra, which served as a warning and led them to turfing. Realizing he couldn't defeat Leon alone, he invited a fighting force capable of doing so. He probably already had this idea in mind, but unfortunately, he made a slight miscalculation. Originally, his true objective would have been to use Rufus' overwhelming power to defeat Leon. However, due to Benetnash's interference, Rufus was unable to reach her location, so only the 12 celestial stars ended up arriving. Under normal circumstances, even with the 12 heavenly stars, it would have been possible to defeat Leon. However, even that wasn't the current situation. Due to an unnecessary intervention by the goddess, Leon's combat prowess had increased, making him beyond their control. Even Karkinos, who was the perfect rival to counter Leon, was unable to do anything. Currently, Centurado, Leon's current strength was abnormal. After all, Leon, who was already the strongest of the 12 heavenly stars, went wild after breaking free from Rufus' control and regained his true strength. Furthermore, the goddess enhancements empowered him even further. Without a doubt. Centuriato Castor looked at the centaurs and spoke in a grave and serious tone, followed by Sagittarius, who nodded in agreement. Now that he had taken steps to save the 12 stars, any explanation he tried to give became useless. Without a doubt, Leo, with absolute certainty, would attack this village as retaliation against Sagittarius. Sagittarius, who knew this very well, arrived in the village to try to protect it. You're absolutely right. That thing is a mean, ill-tempered man. He'll undoubtedly come to destroy this village to teach me a lesson. That's why, until now, I've had to obey him, at least on the surface. Though something like that wouldn't be a good enough excuse. Of course, that's a fact. Betraying Rufus-sama is an act that deserves death. While Sagittarius mocked himself, Scorpio cornered him even further with his harsh and spiteful words. However, despite her verbally reprimanding him, there was no further action. Well, we need your power right now, too, so we'll let you go for now. It bothers me, but it's better to have more fighting power against the current Leon. I appreciate it. It's not that there wasn't anger towards Sagittarius. However, his sentence could be left in Rufus' hands. Before all that, the important thing right now was to consider how to defeat Leo, and Sagittarius was a valuable source of combat prowess that they had to take into consideration. Therefore, instead of fighting amongst themselves, it would be preferable for them to work together. Scorpio was calm and serene enough to be able to think like one. As long as she wasn't hysterical and Rufus wasn't involved in the matter, she was also able to properly assess and think things through with complete normality. In our battle against Leon, we'll use Karkinos as the central figure. We'll position him in front of Leon while Virgo and Castor continue to assist him. Sagittarius and I will provide long-range support. Ego Karos will distract Leon with illusions. And Scorpio, please keep inflicting your poison if you see any opening. Libra gave orders and explained everyone's role in her impending fight against Leon while they listened to what she said with a gloomy expression. Essentially, they were attacking a single person as a group, along with many others. However, they had no room for doubt. After all, their opponent was that same lion. If they held anything back, they would be the ones defeated. After they decided how they would fight him, as if he had been waiting for this moment, the forest trembled. Earthquake. There wasn't a single individual stupid enough to say such a thing in that place. Libra and the group ran out of the small cabin and headed towards the outskirts of the village. And what was reflected in their eyes was the appearance of a giant lion approaching their location while crushing the trees beneath it with every step. In response to his majestic but imposing figure, the hero's group froze. And Gantz dropped the battle axe he was holding. Enormous, simply unnecessarily too big. In the past, Gantz had seen Ares form when he attacked Svalin. However, even by comparison, Leon's form would be considered abnormal, as I was unconscious. However, it would be fortunate if he continued sleeping. And as if learning from Sei, the tiger rolled on the ground and tried to pretend he was dead. Meanwhile, Kankos first stood on end. Jean, the only person there who didn't understand the difference in abilities, launched an attack. However, being so small in comparison, he didn't even manage to make himself noticed. Here we are. Come on, Sagittarius. Yes, I know. Libra launched an indiscriminate attack with all its power, including Astrea, and Sagittarius matched it by shooting an arrow into the sky. The destructive lights fired by Libra landed directly on the giant lion, and countless arrows of light rained down on Lion's body and pierced through it. However, the punctures were only superficial. In fact, they were nothing more than tiny pricks on the surface of his skin, and Leon's expression didn't change in the slightest. On the other hand, Jean, who had finally reached the foot of Leon, was knocked down by the shockwave of a single arrow that fell near him. You love these little pranks, don't you? It seems you still haven't figured out that a little attack like this doesn't work on my current self. Leon opened his mouth wide and inhaled a large amount of air. The attack that followed was nothing special. It wasn't a special ability, nor would it inflict any detrimental disadvantage. In other words, it was nothing more than a simple roar, It was nothing more than an act of exhaling air combined with the mana that was in the body. In terms of ranking, it was a skill that even a low-level monster could use. It wasn't wrong to consider the move a basic skill classified as low-level. However, even with such an ability, if Leon were the one to use it, it would easily become a skill of mass destruction that could end a kingdom. It might seem a wild exaggeration that the roar of a single living creature could possess more power than was needed to uproot a single kingdom. Such a description was so grandiose that even calling it absurd was too sensible a course of action. However, in this world, this was what it meant to be ranked as one of the strongest individuals. To be a monster capable of destroying a world on a whim. That was the bare minimum for being ranked as one of the strongest in the world. Rufus, Bennett Nash, and the Demon King individually possessed such transcendent combat prowess that they could easily turn all of Midgard into nothing but space dust if they really got serious. The ability to destroy one or two countries was a piece of cake, and the ability to devastate one or two continents was a given. That's why they were powerful. That's why they were the strongest. The exhaled air would easily clean the dust from the Centaur village. No, the forest itself that served as the settlement of the semi-humanoids. There was no doubt that the attack would devastate many demi-humans and extinguish Jean, who had the misfortune of being in the direct line of fire. Even the 12 stars would suffer severe damage. Furthermore, there was nothing that could be done to prevent the attack from the 12-star side. Even if they possessed the means, Leon's attack power was on such a large scale that they could not completely counter his attack. Hoping to at least mitigate the impact, Karkinos leaped forward. Fully prepared to receive considerable damage, he assumed his giant form. Right at that moment, a rainbow-colored shooting star flew inwards, kicking Leon's jaws upward and Barato closing his Barato. Oh! A small silhouette wrapped in a rainbow-colored Barato crashed again against the closed jaws. As if it were all a joke, Leon's enormous Barato rose into the air. At the same time, Barato's burst from the silhouette's hands, and it accelerated. It moved toward Leon, and this time knocked him down with a kick. Leon also tried to counterattack immediately, but the attack missed its target. The target was too small. Being big equates to strength. When something was large, its attacks naturally had more force. Furthermore, since the damage it received from the enemy was spread over a large area, the damage it suffered was also distributed accordingly. What seemed like a giant rock to a human was nothing more than a grain of sand to Leon. Well, the 12 stars grew larger. The shift in oppression due to the change in appearance was undeniable. However, there was more to them than the number displayed on the status. However, small things had their own merit for being small. And that was it. It was a small and insignificant matter, but because they were small, the attacks couldn't reach them. Furthermore, this rainbow flame dealt damage based on the enemy's HP, making it perfect for eliminating high-class enemies. The damage of this attack was unaffected by the enemy's body size. That small, insignificant existence, Ares, landed in front of Libra and the others, turning to face them with an expression as if he were being crushed by the guilt of the sin he had committed. Excuse me, I'm a little late. No, it was a good time, Ares. We were waiting for you. Leo's strength defied all common sense. Since it had reached a point where even a full power attack from Libra was ineffective, there were only limited ways to deal with Leo's defense. Because Leon's defense at that moment surpassed even Karkinos, whose only strength was that he was the toughest of the 12 stars, Centuredo. 2. Although it was a skill that was significantly affected by the enemy's strength, limited to the current place and time, the flame of Ares could surpass even his own master, Rufus. In other words, since Rufus wasn't here, Ares was the only individual who had a chance of defeating Leon. However, in a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't even be a battle. Therefore, the cooperation of Libra and the others was required to give Ares a chance to win. A tiny fry, trash like you to me. Leo, in his anger, glared at Ares, who in turn stared back at him, albeit somewhat timidly. The Lion King lion, the strongest of the magical beasts. For Ares, That was the object of his admiration. He had always wished he could be like that. He always envied that position and wondered what he would have done if he had been so strong. It was because Leo had always been strong, as if he existed in a different world from Ares. However, the feeling I had for the current Leon was not one of envy, respect, or admiration. It was one of pity and disappointment. The current Leo, who was nothing more than a puppet controlled by the goddess, seemed far too comical to Ares. He didn't like it at all, and that disappointed him deeply. Mezar theme version 1. 3 Ares' entire body was enveloped in a rainbow-colored flame, and his hair was waving. If Rufus saw his current appearance, he would have said, "That's why I've been saying that Mezar theme isn't a skill that's supposed to be used as..." Oh, wait, never mind, it's that kind of skill. Ares was not going to use his original giant sheep appearance. Only this once did he want to challenge Leon using the human appearance Rufus had given him. In that very moment, that's what he felt. As if responding to that intention, Scorpio and Ego Keros grew gigantic at the same time. This time, the focus of the attack was Ares. Therefore, any attack against him had to be prevented as much as possible. Hence the gigantification. Hence the increase in the number of enemies. The two immediately decided to become a wall for Ares in order to win. Oh, shy! Ego Keros and Scorpius jumped towards Leon and tried to hold his body in place. After all this, Karkinos also attacked, as if to say he wouldn't be left behind. Thus, 4 giant magical beasts joined forces and grappled with each other. Irritated, Leon bared his fangs. However, Karkinos aggressively attacked with his weapon. Additionally, the counter ability of Cubans was activated, causing Leon to take damage. However, Karkinos didn't escape unharmed either. One of his weapons was broken from the counterattack, and he himself was sent flying after being headbutted by Leon. But at that moment, Ares intervened and launched a kick that broke Leo's fangs and sent his large body flying. Furthermore, Ares shot flames from his palms and flew, charging towards Leo, who was thrown into the air. Leon opened his mouth wide. However, black tentacles that suddenly emerged from the ground tangled around his body, causing him a slight delay. He managed to free himself immediately. However, the roar he let out was already too late. Ares directed the flame toward the ground, and it rose vertically. Then, he redirected it toward the sky and descended suddenly, slamming his fist into Leon's head. This single attack made the ground tremble and buried Leon's head. However, as expected, the Lion King's resilience was far greater than normal. He had already taken 5 blows from Ares, meaning he had already sustained close to 500,000 points of damage, yet he still stood up and opened his mouth. Just before Leon managed to unleash his roar, due to the mana rifle fired by Suzuki that came close to his eyeball, he instinctively closed his eyes, causing the attack to miss Ares by a hair. Although Ares was not directly hit, the attack that barely scratched him sent his slender body flying. However, even before Leon could launch a follow-up attack, Ego Keros sprang into action, lifting Leon from the bottom and throwing him away. Goo! Ares, are you okay? Yes. I can still fight. I'm fine. A single blow. Barato. It was an attack that barely scratched him. However, that single blow was enough to leave Ares covered in wounds. His clothes were in tatters, so his current condition looked rough. Given the damage he had taken, he had no choice but to retreat quickly. Even her white skin was now marked with wounds, making her look like a fragile and wounded maiden to any onlooker and causing them to feel affection. However, the will to fight that resided in his eyes had not been extinguished in the slightest, as he once again enveloped himself in rainbow-colored flames. If he hadn't received the defensive upgrade that Dina threw at him, he could very well have ended that single attack he had just suffered. Even as he thought about it, Ego Keros, Karkinos, and Scorpius were still locked in a fierce battle, while Sagittarius and Castor provided covering Barato from a distance. Likewise, Suzuki continued firing his rifle. However, he only aimed for Leon's eyes after determining that it wouldn't harm him even if it hit. 5 on the other hand, Virgo immediately flew to Aries and applied divine recovery magic to heal him, while Libra, finding an opening in this situation, showered Leo with everything she had. And because of all that noise, the poor, pitiful Say and Sarges opened their eyes, only to have their eyes pop out at the same time as they screamed out loud. Emo, Munstava. 6. Author's note. Leon, 160M7 Scorpio, 110M Carquinos, 105M Ego Caros, 105M Suzuki, approximately 20M Say, at this point, instead of me, maybe it would have been better to summon Ultraman or something. 8. You're not kidding, are you? I was summoned to fight against all this. His master is a monster who fights at breakneck speed, like those seen in Dragon Ball 2. 9. His subordinates are giant monsters, kaiju. The maid is a war machine who ignores the fantasy genre. Their means of transport is a camper van. I can't say much since I wrote it myself, but I wonder what's up with this disorganized and senseless group. The goddess. Stop being irrational. This is a fantasy world. As a side note, the reason Aries attacks have been hitting properly unlike before is because their agility has increased. As expected, the benefits are quite unfair. Dina. No. Chapter 112 Storm Harpoon. 2. At the same time as Castor dropped his favorite anchor, a gust of wind with visible pressure descended upon Leon's head. It was nothing more than ordinary arcane magic. However, when Castor used it, it was powerful enough to leave a fissure hundreds of meters wide in the ground. However, for Leon, the impact of that skill was no different than being hit by something light. It only served to slightly divert their attention. But even that was enough. The mere fact that something distracted him was a job well done. Tentacle of the Moon. Following what had just happened, Ego Caros summoned tentacles made of darkness and launched them towards Leon. You shouldn't be asking who would benefit from the tentacles of a giant lion. That's because whoever used the ability was serious. However, the constriction only lasted a fraction of a second. The next instant, the tentacles were already torn apart, and Leon was charging at Ego Caros, intending to expel him. However, that charge didn't reach Ego Caros. A head-on collision occurred between a giant crab and a lion, interrupted by Carquinos, who stepped between them. Due to the shockwave caused by the collision of both, nearby trees broke and the ground shook like an earthquake. A Cuban's counterattack successfully knocked Leon off his feet. However, immediately afterward, Carquinos himself also collapsed to the ground. It was because he had finally reached his limit after repeatedly receiving attacks from Leon. Carquinos' defense was the highest among the 12-star members and would normally even surpass that of a level 1000 Leon. Furthermore, his defense-boosting ability Tegmine would raise his defense stat to over 20,000. Therefore, most attacks would have no effect against him. 3. But the current lion was abnormal. He could even forcefully overcome Carquinos' defense with his brute strength, allowing him to defeat Carquinos, who was in a naturally advantageous position against Lion. If one were to consider that Leon was still going crazy even after managing to defeat Carquinos, the situation could only be described as madness. Graphius, for Scorpio, sprayed him with an attack of poisonous breath. The poison she released was different from ordinary poison because it had the effect of accumulating on itself. As Rufus had previously stated, one annoying point about this scorpion was that it could pour and accumulate even more poison on those who were already poisoned. Under normal circumstances, the poison worked by inflicting on the enemy a poison that caused 1 damage per second. However, she was different. She could repeatedly release poison at the enemy and accumulate it in such a way that she could increase the damage per second to 2, 3, 4, or even 10 while she accumulated it. But even that was nothing more than slowly reducing Leon's enormous vitality. An unpurifiable poison would almost certainly kill the enemy. However, that eventuality would not occur until much later. At least, it wouldn't happen during this particular battle. How annoying. Leon leaped into the air and moved to attack Scorpius' giant form. Now that the shield known as Carquinos had been broken, there was no technique that could stop Leon's attack. After a single attack, Scorpius was knocked down and subsequently suffered Leon's stomp, which caused his outer shell to shatter into pieces. Although Ego Keros jumped from behind, without even turning around to look, Leon dispersed the illusion of Ego Keros into a fine mist by hitting it with his tail. You! Stop, Ares! If you rush in recklessly, Ares jumped from Leo's blind spot and kicked. However, as if he had anticipated the attack, Leo turned his head toward him, dodged it, and spun around. Or so it seemed, but the next instant, Ares was caught by Leo's tail. Ha! Hey, I finally caught you. You've been wasting my time for a while now. If I keep letting a nobody like you do whatever he wants, it'll damage my pride. So enough is enough. If you're trash, behave yourself and act like it in silence. Leon said it in an irritated tone. When he did, the ominous sound of a heavy impact echoed through Ares, and with it, a face distorted by pain. Libra and Sagittarius quickly tried to attack Leo to improve the situation. However, Leo, with his towering build, swiftly jumped to the side and avoided their attacks. He possessed an agility that did not correspond to his large size. I'll deal with you later. Stay in line, keep quiet, and wait patiently there. Leon said this without even looking at Libra and the rest while further increasing his grip with his tail. He probably intended to take Ares down just like that. Centuredo, it was because her eyes were already blank and she had lost consciousness. Ultimately, this was the reality of the difference in strength. You could say percentage damage or whatever you wanted. However, when one group possessed an overwhelmingly superior status, it was a given that the higher status group would win. Leon was now convinced of his victory and opened his mouth wide. Hermes Trismegistus. 5. A voice resonated from the air, and the mana in the surroundings intensified. Immediately afterwards, as if to cover Leon's large body, magical arrays appeared from 3 different directions at the same time, flooding torrents of muddy water over him. The amount of water that would arrive flooding would be equivalent to that of a deep blue sea, turning that original place into a kind of pyramid that secured the entire location. After condensing a huge amount of water on site to secure everything inside, the pressure applied by the liquid easily exceeded tens of thousands of tons. Due to this sudden attack, Leo accidentally freed Ares, but the intruder's attack did not end there. Excauta, distorted spacetime. The entire spacetime surrounding Leon transformed into a completely dark and empty dimension. What appeared before Leon, trapped inside a pyramid of water, was only a young woman with blue hair. There was nothing else. Whether it was the centaurs in the forest or the village, nothing existed in this space. Only Ares, Castor, Say, and other organic beings remained. However, everything inorganic, including Libra, disappeared. The young woman looked at Leon and, as if mocking him, smiled at him, causing several hundred magical sets to deploy simultaneously. Morning Star, Invocation. At the same time, meteorites began to fall from empty space. The solution deployed by Dina to resolve the dilemma of this arcane magic that would cause a great catastrophe if activated normally in Midgard was extremely simple. The goal was to absorb everything in the area, within a radius of a few kilometers from where they were using X-Gate. As a result, everything that threatened the world was temporarily stored in an alternate dimension created by Dinah's X-Gate, leaving only organic matter that did not consent to be sent by the X-Gate. She didn't take Leon using X-Gate. Using X-Gate, he stored all inorganic matter, thus creating a temporary location with the special characteristic of having no collateral damage due to what was done within the area. Meteorites that shone in a golden color crashed one after another directly onto Leon after passing through the pyramid, causing chain explosions. Furthermore, while sealing Leon's movement, he also created shields around other people at the same time to prevent the shockwaves from harming them. Not only that, he even pointed his finger at Ares, who had fainted, and applied divine recovery magic, completely healing the damage he had suffered, simultaneously using 2 arcane magic spells and 2 divine magic spells, as well as X-Gate. Noticing that such superhuman feats were being used simultaneously as if it were the most common thing in the world, Cruz was dumbfounded and murmured, "It's impossible." Once the magic was over, he returned the world to its original appearance. After Dina confirmed that her surprise attack had been successful, she noticed that Libra's intense gaze was fixed on her. After feeling Barato uneasy about it, he quickly fled to a rift in space to reflect on whether he had revealed too much of his true nature. "The rest is up to you, Aries-sama. Don't worry, you can win." After uttering those last words, the storm finally moved away from the area where they were located. Aries, who had been left behind, opened his eyes in a daze, not even understanding what had just happened. Meanwhile, Leo got up to frantically search for the intruder. However, he couldn't find anyone. Dina understood her own limitations. She was also very aware of her own weaknesses. Therefore, he wouldn't make the mistake of staying on the battlefield indefinitely. After all, he wouldn't be outpaced by anyone in terms of escape speed. Darn it. Who on earth was that guy from a moment ago? Come out right now, it'll destroy you. Looking at Leo, who was going crazy with rage, Aries could vaguely understand that someone had just helped him. Given the situation, he thought it was probably Dina. The damage she had sustained had fully healed, and there weren't many people capable of executing a surprise attack with such ease and precision, in addition to using recovery magic. Amidst all this, I couldn't say that I didn't think about how nice it would have been if even my clothes were repaired. Aries' clothes were in the same tattered state as before and appeared to be in a rather dangerous condition. She sighed aloud, unaware that Dina hadn't repaired her clothes because she thought their current look suited her just fine. With what had just happened, his situation had returned to the beginning, but even with that surprise attack at that moment, Leon did not suffer major damage. To be Barato precise, in numerical terms, it would have inflicted considerable damage on Leon. However, due to his enormous vitality, he couldn't even counter a single blow from Aries. Therefore, the only viable attacker in his current position was Aries. However, the difference in their skill was already demonstrated. If everything were to go back to the way it was before, it would be nothing more than a repetition of what just happened. But to help alleviate that concern, someone placed their hand on Aries' head, or so it felt. When he instinctively turned to look behind him, he saw the apparition of his master, Rufus, for just an instant. However, the expression on Rufus' face was the same as before. An expression she had when she was feared and called Supreme Ruler. An expression that overflowed with self-confidence. "Why are you afraid, Aries? You are one of the 12 stars I have recognized and approved. You lack nothing compared to him. Have confidence in yourself. You are strong." Ah, you should teach that fool a lesson. The strength of the one he called insignificant. After saying that and smiling inappropriately, he disappeared like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, a power surged from within Aries' body. This wasn't like divine support magic, where additional buffs were added to what he already had. It was more like his fundamental stats were being boosted. When he looked around, with the exception of Libra, everyone, including Castor and Ego Karos, was looking at their own bodies and showing a surprised response. Could it be? After thinking about it, Aries decided to consult with everyone else. I felt like I had suddenly leveled up. Yes, I agree. The anomaly happened to all members of the 12 celestial stars except Libra and Leo, and this meant only one thing. It seems Rufus-sama has decided to get serious. It was a pleasure meeting you, dwarf vampire. Scorpio said it with a cheerful expression, and that line expressed the response to this very abnormality. Excluding Libra, which was manufactured by Mizar, the levels of the 12 celestial stars were limited to level 800. That was a limit based on her Master Rufus Monster Tamer class. And as long as she remained at an overall level of 1000 and a class level of 100, her own levels could not change at all. However, the fact that the absolute limitation changed could only mean one thing: that Rufus level changed. The highest level limit was 1000. That was the ceiling set by the goddess and the common sense of this world. However, Rufus had long since surpassed that wall, and the 12 heavenly stars knew very well that, even at her strongest, She would far exceed level 4000 if she decided to get serious. And only when Rufus decided to take it seriously were the 12 stars able to fully display their true and real abilities, using their talents to the fullest. She won. Libra murmured a quick, short, but totally convinced phrase, which received the unanimous assent of everyone else. It seemed that Bennett Nash had put up a very good fight. At least, the fight was good enough to make his master fight seriously. Therefore, it was all over. By then, the conclusion would have been reached. There was no individual in this world who could fight Rufus Maffel when she was completely serious and still emerge victorious. In the past, she had told Parthenos that if he wanted to fight her, he would need at least 1 or 2 Ouroboros. However, this wasn't exactly a bluff. In fact, Rufus possessed such overwhelming combat prowess that it was simply the truth. Well, with this, he'll also have more roles to play. In response to Karkinos, who collapsed and muttered such a thing, everyone said simultaneously, "That's not going to happen." Dina quickly emerged through the space-time continuum and said, "Even if the tank's level rises, that doesn't mean there are Barato roles to fulfill." Ares and the others ignored Karkinos, who was left deeply shaken on the ground, and looked toward Leo, ready to fight. "You understand, right, Ares? Right now, our power has reached its maximum potential, but it won't last long." "Yes, now that Rufus-sama has gotten serious, a fight won't last long. It wouldn't be surprising if the fight ended in less than a second." A battle involving Rufus in critical condition was incomprehensible to most people. It was an extremely swift battle, fought in an extremely short time. In other words, it wouldn't be surprising if all the enemies were annihilated in just a second after Rufus got serious and then reverted from her serious mode. She was that strong and that fast. Normally, the concept of having to fight wouldn't even have been established. Bennett Nash turned out to be one of the rare exceptions that actually managed to establish such a thing. However, unfortunately for Bennett Nash, she still wouldn't be an enemy for Rufus. This in no way meant that Bennett Nash was weak. It simply meant that Rufus was too strong. "Well, go for it, Ares. Give it your all." Sagittarius shot his arrow, and Ares clung to it. Immediately afterwards, Ares was teleported right above Leon and firmly gathered his flames into his fist. Ego Karos and Castor used their arcane magic to obstruct Leon's movement, while Libra directed supporting fire at Leon's eyes. Scorpio used his stinger to keep Leo's feet in place. And even Karkinos, who was thought to have no role to play, had a sudden moment of enlightenment and quickly activated an ability. "Please take this, Ares." Altarf. 6. It was an ability that could only be activated once when he was incapacitated for combat. It was a clumsy ability of Karkinos, better described as a desperate struggle than a counterattack. That was Altarf. The effect of that ability was unique. It doubled the damage of the empowered individual's next attack, and with just that one hit, the 999 damage limit imposed by the world could be ignored. Ares, who had become a body in flames, cried and fell on Leo's head like a rainbow-colored meteorite. If Rufus had been present at that location at that time, he most likely would have overlooked the situation using his observer eyes. The terrifying scene in which Leon, who had more than 800,000 HP remaining, was reduced to a state where he only had 1 HP left after a single attack. Chapter 113 for some abilities that exist in Midgard. There are things like restrictions. It could be the number of times it can be used. If the ability was extremely powerful, it might only be usable once every 24 hours. It could be the user's race or species. There could be abilities or arcane magic that only a specific race or species could acquire or learn. It could be the combination. It could be a skill that can only be acquired by combining all the specific and required classes. And it could be the level. It could be a skill that can only be activated upon reaching the required level, even if the individual has already learned it. The ability Hamal, which Ares possessed, was one of those abilities. One among the offensive skills that Ares possessed, it was the ability that generated the most damage and, when allowed to activate, could potentially serve as a trump card that could change the course of the battle. However, there was a restriction on activating this ability. Therefore, normally, even if he wanted to use it, he couldn't. The restriction was that the user had to be level 1000. In other words, it was a skill with a level restriction. Furthermore, its usage limit was once every 24 hours. However, in exchange for having strict requirements, the damage was monumental. With a single use of the skill, it inflicted damage equal to half the enemy's maximum HP, regardless of how much HP they had left. However, if you were to ask Rufus, he would probably reply that Brachium was far superior in firepower. This was because there was a damage limit. Regardless of whether the enemy's hit points were 200,000 or 100 million, the maximum possible damage was 99,999. It was impossible to exceed that value. Furthermore, if the enemy's HP did not exceed 200,000, it would not even reach 99,999 damage. As such, I would consider Brachium, which would definitely cause 99,999 damage, as much simpler and superior. However, that only applied to Ares as an individual. Combined with Karkinos, this ability had the potential to completely overwhelm even Brachium. When combined with Karkinos' Altarf ability, this ability would truly become unparalleled. Two would become a flame that could even kill gods. In other words, only in an extreme situation that met the preconditions that Ares' level was 1000 and Karkinos could not fight, would Ares possess the greatest possible damage among the 12 heavenly stars. Doubling the damage of a skill that inflicted half the enemy's maximum HP, ignoring the maximum possible damage limits set by the system. In other words, no matter how high the enemy's HP was, it literally became a skill that could possibly kill the enemy in one hit. However, the damage percentage remained a percentage of damage. No matter how much the enemy's health was reduced, it wasn't possible to eliminate them completely. Therefore, the main weakness was that the enemy always ended up with 1 health point. But that weakness was extremely convenient at that moment. If his goal was to stop Leon without defeating him, it had been a job well done. So, it all came to an end when the lion fell before a ram. The outcome wouldn't change, no matter how embarrassing the situation was. Victory and defeat were already completely determined. Well done. You did it, Ares. Excellent. Just as expected, Ares. Ares-san, that was amazing. Libra, Karkinos, and Virgo congratulated Ares, who had arrived in front of Leo. Ego Keros and Scorpius, who had returned to their humanoid forms, patted Ares on the back and congratulated him on his successful victory, causing Karkinos to quickly return to his humanoid form as well. On the other hand, Sei and his group were still stunned after experiencing that battle that was beyond their reach, while the demi-humans were dumbfounded after their leader, whom they believed to be invincible, was defeated. However, because Scorpius started talking to them at that moment, their expressions changed to one of despair. Okay then, that means once we're done with the idiots who followed Leon, ITLL all be over, right? Compared to Ares, who defeated Leon, it might be a negligible battle feat, but still, these weaklings are still enemies of Rufus-sama, so I suppose they should be dealt with properly. Scorpio stated this coldly and whipped his hair, which was braided into a spike. The first individual he targeted was the spider bug, whom he believed to be their leader. However, before he could take him down, Sei quickly intervened and stopped the attack with his katana. What happened next was that his katana broke in two and Sei fell to the ground rolling. However, due to unexpected interference, Scorpius' attack also missed its target and only ended up piercing the tree next to the spiderkin. This result wasn't due to Sei's great skill or anything like that. It was simply because Scorpius' attack was executed naturally, effortlessly, and in a mediocre manner. If she was serious at that moment, no, even if she wasn't serious, if she had used even 20 of her power, let alone Sei and his katana, even the spiderkin behind him would definitely have died. Yes, Zai-kun. Hey, what are you doing, kid? A nervous Virgo quickly approached Sei, who had collapsed on the ground, while Scorpius looked at him with an exasperated expression. However, Sei somehow managed to get up and look directly at Scorpius. What are you doing? Should be my line. What are you suddenly doing? Well, isn't it obvious? Defeat them. But they can't move anymore, and they've lost the will to fight. Continuing to do so is simply unnecessary. It doesn't matter. Hey, for this lady, their circumstances are irrelevant. They are subordinates of the fool who is hostile to Rufus Sama. In other words, an enemy. For this lady, that alone is enough. I don't care to know anything about them. The enemy's conviction, his poignant past, or anything of the sort, are irrelevant to me. Say I'd made a mistake. No, it was more of a misconception than a mistake. Because Virgo, who is also one of the 12 celestial stars, was a kind girl. Because even though Castor was a bit clumsy, he was a reliable young man. Because Rufus Maffel was an understanding person with whom you could talk things through. So he felt mistakenly relieved after believing that the 12 heavenly stars were beings that were not truly frightening. People were excessively afraid of them only because of the goddess interference. And in reality, they were a group that would understand if one tried to talk to them. He convinced himself after making such an optimistic observation. Incorrect. Very incorrect. The 12 celestial stars were a gathering of what were originally magical beasts. While Aries and Carcinos were somewhat understanding, allowing them to reason and even adapt to their situation, this would not be the case for Aegokeros and Scorpio. Retaining the cruelty and ferocity of magical beasts, both were individuals who had been magically transformed into humanoid forms. In conclusion, their thought patterns were fundamentally different, and reasoning with them would be completely pointless. Domesticated wild beasts could embrace their master. However, to anyone other than their master, they would remain forever wild beasts. Now, get out of here. You don't want us to get killed together, do you? Although Scorpio said that to her in a kind and loving tone, she didn't have that expression on her face at all. Regardless of whether Say escaped or not, in a few seconds, Scorpia's sting would swiftly strike down the demi-humans. At least, that's how it should have been. Hopefully, Leon won't try to get up again. What? Still, they all simultaneously assumed battle positions and directed their line of sight towards Leon. Even Scorpius prepared himself as if he had completely forgotten about demi-humans as he got ready for Leon's next attack. Please wait. Something seems to be wrong. Leon roared as he struggled to stand. He was no longer fit to fight. Even as the Lion King, the damage he had suffered was too great. Unlike everyone else who was scared, only Libra was calm and serene as she analyzed the situation with indifference. This is, I see, what you call the ultimate fate of selling one's soul to the goddess, I suppose. Leon could no longer fight. However, at that moment, he was a puppet hung and controlled by the goddess. It was irrelevant whether the person could fight. If the goddess commanded them to fight, regardless of their will, they would continue fighting until one of them fell. And until something was done about it. Leon would continue to struggle against his inner turmoil. Due to the conflict between the goddess' enhanced regeneration and Scorpius' poison damage, Leon was forced to repeatedly endure the painful back and forth between recovery and harm. Because of this pain, Leon suffered greatly, his bravado racked with agony. Under Libra's observation, Leon's HP had repeatedly fluctuated between 1 and 0 since the end of the fight. Therefore, he was in a situation where he hovered between bravado. I see. Was this lady like that too? Then, can you do anything about it? As Scorpio recalled his own foolish actions from the past, he asked Dina, who had only the upper part of her body sticking out a crack in space-time. As usual, Dina was ready to flee at any moment. However, she looked at Leon and shook her head. No, once he's in this state where he's completely sold his soul to the goddess, it's a bit... he's no longer at the level where his thoughts could be manipulated. I see. There's nothing we can do, huh? Even if it's just karma, now that it's come to this, it's a real shame. Scorpius sighed and then repeatedly opened and closed his scissors, which were created from mana. In unison, Aegokeros condensed a black piece of mana and Libra raised his firearm. Surprised by the reactions of the three, Ares instinctively stood in front of Leo as if to protect him. Wait, what do you intend to do? Now that we've reached this point, there's nothing we can do but stop him. It's somewhat painful to lose the most powerful of the 12 heavenly stars. However, considering the potential for further damage, ending the situation by neutralizing Leon would be the best course of action. It's a shame to share your opinion, but I agree with you. There's no other option but to stop him right now. So that's what it means. Move, Ares. Otherwise, you'll get caught in the crossfire too. Even though his energy was nearly spent, he kept moving. Dina couldn't help him either. So there was only one option left. Neutralize him and leave him incapacitated. As Rufus' subordinates, it was unforgivable for them to eliminate another of the 12 stars without permission, especially if it was the one with the greatest combat prowess. However, it was unavoidable, for it was the only option available. Their leader would understand. After such a determination, the three of them simultaneously decided to take down Leon without the slightest hesitation. Is there no other option? None. In response to Ares' question, Aegokeros replied coldly. If things were left as they were, Leon would continue his rampage until his death, destroying the Centaur village and inflicting who knows how much destruction as collateral damage. It should not be forgotten that, however childish or immature his way of thinking may have been, he possessed the greatest skill in combat among the 12 celestial stars. If he could not be saved in any other way, the only option was to kill him before the damage spread. After falling behind Libra and the others, Sagittarius and Castor also came to the same conclusion, raising their weapons at the same time. Ares bit his lip in his own helplessness to do anything. However, he was unable to say anything in response. He understood. He understood that Libra and the rest were right. It was because, at that moment, there was no one who possessed the means to save the situation in that place. No, at least supposedly. Get away from there. A deep, resonant voice, as if it were echoing from the depths of the earth, resonated in Ares' ears. At first, he perceived that it was a voice that was speaking only to him. He believed that he was just like Aegokeros and the rest, and that it was a voice advising him to move away from where he was. However, it was strange. That voice didn't belong to anyone in that place, but, oddly enough, it was a voice he was very familiar with. So when he first heard the voice, he didn't ask himself, whose voice is this? It was because it was a voice he was used to hearing. However, it was still strange. It was because he hadn't yet met the owner of that voice. Therefore, the owner of that voice shouldn't have been there. Didn't you hear me? I told you to go away. Once again, the voice resonated. The second piece of advice, to move away from that position, came again. However, it wasn't directed at Ares. Aegokeros and the others turned around at the same time and looked at the owner of the voice that had given them that advice. Exactly, the owner of the warning voice wasn't speaking to Ares. It was directed at everyone present. His feet, which gripped the ground, were encased in steel boots. His arms, from the elbows down, were also encased in steel gauntlets. He was wearing a black trench coat and carrying an axe in one arm. His face could not be seen as it was hidden behind a steel mask, making it impossible to determine his facial expression. 3, however, Ares and the rest remembered that appearance quite well. You are Taurus of the Bull. Why are you here? One of the tyrannical ways, 12 celestial stars, Taurus of the Bull. It was the name of a man who was supposed to be in charge of sealing the Ouroboros of Earth, and who is currently believed to be in the underworld Helheim. He walked past Libra, who had called him by name, past Ares, and stood in front of Leo without the slightest hesitation. He looked at the crazed Lion King and muttered in a voice that had no intonation. This has become quite a strange situation, but generally speaking, you must have been tempted by that goddess or something. If I were to say she's your equal, it would be the end of everything, but what a disappointment to see this. My former comrade, I will destroy that useless power right now. If you continue to flaunt the goddess power in a place like this, the seal will be negatively affected. He clenched his steel hands, and the sound of grinding steel echoed. Upon seeing that appearance, Leon must have instinctively sensed that it was a dangerous existence. While he was screaming wildly, the giant lion charged to attack that man. However, the man showed not the slightest concern. He simply stared at the lion with his cold eyes hidden behind his mask. Aldebaran. 5. The man invoked the name of the ability and struck the Lion King's nose with his left palm. Instantly, the world fell silent. It was as if time had stopped, a place so terribly quiet that it seemed unnatural. However, it was the calm before the storm, and anything could happen in the next instant. That's how everyone in that place felt. Tinkling. There was a sound of something breaking, and a crack ran across the space. The sound did not resonate just once, and the interval between the countless creaks shortened, while each time it occurred, it grew louder and louder. The cracks in space continued to widen until they formed a complex arrangement, like a spider web. Collapse. There was an explosive sound, like something very hard being smashed with an even harder hammer. Leon's giant body flew out of the forest and was expelled by the impact of that fist. Every tree in the path was broken without exception, demonstrating how powerful that single blow was. Wait, if you use such a powerful attack, Leon will be killed. Right now, he only has 1 HP left, you know? No problem. My Aldebaran doesn't destroy physical objects, but rather the power itself. So nothing can die from my attack. Have you forgotten that after 200 years? Oh, right. Don't say oh, right. In response to Ares, who acted satisfied after hearing Taurus' words, Sei unconsciously replied, Tsukami, within himself. Perhaps this was what appeared to be a replica without regard for fear. What do you mean? Nothing can withstand my attack. If you hit someone and send them flying with that much bravado, they'll usually be finished off. Not to mention that someone is satisfied with that answer, as if it made perfect sense without having to reply. Am I the one acting strange? Am I just thinking about unnecessary things? Thinking about such a thing, Sei suddenly wanted to start crying. Only the stupid dog rubbed his face against C's foot as if to comfort him. Oh no, wait, I'm wrong. He just wants to play. Now he's clinging to my pants. So, how is Leon? Right then, I destroyed the power of the goddess who possessed him. I won't be able to do anything if he's foolish enough to fall into temptation again, but there shouldn't be any problems for a while. By the way, isn't Rufus here? Ah, yes. Right now we're working separately. I see. Lowering his fist, the man called Taurus turned his back and began to walk away as if he had nothing more to do in that place. His steps did not waver, and it was very clear that he really intended to return directly to the place he came from. However, at that moment, Scorpio screamed hysterically. Hey, wait. You think you're coming back after suddenly appearing without explanation? Do you think he'll forgive you? It's because they were all furious near the sealed area, and to make matters worse, they started using that goddess power. So I came here to silence them. Now that I'm finished, I'm leaving. Is that a problem? Of course. Even though you finally reunited with your siblings after 200 years, aren't you even going to say it's been so long? I see, that's right. It might be as you said. In response to Scorpio's words, Taurus unexpectedly admitted his mistake. On the contrary, Scorpio was perhaps a little satisfied with how he reacted, nodded, and said, Of course it is. It's been a while. Just one sentence. Taurus only murmured one sentence for everyone. Then, he immediately turned his back on her and began to walk away. When he did so, Scorpio almost fell over by accident. Then he got up again and shouted angrily. Hey you, is there still more? Is that all? Is that all from you? You told me, I didn't even say a while ago. So I responded to your demand. What's the problem? There's a serious problem with that, you antisocial idiot. And, I've been wanting to say this for a while, but what's the point of addressing Rufus-sama without honorifics? Are you really loyal to Rufus-sama? After being questioned by Scorpio, Taurus remained silent. However, Scorpio could sense that the eyes that lay deep behind the mask sharpened a little. For me, that person is my comrade in arms, my benefactor, and master worthy of all I have. Do you find that answer unsatisfactory? The intonation of his voice was no different than it had been before. However, one could definitely sense the seriousness of his response. So much so that even Scorpius was momentarily restrained by his conviction. In truth, no one questioned Taurus' loyalty at this point. Although Scorpio had questioned it a moment ago, she knew perfectly well how things were. That this man's loyalty was, without a doubt, absolute, and that he possessed a heart of steel that would allow him to fulfill the duties of that loyalty without fail, to such an extent that even she would be jealous. The duration of the relationship between Taurus and Rufus was the longest even among the 12 celestial stars, with the exception of Aries, since Taurus was the second magical beast to be domesticated by Rufus. Furthermore, unlike Aegokuros and Parthenos, when it was domesticated, Rufus at that time was not yet an absolute powerhouse as it is today. When Aegokuros met Rufus, he bowed down and swore loyalty to the power she possessed. In other words, the relationship was one of master and servant from the beginning. However, when Rufus met Taurus, she was not yet an incomparable monster. Therefore, their relationship was not that of master and servant, but rather that of comrades in arms striving for the same goal. As a result, Centurido Rufus had sent the 12 heavenly stars ahead of her to scatter the enemies. However, when it came to being behind her, it was always Taurus. Anyone, that's fine. If I remember correctly, 200 years ago, you couldn't do anything like destroy the goddess power, right? How did you do it? Nervous, Aries, noticing that Scorpio was moving directly to displeasure, changed the subject of conversation as quickly as possible. Taurus looked at the commendable sheep who was desperately trying to calm the situation and decided to follow Aries' question. Taurus didn't care in the slightest about Scorpio's displeasure and simply decided to face Aries. Even if you ask me how, I can't give you an explanation. Not even you could explain how your abilities work. I simply felt that this was what I wanted to do. I couldn't destroy that woman's power 200 years ago, and that's why things ended up the way they did. So, after deciding I didn't want things to end the same way, I honed my skills for 200 years. That's all. Do skills just evolve like that? I don't know. I'm unfamiliar with the theory behind such complicated things. For that sort of thing, wouldn't it be better if the person hiding there were aware of these matters? Hey, after Taurus said what he wanted, he clenched his fist again and made a cracking sound. Then he unleashed a single destructive burst of his ability, Aldebaran. The attack occurred in an empty space, but it created a destructive sound as if something was there. What broke was space-time. A continuous, empty space-time shattered, and from within, Dina fell to the ground. Wahia! I knew someone was there. I sensed 2 portions of the goddess power, so I thought it was strange, but it seems there's a very strange one among you. Taurus stood before the distracted Dina, who was suddenly pulled away. Then, with his iron will, he looked at the self-proclaimed strategist. Dina finally realized the circumstances and looked at Taurus, rigid. She quickly looked him in the eyes and tried to use her mind control ability. However, it had no effect whatsoever on Taurus. It was as if he were a golem or something. His will did not waver in the slightest. Even when the stupid dog went for his foot, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. It's useless. Deception doesn't work on me. There's only one person capable of moving me. Now, answer me. Who are you? Huh? Am I in trouble? A precarious situation like I've never encountered before? As she thought this, she began to sweat profusely. However, she couldn't change her smiling expression as she continued to gaze absently at Taurus. Chapter 114. After finishing the battle with Bennett Nash, I arrived in Turfing still disheartened. However, for some reason, there was no one there. Or rather, there were some demi-humans present, but the all-important 12 celestial stars in Leo were nowhere to be seen. Everywhere he looked, there were traces of destruction and battle. However, he couldn't find the individuals. She was convinced it wasn't wrong to say they were all there at some point. However, they must have changed battlefields mid-battle. I wanted to believe that, if it was them, they wouldn't lose against Leon. But, after all, he was the enemy. If possible, I would like to go and help them as soon as I can. While searching the destroyed place for something that might give him a clue as to where they were, he saw something written on the destroyed wall of the castle. Currently, everyone is fighting in the demi-human village. It was a concise message. Below it was a simple map to show his current location. Dina most likely did this. Good job. It doesn't seem that far, so I should be able to get there quickly. I opened my wings wide, checked the direction I was heading, and then crouched down a little. Then I jumped into the air with great speed and used that momentum to fly. I created a giant crater when I jumped. I feel sorry for anyone who lives nearby. When I get too serious about this body, the environment ends up falling apart. Please forgive me. The surroundings quickly passed behind me, and all sound disappeared. I wasn't actually going deaf, it's just that the speed of sound couldn't keep up with me. After flying a bit, I found what looked like a forest below. I descended quickly and landed again. In terms of the amount of time that had passed, well, it wouldn't even have been 5 seconds. The difference between the time I experienced and the time that passed in real life was quite significant. Therefore, sometimes I found it impossible to discern how much time had actually elapsed. Now that I think about it, when I first flew from Levitine to Maffel Tower, I realized it had taken a few minutes. However, in reality, it had probably only been a few seconds. When I arrived at the scene, for some reason, Dina was collapsed on the ground. In front of her stood a masked man. He's right. He's a Taurus. No, was he a Taurus? Which one was he? Unlike before, I can remember who he is just by looking at his face, even though I can't see the face behind the mask. Although, I don't know if I should be happy about this change or not. Parthenos told me he was sealing the Ouroboros in Helheim, Centuredo. It seems he's different. He's not the same reverent type as the others. But strangely enough, this seems appropriate to me, and I feel nostalgic. For now, if I were to divide them into groups, Scorpio and Aegokeros would fit into the fanatic group. Aries, Virgo, Parthenos, and Libra would fit into the normal group. Dina and Karkinos would fit into the weird group. And I guess Leo and this guy would be in the rebel group. However, this doesn't change the fact that it's a gathering of strange individuals. Rufus really did bring together many different kinds of people. Taurus, huh? It's been a while. Yes. It's been a long time. Besides, my name is Taurus. Oh, it seemed like Taurus was the one. It has a very confusing name. But I seem to recall that Parthenos also called him Taurus. It seems I wasn't alone. Other people didn't quite remember his name either. But how worrying the conversation doesn't continue. After Taurus responded to my words, we couldn't find another topic, and he's been silent all this time. Yes, how do I put it? It's similar, but it's definitely a new pattern that we haven't seen until now. Aries, Aegokeros, and the others showed some kind of reaction when we first met, regardless of whether that reaction was good or not. Even Libra was no exception to this, as there were at least no problems starting a small conversation with her. But Taurus showed no reaction, and the conversation ended after he simply said, "It really has been a while." In any case, the good thing about all this was that I didn't perceive any hostility towards me. I figure I should intervene quickly and help Dina. Oh well, don't intimidate her too much. She's a novice, but she's actually quite useful. Are you asking me what happened to the setting of the strategist from 200 years ago? Well, who cares now? After all, everyone already knows it's a white lie. Because of the mask, I couldn't read Taurus' facial expression as an awkward silence hung in the air. This guy is quite complicated, in a different way than Scorpio. Actually, persuasion is supposed to be my skill. If you're willing to go that far, I won't say I can't back down. Assuming you say so of your own free will, of course. What are you trying to say? Who knows? The truth is, I can't decide either. It feels Barado strange, but you were the one who predicted all this would happen. If that's the case, including this very situation, it could all be based on your true will. If so, I have nothing to say. This guy, did he see it all at once? The fact that I was someone else occupying Rufus? If those were the words of someone else that went against Rufus' will, he had no intention of listening. He also had a faint suspicion that the very act of entering Rufus' body was something the original Rufus had planned and predicted. And above all else, there was that battle against Bennett Nash. In other words, at that moment, I was trying to clear things up, whether or not I was included as part of Rufus' will. Well, never mind. It seems all these situations were part of the plan. So first you should fix everything here. He'll always be in Helheim. He'll be waiting for you. From what I could see, it seemed that he would let Dina go based on my words. As soon as Taurus moved away from her side, Dina quickly crawled up to me and hid behind my back. It's really rare for him to show such a strong aversion towards another person. Anyway, while I'm at it, I guess I'll check Taura's status just in case. 12 celestial stars, Taurus level 800 species, Minotaur attribute, Earth horsepower, 230,000 year, 2000 STR, strength attack power 50,000 DX, dexterity 36, 95 vitality 500 INT, intelligence 100 AGI, agility speed 100 MND, mental power 500 LUK, luck 10 equipment head. King Minas steel mask, no effect, 3 right arm. Heresy Slayer's axe doubles STR when receiving damage from the enemy. The defense will be calculated as 0 left arm. Body, Helheim coat continuous HP. Regeneration when you are in a location with mana footwear. Heavy boots, the enemy's self-hit rate is 100. Accuracy doubled when attacking others. Isn't he an idiot? I was about to say it out loud, but desperately held back my words. Taura stats were identified as completely distorted and specialized in attack and HP. In other words, they were the type that could withstand anything with their high HP and deliver a powerful blow. As long as his HP was high enough, under this world system, he could withstand any type of attack. In other words, whoever the enemy was, he could withstand at least 2 attacks. Or rather, to begin with, unless the opponent's condition was severely compromised, there wouldn't even be 99,999 damage. Therefore, although his defense was very weak, he could withstand many more blows than one would initially think. Well, it was okay. The problem was that his status had become even more distorted than he remembered. Since there was no equipment like that for magical beasts, its attack power was 25,000. However, because he was wearing strange equipment, his condition had become quite absurd. That's why I've been saying that magical beasts shouldn't use equipment. It would destroy the game's balance. Well, that's it, you know. With such a low number, most enemies will get hit by him and go flying before they can reduce his HP. But yes, perhaps that's the unfortunate characteristic of being a specialist. It's obvious how he compares himself to others. For example, if the enemy were Banette Nash, even if she were only at level 1000, she would be overwhelmed and forced to yield unilaterally without even being able to touch her. It was a shame. However, with such clumsy and slow attacks, even if he had tried hundreds of thousands of times, he wouldn't have been able to even scratch Banette Nash. Or rather, I think that in all likelihood, in a one-on-one battle between the 12 heavenly stars, I would end up in a rather low position. To begin with, before Libra could even attack, they would be soundly beaten. Therefore, someone like Libra would undoubtedly win, and it was doubtful they could defeat someone like Ares. With such a high HP, he would end up becoming an easy target for Ares. But all that would only be history if he acted alone. If he had to coordinate with another person, he would become impossible to manage. For example, if he attacked while Ares or Ego Kuros were blocking the enemy's movement, that alone would be a considerable feat. Furthermore, the day his ability's damage increased and exceeded the system's limit, he ended up displaying a truly insane damage figure. Even when it was a wild magical beast, it was already specialized in attack, and this was the result because after capturing it, I further strengthened nothing but its attack power because I thought it would be interesting that way. As could be seen, it possessed an astronomically high attack power, such that if only the heaviness of the blow was considered, it even surpassed that of Leon. Although it was bad for me to say it, his status was constructed in such a way that, in the first place, he only had coordination in mind. During the game, I would seal the enemy's movement and make them attack the enemy. Although his true strength lay not in attack power, but in a very deceptive inherent special ability he possessed. However, the explanation of that ability would be given sometime in the future. After saying goodbye to Taurus, watching his back disappear into the distance, I turned to look at Ares and the rest. And the first thing I noticed was Ares, whose appearance was in a very precarious state. His clothes were ripped here and there. Sincerito, now that I think about it, I haven't told him that Ares is a man. In any case, leaving it like that is pretty bad. Someone might misunderstand the situation, even knowing that Ares is a man. I snapped my fingers and used alchemy to repair Arya's clothes. Perhaps this time I should use durable materials and create equipment that is difficult to break. Ah, that reminds me, the highest quality fabric material is this type of wool. Anyway, Dina, how long do you plan to keep clinging to my back? But that person was terrifying. You know, what's wrong with them? How do you punch a hole in space-time? Unusually, Dina was crying and complaining even though she was really upset. It seems that this time the incident was a really bad situation. Until that moment, I had considered her a carefree person whom I couldn't figure out. However, it seemed that I actually had a natural enemy. Although she always seemed to be secretly plotting something bad, what happened this time should be good medicine for her. Well, first of all, I'd like to know the situation. Can someone explain what happened? Understood. So, first, it'll start from the moment we arrived in Turfing. When I asked for an explanation, it was Libra who quickly answered the question. According to their account, the battle against Leon began immediately after they arrived in Turfing. Furthermore, they managed to corner him once. However, after receiving the goddess' usual help, she regained her power. Having allowed such a radical change in the situation, they found themselves embroiled in a serious predicament. The goddess again, huh? She's a one-trick pony. Stories are often this week. Like when a character suddenly becomes stronger or awakens a latent ability that results in a superpower after getting angry. Or maybe it's because of their bond with friends, or the character might say, I'm going to protect everyone. And then, without any explanation, they can fight on equal terms or become even stronger against the enemy they were previously losing to. In the end, doesn't the protagonist win thanks to convenience and God's, the author's, corrections to move the story forward? For God, it's the easiest and simplest way to intervene. The main character is nothing more than a puppet for God, you know? Well, yes, I suppose it can be helped. If they don't do something like this, the bad guy will end up winning, so? Yes, I suppose so. I think the goddess is also doing many things to prevent a villain like Rufus Sama from winning. Dina, who had returned to her usual state after Taurus completely disappeared, responded to my sarcasm with even greater sarcasm. However, she was still clinging to my back even now and seemed not to have fully recovered from the shock she had received from Taurus. How outrageous to say that Rufus Sama is the bad guy. Rufus Sama is justice itself. The only law in this world. Exactly. The conversation is getting off topic. So please be quiet for now. After telling the two usual blind followers, Scorpius and Ego Karos, to be quiet for a moment, the two showed a face as if they had somehow received some kind of mental shock and collapsed on the spot. So dramatic. Sorry. The conversation went off topic. Please continue. In this case, should I say Scorpion Zama? For you don't have to say it. I reprimanded Libra, who was trying expressionlessly to deliver the final blow to Scorpio, and urged her to continue with the explanation. Seriously, why is it so easy to get distracted or not get anywhere? Scorpion Zama, I already said that's not necessary. Chapter 115, and that's all that's happened up to this point. I see. What I understood after listening to Libra's explanation was that I arrived completely late to the place. As soon as I defeated Bennett Nash and arrived here, both the battle and the matter with Sagittarius were settled. Consequently, I, who arrived so late by chance, only ended up looking like a fool. Well, yes, now I know why I'm late. The reason for my delay was because I was acting like a tourist and looking at the capital while betting on a fight between magical beasts. I didn't think the fight against Bennett Nash would last this long. From my point of view, I fought for quite a while. However, in reality, the time that elapsed wouldn't have been even a minute. My head was covered in cold sweat. Yet, outwardly, I tried to remain calm and composed. They've all been through a lot. They did well to subdue Leon. It wasn't anything special since it was an order from Rufus Sama. Seriously? What's the tank talking about that couldn't even successfully fulfill its shield function? To begin with, it was Ares who defeated Leo, and the rest of us really haven't done enough to seem boastful. Why? This time I contributed a little too, right? Karkinos responded to my praise. However, Libra, Scorpio, and Ego Karos retorted, Tsukami, mercilessly. Somehow, Karkinos has been unanimously designated as the person to go and make fun of. What a poor, pitiful soul. Well, I see. It was Ares who took down Leon, huh? You did well. While praising him, I patted him on the head. This made him blush as he said Wawa. Does he hate it? No, that doesn't seem to be the case. His face shows an expression that suggests he's happy, so perhaps he's just a little embarrassed. Yes, he's quite cute. Well, he's a male. By the way, where's Leon? Even though you said he can't fight anymore, we can't underestimate how tough he is. It's probably best to tie him up while he's unconscious. As for that, we no longer need to worry about it, Rufus-sama. I have been informed that Leos' HP had been reduced to 1 by Ares and then destroyed by Taurus' attack. Therefore, it was likely they had left him unconscious somewhere outside the forest. However, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go insane when he woke up. It was my idea to restrict Leon's actions before that happened. However, Scorpius responded to Rufus to reassure her. The poison from this woman still lingers, Barato. If you're referring to that traitor, he's probably dead by now, so there's no need to restrain him. Leon, I got nervous and jumped quickly, soon finding a giant wolf lying outside the forest. Leon's eyes were showing white, and he was foaming at the mouth while convulsing, clearly indicating his dangerous condition. Instead of simply stopping it, this is clearly an overreaction. Dine. Yes. Star of Asclepius. When I ordered Dina to stop where I was because she was still stuck to my back. Star of Asclepius was a resurrection skill belonging to the highest level water attribute divine magic. The effect of the ability was to fully restore the HP of all allies within the specified area around the user, while removing all status benefits, regardless of their effects. And it also came with the effect of resurrecting the dead. However, in X-Gate Online, resurrection abilities had a time limit. They had to be used on the dead within a specific time. Otherwise, they would be sent back to the city to respawn and suffer a death penalty. It goes without saying that, in this world, death was permanent, so there was no such thing as being sent back to the city only to reappear with a death penalty disadvantage. In fact, in the game, when the HP of magical beasts reached 0, they were simply withdrawn from battle. Therefore, it was impossible for them to die. However, it's most likely that they died, as is common in this world. As if to envelop Leo, a star-shaped formation rose up. Then, in the middle of the formation, a staff entwined by 5 snakes appeared. 3 subsequently. The staff converted the surrounding light into particles that were then absorbed by Leon's body. After a brief moment, although Leon's eyes still showed their whiteness, he began to breathe calmly. Yes, so close. Under normal circumstances, the time limit for using the resurrection ability had already expired. Therefore, it was perhaps fortunate that this world was different from the one in the game. Alternatively, Leon's vitality was simply overwhelmed. Barato, do you intend to let that traitor live? If you give me the order, I will immediately take care of him for you. Enough. Libra, who had caught up with us, turned one of his arms into a sword and uttered something obscure. When I stopped her, Libra began to murmur something as if she had come to a conclusion. Let him live on purpose and deal with the traitor with your own hands. Ah, I see, so that's how it is. I understand. In that case, ill-prepare devices you can use to restrain him. Why do you always think about such dark things? Rupa-sama, if it's harsh punishment, let this lady do it. It'll make sure the traitor regrets ever being born. Me too. Guys, the conversation is getting off topic, so you'd better be quiet. After making the stupid combined pair, the scorpion and the goat, shut up, I pointed my finger at Leo. Photon chain, 4 from the dozens of arcane magic circles that manifested behind me. A bunch of chains made of light extended and proceeded to entangle Leon. Dina looked at me with a surprised expression. However, it was understandable. After all, what I had just used was arcane magic, not divine magic. It was a power that I, as a flugel, should not have been able to use. During the battle against Bennett Nash, I definitely used arcane magic. Furthermore, I still had the feeling I was using it. Although my level limit had almost returned to 1,000 as before, my level at that precise moment was still at 1,300 and had not yet fully returned to normal. Eventually, it would drop back down to 1,000. However, at that time, I still had levels left in the mage class. As such, I decided to try a few things, but I was actually able to use arcane magic easily, without any problems. Rupa-sama, did you just use arcane magic? Yes. Benet hit me really hard on the head, you know? And apparently, thanks to that, I was able to open my eyes quite wide while I was sleeping. In fact, besides arcane magic, there was something else I had a feeling I could remember. However, it would probably be fine if I tried it next time. After all, it was quite a powerful ability, and besides, if he did that, the 12 heavenly stars would also automatically light up at the same time. Although, as expected, it probably wouldn't be able to replicate the overwhelming effects that were achieved during the fight against Benet Nash. The name of the ability, I guess I'll call it the one who left first, Alcade. 5 Leo shouldn't mind. In any case, I think I'll talk to Sagittarius first. I returned to where Sagittarius was, leaving Leo behind, outside the forest. I had already heard the reason why Sagittarius cooperated with Leo, and I really didn't see any reason to punish him for it. Therefore, the topic of conversation would be about the future that is yet to come. And in particular, this conversation would not only affect Sagittarius and the Centaurs, but also all demi-humans. Sagittarius. Here, first of all, they'll consider this whole incident absolved. Hold your head high. Seeing the pitiful Sagittarius lower his head, I ordered him to raise it. From the beginning, I had no intention of punishing Sagittarius. After all, the underlying cause of this situation was me, the one who initially recruited a clearly dangerous individual into the 12 celestial stars and then disappeared for 200 years without implementing any safety measures. Because I was in this body, I knew that when I first tamed Leon, I wasn't thinking about anything in particular. Just because I felt like it. I simply thought it would be fun to have the strongest magical beast as a pet, and it would be a waste to erase something that had so much power. So, on a whim, I decided to add him as an ally. What on earth was my old self thinking? Instead, let's think in perspective. This won't just involve centaurs. It will also involve other demi-humans. They would do well to listen as well. Those to whom I directed my line of sight, as I said, there were the bound demi-humans who were rolling on the ground. A spider-bug, a newt, a dryad, and a lamia. Apparently, these 4 constituted the officers of the demi-human alliance. Their levels were approximately 150. Today, that would be considered quite strong. After all, whether it was the 7 luminaries or Virgo, surprisingly few individuals managed to surpass level 300. At first glance, the demi-humans showed no intention of becoming violent. In fact, they were in a very good mood at that moment. They probably had good character despite the great difference in abilities, since one could feel the fear in the way they looked at the 12 heavenly stars and me. It couldn't be avoided. After all, they had just witnessed with their own eyes the battle between Leo and the 12 heavenly stars. So it wouldn't be illogical for them to lose the will to keep fighting. They'll get straight to the point. As things stand, they will be subjected to concentrated bombardments from the major kingdoms and may even see their villages reduced to ashes. After hearing what I just said, Say and Virgo looked surprised. On the other hand, Gantz and the elf and Asan, who had probably already predicted what would happen, wore rigid and somber expressions. Meanwhile, the demi-humans, who should have been fully prepared at the start of the challenge, showed no surprise whatsoever. However, their faces reflected despair. Their leader, Leon, was defeated. However, this did not change the fact that they had damaged Draupnir's guardian dragon. In fact, now that they no longer had significant support in the form of Leon, it would be much easier for the humanoids to invade their territory and harm them. In terms of disputes between kingdoms, Ares and Scorpius had fared much worse than the demi-humans. However, we were much harder to catch, as we were constantly on the move. Furthermore, the leaders of each kingdom were Migres, Merak, and Mizar. They were fully aware of the power of the 12 celestial stars and of my own. Therefore, no one was foolish enough to sacrifice their troops without reason in a fight against the ever-moving hordes of those monsters. On the other hand, they would not know the situation in which the demi-humans found themselves, and it would not be strange for them to see the latter as the enemy and send an army during the current situation. If that were to happen, it would turn into a war between the alliance of humanoids and demi-humans. However, there was no chance of victory for the demi-humans. The Wisdom King of Svalin, Midgard, along with Levia. The mobile fortress capital, Blutgang, along with the mass-produced Libra models and their army of golems. Also, the Merak of Jarlarhorn. Furthermore, the Guardian Dragon of Dropner would likely fully recover in the near future and burn with vengeance. If any of them were to emerge, the demi-humans would be cornered. Even their success in defeating the Guardian Dragon was due to Scorpius weakening it beforehand. If they fought it head-on, even if fortune favored the demi-human alliance, the most they could achieve would be mutual destruction. With Leon there, even if those individuals became enemies, it would have been possible to counterattack and do so quite effectively. However, since Leon himself had been constantly picking fights with Banette Nash, the end result would not have been any different. Banette Nash could contain Leon on her own, and the rest would annihilate the remaining demi-humans. The war would simply end that way. Or rather, if it were Banette Nash, he would only have to use an arcane area of effect spell, and he would be able to wipe out all the demi-humans along with all the villages. Yes, she's in a completely different dimension when it comes to battle. Although, if we go back to the beginning, the one who planted the seed of it all was none other than me. After all, Leon's actions were a given. Even the fact that the demi-humans were able to attack the Guardian Dragon was because Scorpius had gone ahead to weaken him, and that Scorpio was my subordinate. Therefore, the ultimate responsibility for the mismanagement of subordinates fell on me. Therefore, I couldn't completely abandon them to their own deaths. So I decided to at least explain the options they had. I had a duty to do so. However, once I told them the options they had, it would be entirely up to them what they decided to do. With that in mind, I have a suggestion. Why don't you all hide in Maffel Tower until things calm down? I want to tell you to become my subordinates. After all, it's just an unused tower. As long as you don't steal anything, it's not impossible for me to provide it as housing. And since it's unnecessarily tall, even if you all live there, there won't be any problem with running out of space. Ultimately, the only buildings capable of hiding them all would be Blutgang or the Maffel Tower. After so long, I finally understood why the Maffel Tower was so tall. Part of the reason must have been my own preference, but mostly it was because I needed the space to accommodate the ever-increasing number of subordinates I had. I tamed countless magical beasts, created countless golems, and accepted many types of subordinates. As a result, he needed a facility that could accommodate a large number of people. So the Maffel Tower was created with a ridiculous height to meet that demand. There is no doubt that the result of all that was that tower that rose up to the sky. In other words, after taking all of that into consideration, it wasn't impossible to welcome the demi-humans. Although I told them not to steal anything, in practice, it was almost impossible for them to do so. This was because all the important weapons and equipment were stored on the top floor of the tower. Furthermore, as I said before, only individuals who could fly as high as I could reach and enter the top floor. 6A, are you saying we should abandon this town behind? Although the Lamia questioned me with a distressed expression, she seemed to realize and understand that it was the only viable option they could choose. For her, this town must have been like her hometown. It was understandable that he hesitated to leave his hometown. However, if he didn't, he would suffer the same fate as the villages. However, I wasn't a demon. I had already thought about how to deal with it. You don't have to worry. I have a solution. A way to avoid it. Yes, they'll leave it in your hands, Dina. Yeah, I knew it. I would have Dina move the entire town using X-Gate. That was my solution to solve the problem. I would leave it up to Dina to decide where she wanted to send the village. But fortunately, there were many lands in this world where the eyes of humanoids could not reach. To begin with, most of the land was under the control of the demonic race. Unfortunately, the elf and San and the beast cat immediately voiced their objections at the same time. In response, I looked in their direction without feeling particularly aware of what they had just said. To put it bluntly, it was a turn of events that I had already predicted would happen. Well, I wonder what I should say to appease them. After all, I'm not very good at puns. Author's note: Chain of Photons Arcane Magic of the Sun attribute. Restricts the movement of a selected enemy for a certain time and increases their hit chance to 100. Although it appears to have a trap-level effect, many boss monsters come with a way to deal with such effects and effectively nullify the ability most of the time. 7. To put it bluntly, this is arcane magic designed for use against weaker monsters. It was a very useful skill when the player was trying to capture a monster. However, even this arcane magic, whose effect was negated regardless of the difference in game stats, became a competition between Rufus' magical ability and the opponent's physical strength in this world. This meant that even when the opponent was a raid boss, she could restrain the target by force. What is this? Isn't it unfair? Not only that, but instead of being limited to a set time period like in the game, in this world, the ability's effect would continue indefinitely until Rufus undid it or the opponent destroyed it. What is this? Isn't it unfair? Star of Asclepius, divine magic of the highest level water attribute. The effect of the ability was to fully restore the HP of all allies within the specified area around the user while removing all status benefits, regardless of their effects, and it also came with the effect of resurrecting the dead. Since all status buffs are removed regardless of their effects, even positive buffs for the selected target, such as Brave or Enhance, are eliminated. Although it was a somewhat complex skill to use, it was quite powerful and could instantly restore the battle status. In fact, in the game, it was a skill that took quite a while to cast and take effect. Furthermore, its cooldown was absurdly long after being cast. Therefore, when using it, the user was completely vulnerable to attack, or at least they were supposed to be. However, Dina activated it instantly. What is this? Isn't that unfair? Chapter 116, please. We beg you to wait. Rufus Dano. Does your lordship suggest that you will give these people refuge? Absolutely not. That must not happen. We beg that these people's sentences be handed down to Dropner. After hearing the elf in Isan and the beast cat raise their voices at the same time, I turned to look at them. What were their names? I think I heard them said, but I've forgotten them. That's right, if I remember correctly, their names are Cruz and Kainiko. I just confirmed it. Observing eyes could see it if there was an assigned name. Therefore, it was actually quite a convenient skill. Although, in the case where the individual had more than 2 names and I was aware of all of them, the one I recognized him by would be the one that would be shown. Therefore, what would be shown was not necessarily perfect. For example, Dina fit into this category. Although her name was Dina, she was also known as Venus. However, even if I used observation eyes on it, the only name that would be displayed would be Dina. That was probably the case because I had previously recognized that her name was Dina. Anyway, none of that is relevant at this time. Leave everything to Dropner. You mean you want him to let you deal with all these people who lost the will to fight without a second opinion? How cruel. You wouldn't settle for anything less than eliminating them? I'm not just arguing for what I want. Since they were the ones who organized the attack in the first place, we need proof that they were, in fact, subdued. After the attack, if we didn't retaliate, the kingdom of Dropner would be held in contempt. Even assuming we let them go or they escaped, things wouldn't end there. An army would undoubtedly be sent to hunt down the demi-humans. I looked at the beast cat, directly into its circular eyes as it gazed upwards. I felt that what I had said made some sense. But beyond that, I want to scratch his chin. No, well, I understand they're trying to have serious conversation, but look at it. It's a cat standing up and walking on 2 legs. I think you'll understand if you love cats, but you know what? My hand is tingling. I really want to pet his fur. I understand what you're trying to say. So, what you're saying is that you're not actually trying to take the law into your own hands. That's exactly right. And what about the others? Is there anyone who truly wants to kill the demi-humans? I turned to young Sei and the others and asked them that question. However, no one answered affirmatively. The only exception to this was Scorpio, who stood up in response, but wasn't asking him. Sit down again. Why are you so ruthless? In that case, you just need the fact that these people were Barado in a terrible attack, right? Huh? Well, I guess. Then there's no problem. I've thought it through. Dina, what Kainiko said made sense. Given that they had suffered an event that amounted to little bravado than a declaration of war. Inaction would damage the kingdom's prestige. Furthermore, its citizens would be unable to live in peace. After all, to put things in earthly terms, it was no different than a warship being attacked with something like a missile, which was essentially no different from a declaration of war, but the country decided to do nothing about it and pardon the offender. Although, if it were Japan, unfortunately they could do exactly that and let everything get out of control. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The problem is that it won't stop at Draupner alone. By now, the other kingdoms would probably be preparing for war as well. The most terrifying is Mjolnir. There's a possibility they'll invade now that they've discovered Leon is out of commission. So I guess the easiest way is to make all the demi-humans dead. Therefore, I decided to order Dina to first teleport away from all the villages. Understood. Excalta? Dina opened her arms and teleported the entire force somewhere. The reason I didn't specify the destination was simple. Dina knew more about the geography of this world than I did. I only knew the places we had visited so far. However, Dina knew many other places. Therefore, leaving it to their discretion was less likely to result in the villages being sent to some strange place. After the forest was swallowed by a rift in space-time, the demi-humans who could not comprehend what was happening were left behind. After all, from their point of view, they must have been fed up and tired of everything after suddenly finding themselves caught in a monster war and the disappearance of the forest despite having been living as usual. Next, the 4 demi-humans and Sagittarius. I'm sorry, but go and explain what's happening to the rest of the demi-humans. I snapped my fingers and undid the bonds of the demi-humans. I heard Jean say to evacuate, but there really wasn't any problem in freeing their restraints. Although it sounded bad, even if they decided to do something, they weren't in a position to harm us. Even if they decided to attack people like Virgo or Say, who were the weakest members among us, I could intervene before anything happened. If they wanted to be able to surpass me in speed, they would at least need to have the ability to operate in the world of milliseconds. As long as they lived in a world where time flowed normally, whatever they decided to do, it was impossible for them to take the initiative away from those like me, Bennett Nash, or the Demon King, who live in a world where our perception of time was a few stages beyond theirs. That said, it was all unjustified anxiety. Under the current circumstances, the demi-humans had already felt that it was the only option they could choose and decided to begin explaining the situation to others. From time to time I heard, "Don't try to challenge me. You saw those monsters fighting, didn't you? And if you don't want to die, keep quiet," as I sensed their fear shifting toward us. I guess it must have been a huge shock for them to witness the monster battle between the 12 heavenly stars. In the end, the demi-humans must have accepted the situation as they began to slowly move away from the place, only to leave the desert behind with no one left. Now, once I add my finishing touches, we'll be able to create a situation where it's persuasive to say that the demi-humans were defeated. Okay, now, boys, take a step back. After getting everyone to stand behind me, I slowly raised one of my arms in the air. When I did it, the mana accumulated in my palm and gave rise to a giant fireball. At first glance, it might seem like a fire tribute spell. However, my elemental affinity was sun attribute. As such, it was a fire but not a fire. It was the power of the sun. As the brilliant white fireball accelerated, it increased in size and dispersed an extraordinary amount of hot, violent wind. Had the ability been left untouched, even before being fired, the mere collateral damage from the hot wind would have been enough to annihilate all the demi-humans 1,000 times over, with plenty of charge still remaining. However, I was able to prevent any collateral damage by encapsulating the fireball with a barrier at the same time as I activated the arcane magic. Solar Eruption 2 Solar Flare, a high-level solar attribute arcane magic, also known as Solar Surface Blast. 3, of course, wasn't authentic. It was said that a true solar flare would stretch for tens of thousands of kilometers, and its destructive power would surpass that of 100 million hydrogen bombs. But unfortunately, In the end, it was nothing more than an imitation created by mana. Sadly, the imitation could not reach such magnitude. So, the ability only has a width of a few hundred meters, and I estimate that its destructive power would probably only be equivalent to that of a few dozen to a few hundred hydrogen bombs. My perception is also reaching a rather dangerous point. Huh? Just then, I felt my stomach drop after thinking about the way I was thinking about things. Thinking of the destructive power of a few hundred hydrogen bombs as just the same has led me to a rather dangerous point. Honestly, I can already see my common sense starting to crumble. Before activating the ability, just as a precaution, I activated a divine magic barrier and enveloped everyone present within it. Furthermore, I poured divine power around the target area that would soon burn and let the power spin rapidly. It was one of the high-level sun attribute divine magic spells, Heliosphere. For it was a technique that created an absolute field against arcane magic by rapidly spinning divine power and creating a layer, thus preventing any form of mana from passing through it. If I were still in the game, I could have used the ability without a second thought. Unfortunately, if I had used a solar flare without any preparation in this world, no matter how much I held back considering my surroundings, the collateral damage would be no laughing matter. After finishing my preparations, I moved my wrist slightly. In unison with my movement, the fireball above me shot out, landing where the demi-human villages used to be. Immediately afterwards, a gigantique explosion. The first thing that happened was a flash. There was a light that literally blinded and burned the entire field of vision, painting the surroundings white. Normally, anyone who saw this would undoubtedly go blind. However, since the ability I used earlier had a debuff immunity effect, the amount of light reaching people's eyes was no different than accidentally looking directly at the sun. Therefore, as long as they closed their eyes reflexively, there wouldn't be a problem. For reference, I didn't even close my eyes. Isn't this form a cheat? I'm surprised that even my eye's resilience is disproportionate. Then the explosion occurred, creating a mushroom-shaped cloud. Even though I was the one who launched it, this is pretty funny. That someone can display nuclear-level power. What in the world is this? But can you believe it? Even this is nothing Barado than a simple Barado flare compared to the destructive power of the maiden who shoots the silver arrow. I mean, her arrow, it really destroys planets. I don't even want to think about how many times Barado powerful it is than nuclear warheads. 6. In a way, I can understand why people in the past feared me and wanted to get rid of me. It seems quite natural to me. Yes, this is quite scary. Perhaps the day the Demon King and I unleash arcane magic on each other. It will only turn all of Midgard into a ravaged wasteland. When I turned around to look back, there were 3 types of responses. Each of the 12 celestial stars looked at me with an expression that said, as expected, with the exception of Virgo, who looked as if her soul had escaped from her body. Similarly, the heroes group had the same reaction as Virgo, and the whites of their eyes became noticeable. Oh, now that I look at it, only the tiger ran away. Hey, Sergeant, were we trying to fight this? Yes, that's right. Following Leon Sama would probably have meant something like that. However you look at it, we probably would have died just from the shockwave. We were too reckless. I don't want to see any more fights. The 4 commissioned officers murmured something to each other under their breath and displayed an expression as if they had no choice but to laugh. Finally, the explosion subsided, leaving behind a giant crater and a scorched field. Well, although I said a burned field, since to begin with it was just a barren wasteland, only things like rocks and other things remain. In any case, this perfected a place that would serve as the basis for the excuse. Looking at the place, anyone would think that he had burned the demi-humans along with their villages. In all likelihood, that explosion a moment ago would have been seen by the other kingdoms anyway. All that was left was for the demi-humans to relocate, and it would all be over. Well, they were calling you Kaneko, right? It's not that I don't understand how you feel, but this time, why don't you let the demi-humans go as a favor? I hope you can tell your kingdom that the demi-humans were wiped out in that attack. Yes, I'd be happy to. What's up? You're suddenly being quite cooperative? Yes. I'd be happy to. Never mind. So I'll leave it to you? The elf over there too, okay? Yes. I'd be happy to. Yesu, mamu. 7 TLN. Yes, mamu. I was thinking there would still be some objection from Kainiko and Cruz, but contrary to my predictions, they became quite docile and cooperative. But seriously, are these two okay? Their faces are pale and their feet are shaking violently. I mean, even if they're not that terrified, it's not like I'm going to attack them or anything. In any case, I quite like felines, so I think I want to get along with them. While I was thinking that, I looked towards Kainiko, but she suddenly shouted high in a voice that sounded as if she was on the verge of tears. This is quite a shock. Next up is the matter of demi-humans. Rufus-sama, please allow me to assume that role. The next role was something important. Their mission was to lead the demi-humans to Maffel Tower. However, if the humanoids were to accidentally spot them, all the preparations made up to that point would be useless. Therefore, I initially thought I should assign this role to Libra, who was the most sensitive to the environment and could determine the best possible course of action in this situation. However, Sagittarius volunteered as a tribute. Are you going to? I see. Master, the most suitable person in this situation is, without a doubt, Sagittarius. Really? Well, if you say so, there shouldn't be any mistake. Sagittarius, huh? Well, I suppose he seems to have pretty good eyesight, so I think he'd be a good match after Libra in terms of suitability. But if we compare it to Libra, there seem to be some worrying aspects. My worries must have been reflected on my face. For some reason, Sagittarius pulled out his bow and arrow as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Please observe, Rufus-sama. My arrow can also be used in this way. Everyone, hold hands. Whoever is in front, hold on to me. What exactly are you trying to do? The demi-humans obeyed Sagittarius' order and held hands. Then, the demi-human at the head of the line grabbed Sagittarius. They seemed to be trying to do something quite strange. However, I didn't understand the meaning of it all. Are they thinking that everyone should line up and head to the tower together in a friendly and orderly manner? However you think about it, that's very obvious. Then we're leaving now. Alnisal, Sagittarius shot his arrow and, for some reason, caught the arrow right after it was released. What exactly was I thinking? However, I immediately understood the reason for his actions. Sagittarius, who grabbed the arrow, disappeared from the place, and all the demi-humans who were in contact with him disappeared together. Are you surprised, teacher? Yes. Right then, what did he just do? That was his ability Alnisal, which boasts absolute accuracy. As soon as he fires the arrow, he teleports to the enemy and directly in front of them. Of course, even a master must know this, but he acquired the ability to teleport himself along with the fired arrow, catching it. That ability also helped us. Instead of an absolute strike ability, wouldn't it become an absolute evasion ability? I suppose it can be used both ways. I was impressed by the way Sagittarius used this skill as Libra explained it to me. By holding the arrow with absolute precision that transcended the concept of space-time, Sagittarius was able to use it as a teleportation ability for absolute evasion and to move objects. What is this? Isn't it unfair? I mean, in other words, as long as he wanted, he could go anywhere he wanted. Such cheating ability actually existed. Chapter 117. A line of sight looked down from the distant sky. She sighed melancholically as she watched the battle unfold in her small garden. It simply wasn't going well. A mistake from the distant past hadn't been rectified and was now resurfacing across generations, disrupting the world's balance. And that creature was Rufus Maffel. The second mistake was her return after having been successfully eliminated. She wanted to seal away Rufus' consciousness and ego, transforming him into an existence that moved at her whim and maintained the world's balance. After all, it was predictable that even if Rufus were left alone, she would have revived on her own. Furthermore, no pawn could stop her. In that case, he could have revived her and transported her as needed, but it seemed to have been a bad decision. After all, a mistake is still a mistake. It wasn't something that could be fixed with a superficial solution. She had hoped Rufus would eliminate the Demon King, who had recently stopped obeying her orders and intended to turn her into the evil of the world. However, by the time she realized it, Rufus had already become the evil to her. How ironic. What went wrong? Was the timing of Rufus' resurgence incorrect? Was the temporary personality given to him wrong? Or, whatever it was, he had to admit it. He had made a mistake. Rufus Maffel was now looking for his own way out of the original plans. Once the script had gone awry, the more they tried to fix it, the stranger it became. And Rufus Maffal's presence would only exacerbate the problems. This was unacceptable. People could not find happiness this way. For people to be happy, a certain degree of misfortune was necessary. The greater the fall, the greater the happiness they would feel in the end. However, Rufus was a creature that completely destroyed misfortune itself. In a world where there was only happiness, people wouldn't feel happy. They couldn't be happy. Therefore, yes, a certain amount of despair and misfortune was necessary for her beloved children, as long as it was not overwhelmingly destructive. So he decided to move his strongest piece in the current situation. It was a tough deal, but it couldn't be avoided. He would eliminate Rufus with an endless army. There was no other way. After sending the centaurs and the other demi-humans back to the tower, Sagittarius returned safe and sound. Only Spider-Man remained, as he likely had something to say to young Say. It seemed most of the problems had been solved, but one thing still needed to be done. I left Ares and the others behind and headed towards Leo, who was still lying on the ground. The giant lion glared at me with murderous intent, but in his exhausted state, he couldn't break the chains that bound him and could only struggle in vain. I guess it'll just say, it's been a while, Leon. Rufus. Leon's eyes held nothing but hatred for me. In a way, it was quite novel, yet natural, since I'd only encountered kind people up until now. I found it rather amusing. I smiled at Leon, who was staring at me with despair and anger, and decided to check his state by activating the Observer Eye. The Lion King, Lion Level, 1000 Breed, Nemean Lion Attribute, Sun Horsepower, 1,500,000 SP, 8,250 10,000 STR, Strength, DX Dexterity, VT Vitality, INT Intelligence, AGI Agility, MND Mind. Well, it was as expected. Since he hadn't returned, his status wasn't displayed, except for his HP, and level. His name was Lion King instead of Lion, 12 stars, so he was still in rebellion mode. However, his HP, well, you could say it was a pretty respectable amount. Besides, Head had the goddess modification added, so he knew Head be dangerously strong even without a fight. Ares and the others were right to win the fight. If I had fought him normally, it would have been quite difficult. One of his characteristics was that he didn't possess outstanding abilities like the other 12 stars, but on the other hand, it could be argued that he didn't need such petty tricks. His strength lay in dominating the enemy with his status. He could crush an opponent head-on without any insignificant tricks. No matter how good the skills or how much magic one could use, it was all useless if the power difference was too great. A level 100 character could give it their all to perform a powerful attack, but a high-level character could easily overpower them with a normal attack. That's how role-playing games were. Well, there were also those who limited their playthroughs to low levels or achieved incredible feats like subduing the Demon King at only low levels. Therefore, I can't say it was always like that. Since he couldn't see his condition, he couldn't be sure, but yes, his overall combat power was evidently greater than Bennett Nash's in his base state. We finally met. I haven't forgotten you once in the last 200 years. Every night, I remembered the humiliation I felt that day. I'm going to destroy you. Now break this chain. Fight me. As I listened to his words, I pondered the best way to deal with this. The best solution. Well, it would be to fight him as he said. I should defeat him here to establish Barato and assertively bring him back under my authority. This would weaken the fool to level 800. Yes, this was the best solution. The answer was simple, without having to worry about it. However, the Rufus within me had a different answer, and I ultimately arrived at the same conclusion. And that was, I refuse. The battle is over. Ares and the others won. That's all there is to it. If I act indifferently now, it'll ruin their victory. Yes, the battle was between Leo, Ares, and the others. It was already over. I approached casually after the fight ended. I had no interest in restarting a fight that was already over. Besides, it would be disrespectful to Ares and the others, who had worked so hard to achieve this victory after overcoming the enormous difference in status. Ares and the others had won with great effort. If I nullified their victory to restart the fight and defeat Leon, it would be like saying only I could beat him. It would be inappropriate from any point of view. Besides, Ares and the others were my subordinates, so their victory would also be mine. I wanted to be proud of that right now. I wouldn't drag him through the mud. Don't joke around. Are you leaving everything to your subordinates and just standing by as a spectator? Me? Am I not worthy to fight you? I heard that you trusted in the power of the goddess. TSK. My statement silenced Leon, who was causing a scene. He was cornered by people weaker than him, but he still lost after borrowing the goddess power. It was a great humiliation for him, something he would rather forget. But I wouldn't let him forget it. If they left him alone like that, he would surely be manipulated by the goddess again. I'm not saying it's wrong to ask for power. It's fine to use all you can. In that sense, the goddess power was no exception. However, you became unpleasant after being consumed by it. If you had been able to use the power and take ownership of it, I might even have praised you for a job well done. After all, I was someone who suddenly gained the unparalleled power of a video game character. In that sense, I was just like him. Since that's how I obtained my power, I wouldn't criticize his method. That would only be a giant boomerang that would come back to hit me. However, as long as I was under her control, you wouldn't be the one fighting the battle. Even if I fought you now, it would truly be a fight between the goddess and me. You would only be a chess piece moved by the goddess, an object she used. That's precisely why Banette Nash looked so dazzling when she flatly rejected the goddess. She acted according to her own will, pushing her away as if she were an obstacle. Because of her behavior, Rufus recognized her as a rival. I will answer your previous question. The moment I said those words, I no longer recognized who was speaking. I understood that I was speaking of my own free will, but at the same time, I felt as if someone else were speaking through my mouth, with the same words and the same intentions. For the first time, I felt that Rufus and I had completely merged. The you of today is not worthy to fight against me. After saying that, I turned my back on Leon. Perhaps I overreacted a bit, but if I hadn't, he could easily have invoked the goddess power. Leon was naive, but that naivete could still be used as a weapon sometimes. This statement showed him that if he used the goddess power, he would not be worthy to fight me. In that case, he would no longer use it. Since his ultimate goal was me, he would not choose a path that would take him further away from his objective. In a way, he was easy to understand and quite endearing. If I had to compare him to something, it would be the cuteness of a cat or a silly dog. It's true that Leon was slightly annoying, but for me, it wasn't a big deal. I was wondering what I could compare it to. If I had to make a forced comparison, yes, it would be a cat. A cat might jump on a personal computer because it wants attention. Then it would stomp on the keyboard, possibly pressing a button that would shut down the whole system. There was nothing to be done, so the owner played with it, but it soon lost interest and walked away after scratching the owner's hand. It would be annoying and selfish, so much so that the owner might think it was a little devil. But even then, the owner would find it adorable and forgive it anyway. To me, Leon was something like that. At least he wasn't trash like the Dragon King I fought once. Although he was self-indulgent and arrogant, he was simply like a wild lion killing and devouring a zebra. He was nothing more than that. Huh? Who was that Dragon King? The location was a forest. The Manus radiance illuminated the trees. Instead of motionless plants, divine life forms, created by divine power, the spirits flew innocently among the trees. Among these spirits were those who awakened their own identity and became completely independent of the plants. They were called fairies. Sometimes, they were venerated as deities by humanoids and other creatures. In addition, there were also humanoids influenced by fairies. These belonged to the fairy race, elves. Therefore, they had a high compatibility with divine power, despite being mutated by mana. A young man was walking alone through the forest. This man in pure white armor possessed an authority and power surpassed only by the Demon King among the demon race. He was Terra, known as the Demon King's son. He walked majestically into the depths of the forest. Spirits and fairies watched him with great interest, sometimes even fluttering mischievously around him. Terra smiled at them without raising his hand to shoo them away. The appearance of spirits and fairies could vary greatly, but they were generally adorable boys and girls, roughly 20% larger than humans. However, this wasn't always the case. Some powerful fairies were indistinguishable from humans. There was even a man who looked like a pirate and had an exceptionally strong physique. Finally, Centurado, an armored heroic spirit, Einherjar, had taken on a temporary body to serve at his side. He is a very unusual guest, but I cannot welcome him. Princess Pollux, the fairy queen, sat deep within her home, Alfheimer. As the queen of the life forms created by divine power, she was the polar opposite of the Demon King. If the Demon King and the demons symbolized darkness in Midgard, Pollux and the fairies symbolized light. Although it was impossible for the two to mix, they never clashed, maintaining a passive opposition for many years. It was as if they were in secret contact to maintain the balance between light and darkness, preventing either from destroying the world. Greetings, great elder of light. My name is Terra. First of all, I beg you to excuse my sudden and discourteous visit. If I remember correctly, you're that one, aren't you? The Demon King's son. I heard ORM had a son, but I just pictured him as a miniature. You seem quite polite. Pollux watched the Terra. There was no hostility. His sword was sheathed, and respect shone in his eyes. However, he was a demon, so, unfortunately, he wasn't someone to be trusted. And why have you come? If it's not important, please go home. I want you to give me detailed information about Avatar and, if possible, teach me how to make one. Upon hearing Terra's words, Pollux narrowed his eyes coldly. Avatar. You could say it's the birth of a spirit or fairy. After all, they were essentially temporary bodies, avatars, of plants. Although there was a difference between divine and arcane power, they were still similar to demons created from mana. In an extreme sense, spirits and fairies were divine magic used by plants. These plants could not move on their own, so they generally evolved in two ways. One was through mutation. They could mutate into monsters, including the semi-human beings known as dryads. The other was through the creation of an avatar, giving rise to spirits and fairies. However, it was said that the essential method for creating an avatar was known only to 3 people in this world: the goddess, the Demon King, and the fairy princess. Plants require Pollux's permission to create avatars. They could not be created without his help. The question remained, how did his all-important self come into being? But no one could answer it. This was because, even if someone were to travel back to the time before the creation of humanoids, Pollux already existed then. What would you do after knowing that? I want to free someone from the fate of the demon race. Their friend sacrificed himself for it. We are not puppets of the goddess. We want to take control of our lives. I see. For a moment, gentleness flickered in Pollux's eyes as he gazed at Terra. At the same time, his eyes held a touch of pity, as if he were beholding something pitiful. But that lasted only an instant. The next, he turned as cold as ice. I'm sorry, but it's a secret. I can't show it to you, no matter how right you are. I know, but I can't give up, whatever the reasons. I swore to my late friend that I definitely would. So what would you do? What I need to do to be recognized? Good. The fairy princess gestured with her hand. At the same time, more than 100 heroic spirits appeared and stood before Terra. They were all over level 700. Of course, there were also level 1,000 characters among them. Dance, my beloved children. The return of the heroic spirits, Argonauts. Guardians of the sanctuary from generations past appeared. Whenever Midgard was plunged into darkness, heroes descended to disperse the dark clouds. The first flugels, from a time before the consumption of the forbidden fruit, descended like an army of angels. There was Air, the Valkyrie who blessed the poor with her bounty. Brunhild, who led the noble warriors before the goddess, was also present. The great figures of history were revived one after another, creating a ridiculous difference in combat power compared to Terra. If you win, I can give you a hint. But, honestly, I don't feel like showing you anything. As she said this, the fairy princess displayed an icy expression that was full of mockery. Chapter 118 Pollux' divine ability, Argonauts, summoned the spirits of fallen heroes of the past and granted them physical bodies to materialize. Their races didn't matter. He could even revive magical beasts, provided he recognized them as heroes and they shared his will. There were humans, vampires, flugels, elves, dwarves, floriensis, and beastmen. There were also bugmen, tritons, plantmen, snakemen, and even the extinct giants and dragonmen. All raised their weapons to protect her. There was no limit to the number of people he could summon, and they lasted as long as Pollux' HP wasn't depleted. Furthermore, Pollux possessed another special ability. He could draw an unlimited amount of arcane and divine power from the very heart of Midgard through his true, dormant form. And this was proof that the true form created by his avatar possessed unlimited power. But what exactly was his true form? Only a few people could arrive at the answer. Please hurt him a little so he never wants to come back here again. At Pollux' command, all the heroes launched their attack at once. Terra drew his sword and attacked one of the leading heroes. However, the giant at the front easily parried Terra's attack with his great sword and pushed him back. Then, two flugel knights attacked from the sky, leaving two superficial wounds on Terra's shoulders, who barely managed to evade the attacks. EW? Heh, you have good reaction speed. Pollux praised him as if impressed by how quickly Terra had avoided a fatal wound. However, there wasn't the slightest hint of suspicion against Terra in her voice. It was simply the praise of someone who was absolutely certain of her victory as she watched her opponent's desperate efforts. Of course, it was impossible for her to lose. She would win even if she took a nap. It was like a game of chess where the opponent only had one king, while she had so many queens and knights that she broke the rules. If the king was completely surrounded by his queens and knights, why would there be any need for vigilance? Furthermore, there were several heroes here who were even stronger than Terra. To overcome this situation, it would take an absurd king capable of turning the chessboard on its head. In the past, Pollux had encountered such a ridiculous individual that he forced her to admit defeat, the overlord of Blackwings. Unfortunately, however, she was in a completely different league than Terra. It was checkmate. The fight was over before it even began. Give up and go home. I don't like to intimidate the weak. Isn't it too soon to declare victory? Seriously? Well then, continue with your useless resistance. The giant advanced and sent Terra flying with a club. Terra certainly raised her defense in time, but she was overwhelmed by the sheer force and absurd level of her opponent. Several species of beasts were waiting where she landed and attacked all at once. Terra barely managed to evade their attacks, but she found no opening to counterattack. As a result, she was only exacerbating her own injuries. Somehow, he increased the distance and swung his sword, delivering a blue slash. However, he couldn't defeat a single enemy, as he was blocked by multiple shields. Furthermore, he was struck by magic of every attribute. Even after withstanding some of it, the rest hit him. UGUF. The Argonauts' teamwork was terrible, or rather, it was so bad it lacked leadership. Each individual rushed to attack Terra in an attempt to gain ground. This was the reason Terra hadn't lost yet. If Castor had been here, it would have been possible to unite the heroes and operate as a single army. However, Pollux couldn't. Lacking combat power, he couldn't hold his own on the battlefield. Even if he possessed the almost cheat-like ability to produce an unlimited amount of military power, he could only summon it. He simply had no way to wield it. In other words, he couldn't master his own ability. In fact, this mass summoning simply caused the heroes to knock each other down, significantly reducing their individual combat power. Sometimes, they even got in each other's way. However, This did not imply that victory was possible, even as a poorly coordinated group. Their individual power was undoubtedly among the highest in Midgard. When victory in even a single hand-to-hand duel was impossible, they became an incredible threat when they joined forces. Even if one or two of them were defeated, Pollux could immediately revive them by summoning them again. Thus, the number of enemies would never decrease unless Pollux was defeated, but there were too many enemies in her path to approach her. Furthermore, those weren't all the tricks his skill could perform. No, let's push them a little further. Heroes, sacrifice your lives to be the cornerstone of victory. Some of those of heroic stature answered Pollux's command. They weren't recent heroes from the last 200 years. They were probably heroes from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. They received Pollux's orders and rushed forward to be the first to sacrifice their lives. Ability, Soul Succession. This was one of the hero's abilities. It created a permanent barrier, weakening enemies and strengthening allies. However, in proportion to its powerful effects, its price was high, as it required the life of the user. The heroes activated the ability without hesitation and dispersed into particles of light. At the same time, all the Argonauts grew several levels stronger, while Terra's stats dropped to approximately level 200. But the nightmare was far from over. Souls of the dead, return to me. Dance, my beloved children. Pollux used the Argonauts again. Then, the heroes, who had just sacrificed their lives, returned to the battlefield as if nothing had happened. This was the most irrational aspect of the Argonauts, their infinite resurrection. Even a major drawback of having to sacrifice one's life wasn't a problem as long as the user of the ability was a heroic spirit, Einherjar. Since they were already dead, they could be revived as many times as necessary while Pollux existed. As a result of the multiple uses of the powerful soul succession ability, the hero's status far exceeded that of a typical level 1000. In terms of their abilities, they all reached the level of the 7 heroes. On the other hand, Terra rapidly weakened, as her combat power dropped even below that of the 7 luminaries. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was like hundreds of Alioth fighting Mars alone. It couldn't even be considered a proper battle. Well, censuredo a scenario where the heroes retreated just enough to keep him standing. They punched him, kicked him, and knocked him to the ground in a fierce manner. They barato him back and tossed him aside. Anyone watching could clearly see which side was winning. Seeing this, Pollux raised an eyebrow in annoyance. Stop being silly. How long are you going to continue with this pointless fight? Who knows? When will it be? Terra acted as if he still had some room to maneuver. But of course, no such room existed. Though he tried to act tough, he was punched in the face while someone told him to shut up. This was no longer a fight. It was a brutal beatdown. Pollux frowned at this deplorable one-sided act. Honestly, this was difficult to pull off. If Terra had spoken arrogantly, like most demons, they would have easily seen him as a villain and barato him without hesitation. If he had been like Leon, he would have eliminated him with his full power. On the other hand, if the opponent had been like Bennett Nash, Pollux would have been eliminated if he hadn't used his full power. However, after speaking with Terra, she realized he wasn't a villain. Besides, he was fighting for someone he loved. It was truly difficult. Pollux loved pure and noble desires and beliefs. She wanted to support him instead of trampling on him. She didn't like crushing a healthy flower that longed to bloom in this hellish world. If it were a poisonous flower that spread venom regardless of its surroundings, she would pluck it without hesitation. However, in this case, it was impossible. She truly couldn't bring herself to do it. I really hate this. Also, since he resists abnormal states unnecessarily, I can't just put him to sleep. Pollux closed his eyes sadly and sighed. He turned around and left the battlefield. If you have the blunt force skill, please stop the fight. The others should be ready. I don't want the Demon King to hold a grudge against me, so make sure no harm comes to him. She moved away from the armored warrior who was escorting her and went to the shade of another tree. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. She didn't find it worthwhile to lynch a young man who was fighting for someone he loved and who held such a strong belief. However, she was too careless. As if waiting for this moment, someone jumped from the tree, landed behind Pollux, and put a knife to his neck. Heroic spirits, stop attacking. After attacking and holding Pollux hostage, Luna ordered the heroic spirits to cease their attack. Her voice sounded calm, but Pollux noticed the sword at her neck trembling. She turned to look at the young person holding it. Wasn't she a girl? Tears welled in Luna's eyes, mingled with fear and anger. She lamented her inability to do anything while Terra was being beaten. Pollux understood with just one look. Ah, I see. She's the one Terra wants to protect. Hey, were you waiting for me to leave my escort? How brave. So you managed to get behind me, but do you think you can win? Apparently, you're at level 300, but I'm still at 800, you know? If you have the combat power of a normal level 800, I can't win. But you should have low combat power in exchange for your powerful and unmatched skill. Am I wrong? It's not a misinterpretation of the situation. Is it your idea? Or that kid's over there? Anyway, you're wrong. You'll be done for if I counterattack now. Pollux laughed, displaying the tranquility only the powerful possess. Although Luna's hand trembled for a moment, there was no further agitation. This is Terra Samus' idea, and I believe in him. So what if I refuse to cooperate? That kid's goal can't be achieved without me. So I know from the start I don't have to worry about getting harmed. I can be stubborn, you know. At that moment, I will stop you at my discretion. I cannot allow Terra-sama to be harmed. Pollux looked at Luna and Terra and smiled at the strength of their bond. At the same time, he thought, what pitiful children. If they hadn't been born demons, they wouldn't have to suffer so much. In any case, victory was already decided in this battle. Pollux raised both hands to express his willingness to surrender. Fine y surrender. As you may have guessed, my combat power is inferior even to that of the adventurers. They'll hold off the Argonauts. Please use your recovery skills on him. The young man's persistence and strategy have won out, haven't they? Thinking this, Pollux felt strangely happy. If such people existed, demons might have hope after all. That's how she felt. She could see a glimmer of hope for the future. Author's notes, Argonauts. This is Pollux's basic and most powerful ability. Its effect is the mass summoning of the spirits of heroes from the past. Even the bravest heroes from recorded history can be summoned. Although each summoning has an inefficient cost of 1,000 HP, Pollux can easily summon hundreds of them without any problem. The hero's strength does not affect their HP cost. The cost would be the same regardless of whether the hero is level 10 or level 1,000. The summoned hero will not hesitate to use sacrificial or self-destruct tactics, as they can cheat by instantly reviving. Think of it as if everyone could resurrect the next instant after taking things seriously. The hero's combat power is as if they are in their prime, making them difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Pollux can receive arcane and divine power from Midgard through his true body, making his HP virtually limitless and allowing him to summon and revive them indefinitely. However, this ability can only summon those whom Pollux has unequivocally recognized as heroes. Therefore, the 7 heroes cannot be summoned. Pollux considers them traitors, not heroes. Their weakness was that they would disappear after Pollux's defeat. And most importantly, Pollux is extremely weak. Pollux was aware of this weakness, so she thought the best method was simply to summon them and leave the entire army in Castor's hands. While she remained in Alfheim, Pollux of the twins Pollux is both the strongest and the weakest of the 12 tyrannical stars. She possesses the most common sense. Unlike the others, she has no quirks or eccentricities. In fact, she is a decent person. For this reason, she faces the greatest difficulties among the 12 stars, as her master, who hurled her common sense to the other side of the universe with all her might, frequently causes her headaches. As a symbol of light in Midgard, she is the leader of the fairies and spirits, who are the opposite of demons. As the counterpart to the Demon King, she maintains the balance between good and evil, as well as between light and darkness in the world. Needless to say, she was originally on the side of the goddess, which is why she bears some resemblance to Parthenos. Without a doubt, she is the biggest cheater among the 12 stars, and also their biggest burden. Her individual fighting power is even lower than Jean's. Its true form is a colossal tree that can encircle the entire world. Although each of the twins can demonstrate considerable combat power individually, their true value lies in teamwork. Incidentally, Pollux and Castor are the oldest of the 12 stars. Their lifespan is longer than that of the humanoids. It is said that they lived for tens of millions of years. The Rufus group in order of age: Castor, Pollux, Pisces, Aquarius, Leo, Ago, Keros, Taurus, Carcinos, Rufus, Scorpio, Parthenos. Deceased: Sagittarius, Aries, Libra, Virgo, Tanaka, Astrea, Suzukium. It seems someone has been forgotten. Who could it be? Chapter 119. This was the home of the fairy princess, located in the deepest part of Alfheimer. After the battle ended, Terra, Luna, and Pollux faced each other at the table. Pollux ordered his fairy servants to prepare black tea and then turned to look at Terra and Luna with a serious expression. Well, you wanted to create an avatar, right? To be precise, you desired a body that wasn't that of a demon to avoid the demon's fate, I believe. Oh yes, whether fighting Rufus Maffel or seeking another solution, it seems we currently have no free will of our own. The demon race was bound by fate. She didn't know the details since the one who knew, Venus, was no longer there. No, even if she had been present, she wouldn't have told the truth. The other one who seemed to know was her father, the Demon King, but Terra no longer trusted him. Because if Terra's assumption was correct, that man was definitely not a demon. He was more of a holy being who opposed demons. Basically, the Demon King was an actor whose purpose was to enliven the stage set by the goddess. The demons were merely puppets created as chess pieces for the Demon King. This was not simply a figment of her imagination. Ego Keros called them false demons and the goddess toys. If the demons didn't kill people, they barato. Additionally, upon dying, they ceased to exist and became mana. This is what Venus meant by dolls. If you put the pieces together, you'd understand even if you didn't want to. The fact was that the demons were arcane magic of the goddess, used to strongly oppose the humanoids. He didn't know the goddess' thoughts or intentions in doing such a thing. But of one thing he was certain. From the beginning, the goddess never intended for the demons to triumph. At the pivotal moments of each era, whenever the humanoids were in danger, the goddess saved them. Sometimes, she empowered heroes to miraculously turn the tide. However, if the truth were known, it would become a ridiculous and humorous scene. It was the goddess herself who created the demons to afflict the humanoids, but she would rescue them from the crisis she herself created, as if she were the goddess of compassion. Basically, she acted according to a script she herself had written. Both enemies and allies were manipulated by the goddess. It was just a puppet show. They were mere puppets who couldn't help but move according to their script. You realize this. That's why you begged my father to save Luna. Terra thought of a man who was both his subordinate and his friend. Mercurius, must have realized this before him and believed that only the Demon King could change this fate. Therefore, he rushed headlong into action recklessly. In the end, he went to Dropner as if led by the nose, and met his worst possible end in a conflict with the hero and the 12 tyrannical stars. When he learned of his friend's wish, Terra could no longer remain silent. Her father, the leader of the demons, was not on her side. He hadn't been her ally from the start. If things continued as they were, Luna had no way to survive. Now that Rufus Maffel had returned, it was only a matter of time before the demons were exterminated. The only way to save Luna was to transform her into something more than a demon. Similarly, Luna had also noticed the demon's fate. She thought she had to prevent it, if only for Terra's sake. Meanwhile, Terra ignored her thoughts. They were so alike. He'll start with the conclusion. What you want most right now is to learn how to move an avatar's body, but I can't teach you that. To be precise, I don't even know myself. I can certainly create avatars with divine power and also allow the souls of the dead to possess them to achieve something akin to resurrection. But I've never heard of transforming an arcane life form, like a demon, into a fairy. It's unprecedented. We are divine magic, while you're arcane magic. As you know, Divine magic and arcane magic are opposing powers. Honestly, ID never considered it. Divine power was the opposite of arcane power and had the property of repelling arcane power. For example, shields created with divine magic utilized this property. Furthermore, it could be used to enhance substances other than arcane power. This was also used in healing and strengthening abilities. In other words, arcane magic was the power to create what did not exist, while divine magic was the power to enhance what already existed. First and foremost, their natures were completely different. We could let you die and then try to revive you with Argonauts, but I don't know if that will work. Can I hear the reason? It might be a little cruel to say this, but you might not even have a soul in the first place. Pollux's words made Luna's shoulders shudder. We fairies are the avatars of plants, so we have souls in our true physical forms. To be precise, a part of the soul separates from that form to dwell in the avatar. But you demons, they were created from nothing, right? Yes. For example, there's no soul in arcane magic like Fireball or Water Blast, right? You can have a soul because you have a sense of identity, but it's also possible not to. And if you don't have one, not even I can summon something that doesn't exist. Divine magic is the power that acts upon what already exists. Similarly, Cinceredo, but he couldn't see the light at the end of the tunnel. As much as he longed to save her, he couldn't find a way. Nevertheless, Pollux continued speaking. But I haven't tried it myself, so I can't say for sure that it's impossible. Then, reincarnating a demon as a fairy. Isn't that interesting? I can't promise I can definitely do it, but I'll try to find out if there's a way. Thank you. Tara stood up and unconsciously took Pollux's hands, who was smiling sweetly. Behind him, Luna wore a serious expression, but Tara didn't seem to notice. The Fairy Princess collaboration. There was nothing Barado encouraging at that moment. Of course, since this collaborator was a Barado of the 12 tyrannical stars, she would go from ally to enemy in an instant if they turned hostile toward Rufa's Maffle. Even so, she was glad that the princess was only concerned about them at the moment. I see. Can you step back for a moment? Your lovely Barado. San is already feeling left out. When Pollux mocked him, Luna quickly turned away. Tara tried to explain himself quickly, but he probably wasn't used to it. Stuttering, that, and it's different, he just couldn't get to the point. Seeing their reactions, Pollux chuckled softly. These two people are not villains. Although his master was ruthless with demons, perhaps it was possible for both of them to be saved. Thinking about it, he had a good feeling. No, if everything went according to his master's plans, he should be gentler now than before. Although he didn't know how much he had returned, it was possible that he still retained some gentleness. For the moment, he had no way to save them with his current knowledge. So, it might be a bit risky, but he had no choice but to search the memories of his true body. Even if he didn't know it, his true form could. However, Pollux's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strong pressure that struck her the next moment. Something was shifting within her. An overwhelmingly strong will had taken over completely. Barado, Pollux recognized the presence behind it. She had expected this to happen eventually. But why now of all times? Fairy Princess, run. Take the children from Alfheimer away, quickly. But, hurry, before the goddess takes over. If I'm not myself anymore, I won't be able to hold back next time. I'm sorry. Seeing Pollux scream desperately, Tara realized this wasn't something they could resolve right now. Though she hesitated for a moment, she quickly grabbed Luna's hand and jumped. She didn't want to abandon Pollux. Doing so would be the worst possible offense to him. However, if Pollux became her enemy and she decided not to hold back, she wouldn't be able to protect Luna. After considering this, she decided to retreat quickly. As she watched Tara walk away, Pollux gave a sarcastic smile. To think that it would move me, being a cornerstone for the balance of the world. It seems that Goddess Sama is running out of options. Although this shows how well Rufus Samus' plan is going. I should be happy, but I have mixed feelings. But this was to be expected. I've read this ending, although the moment is truly terrible. Pollux laughed and forced his soul to remain dormant. If the goddess wished to use this body, fine, he would give it to her. But as a price, this would diminish the goddess' vision. Most people didn't know this, but the goddess didn't always see everything that happened in the world. Rather, the opposite was true. Her vision was limited because it was too broad. For example, suppose there were a model that perfectly imitated the planet Midgard. Within the model were towns and people moving in sync with reality. Would it be possible to observe the people's activities through it? No, it would be impossible. It would be too small, while the observer would be too large. This was the relationship between the goddess and Midgard. She used to observe the world with a magnifying glass or a microscope to see a very narrow area. Therefore, she could not observe everything. She had to use terminals, avatars, that acted as her hands and send puppets to act on her behalf. Because their lives were so different, it was difficult for her to fully understand all the little people. However, it wasn't as if there were no solution. She could access their avatars or dolls and observe the world through their eyes. Pollux was not the goddess avatar, but there was practically no difference. To be precise, his true form was simply such an existence. Although Pollux was a fairy who had separated from his true form and established his own ego, he could still be overridden by the goddess if she so wished. Of course, if he had wanted to resist, he could have done so for dozens of minutes, but he didn't. This was because, even if he resisted now, the result would be the same. Besides, not resisting had its advantages. If the goddess connected to her, her perspective would be limited to her own. In other words, she couldn't understand her master's actions while Pollux was under her control. This was essentially a double-edged sword for the goddess. As long as she gained Pollux's power, Rufus would be completely free, even if only temporarily. The rest depends on Rufus Sama. I don't think they'll kill me, but the next time I wake up, I should be prepared to have lost at least an arm. Her physical form gave way, but her memories did not. Pollux sealed her soul of his own volition, preventing the goddess from reading her memories. Even so, she herself was not sure which of her memories were true and which were false. For example, he followed Rufus' order to give Castor the key to heaven. Censuredo, Big Brother San, and the light disappeared from Pollux's eyes. Chapter 120 Teacher, are you sure we should leave Leon as it is? Yes, just let him calm down a bit. After binding Leon with chains of arcane power and leaving him defenseless, we left him there and departed from the ancient demi-human village, which had become a scorched plain. The effects of Photon Chain consisted of immobilizing the target for a set time and increasing the accuracy of attacks against them by 100. This differed from the game in that it was permanent unless canceled by the caster or the target broke free. In the game, it was practically ineffective against boss-class enemies. In any case, if it was Leon, he should recover and break free after a while, so there was no problem. Currently, Tanaka and Suzuki were running side by side, heading towards our next destination, Alfheim. We could only leave Leon behind for now. Bringing him back would cause unnecessary problems, and eliminating him would be a waste of his fighting power. There was also the option of binding him into a loyal servant role, but this would reduce his status as a boss to that of a tame monster, and his level would drop from 1,000 to 800. Naturally, it was to be expected that its exceptional HP of 1,500,000 would decrease drastically. In fact, after Leon's capture in the game, its HP was 250,000, besides being limited to level 800 as a tame monster. Its HP was surprising, as it was clearly lower than that of a boss monster. It was unavoidable for the sake of game balance, so there was nothing I could do about it. This was one of the most classic features of an RPG. An enemy would have tens of thousands of hit points, but upon becoming an ally, their hit points would be reduced to only a few thousand. Even so, it didn't seem like a great idea, especially since we'd be fighting the goddess later on. It would be a shame to reduce Leon's fighting power. That's why I thought I should let him resist and show hostility towards me, so he could maintain his status as a level 1,000 boss monster. After talking with him for a while, I realized he was very naive. If I guided him properly, I thought I could convince him to fight the Demon King. So, what do you plan to do next? First, we'll go to Alfheim as planned and meet with Pollux. As for the option of going to Helheim, the plan was to travel to Alfheim and meet with Princess Pollux. the fairy princess, the other half of Gemini, and the one responsible for sealing the wooden Ouroboros. This was because the other Ouroboros were sealed in Muspelheim, outside the humanoid realm. Going there would mean venturing into the demon realm. It was a place we would have to go to sooner or later, but I wanted to solidify my combat prowess and be well prepared before venturing there. Even if the demons would be insignificant to us if they attacked in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, it would be difficult to deal with them. Since Taurus had appeared, the entrance to Helheim was probably nearby, but there was no point in going there now. First, if I wanted to move Taurus, who was responsible for sealing an Ouroboros, I would have to prepare a replacement, but none of my current members could do that. There were 3 people familiar with seal-type abilities: Ego Kuros, Dina, and Sagittarius. Ego Kuros could awaken them, so he was out of the question. He wasn't sure what Dina could do. Sagittarius had just joined, so it would be a bit odd to replace him with Taurus so quickly. Therefore, he should recruit Pollux first and let him summon an Einherjar as a substitute. Barato, Taurus had already said, proceed only after everything else is done. He probably meant, don't act yet. If I were to approach that matter casually, I might conclude, you really aren't Rufus, and start attacking. Besides, I don't want to. He'll never leave. Let's leave it like this. Leave him until the final battle, and let him be a character who doesn't appear until the end credits. Dina acted like a spoiled brat, refusing to go. If she insisted on going to Helheim, she could easily escape through Gate X and never return. So it was reasonable to postpone the trip. Besides, the hero and his companions were with us. Taking them to Helheim would be a shame for them. At their level, they'd probably die in a fight against some weak demon. This was based simply on game knowledge, but even the weakest demons in Helheim were over level 200. It was one of the hardest dungeons for beginners. They were reckless, inexperienced players who would jump in with levels barely in the double digits, but nobody forced them to. Young Sei and the others only came because of the demi-human problem, but they weren't really our comrades. In that case, whatever happens, I should send them to a nearby city first. Anyway, Pollux, in the game, she was always treated as part of a group with Castor, being the Fairy Sisters. Therefore, I wasn't very familiar with her individual combat power. First of all, there was no battle data. The only data available was Castor's. Pollux would be levitating nearby, neither attacking nor taking damage. She had an accuracy value, so technically she could be hit, but Castor still took the damage for some reason. Occasionally, she cast divine magic to support Castor, so she was kind of an optional accessory for him. Its most terrifying aspect was probably its summoning ability. Surprisingly, unlike other MMOs, X-Gate Online didn't have a summoner class, making it impossible to summon phantom or magical beasts out of thin air. This was likely because the administrators deemed it unnecessary, as the monster tamer and alchemist classes already covered this function. However, for some reason, only Pollux could do this. Once a battle began, he would periodically summon reinforcements against the enemy after a certain amount of time. In any game, things like XX Summon a Friend happened frequently. This could probably be considered a summoning. Even so, he wouldn't summon the souls of the dead, like the Einherjar. Of course, this ability was weakened for some reason when it became an ally ability. It was no longer an ability that increased the number of allies. Instead, it became an attack ability that temporarily summoned a burly man in full armor to attack. When I first saw it, it was quite disappointing. Furthermore, the summoned hero disappeared immediately after completing the attack. Why was this, even though he remained in the background when the enemy used him? Well, Castor's true form was here. The optional accessory, Pollux, was acting on its own. Was it really okay? To be honest, it seemed absurdly weak. Dina, are there any suitable towns or villages on the way to Alfheim? I want to send the hero and his companions there. In that case, Rufus Sama. What about Legjorn, the warrior city? It has a large population and also offers transportation, such as half-dragon chariots, so they can resume their journey without any problem. What kind of city is this? In the Kingdom of Levitine, there are 4 domains: the domain of the sword, the domain of the shield, the domain of the spear, and the domain of the bow. Midgard can be considered the center of the domain of the spear. One of the heroes who followed Alioth to betray Rufus-sama became its first lord. Subsequently, the lordship was inherited by his descendants from generation to generation. If I remember correctly, the current lord of the domain of the spear belongs to the noble Speth family. Master, if you give the order, I can annihilate him with Brachium. What do you think? No, thank you. Are you planning to send the hero and his companions into a burning field? After hearing Libra interrupt Dinah's explanation, I sighed. Why did she always think about annihilating the other? Even though she had the highest possible AI level, 5, I felt like crying thinking she was still worthless. Anyway, it was Levitian's domain, huh? It seemed that, without realizing it, I had returned to the starting point. It could be natural, since the humanoid's living space was small. It seemed I had already gone around it once. I left Levitine for Svalin, then continued on to the Royal Tomb in Gyllerhorn. I stopped at Vanaheim and Bloodgang. After that, I went on to Dropner and passed by Mjolnir on my way to Turfing. And now, I was back in Levitine. In other words, as far as humanoid living space was concerned, I had come full circle. I thought it was pretty fast, but considering the area, it was like driving a car around Japan for a week. Naturally, it would be fast. So what kind of city is it? Yes. First of all, it has various facilities. The equipment for warriors and knights is of very good quality. Don't you mean poor quality? It must be garbage, right? In response to Dinah's words, Scorpio and Libra offered a critical assessment. Well, that might be true on our level, but this was the limit of the current world. I couldn't evaluate it because I hadn't even seen it, but wasn't it possible that there were some unexpectedly good products? In addition, there's an annual martial arts gathering where warriors can demonstrate their skills. Following the fantasy trope, it's an ideal place for the protagonists to test their abilities. Would you like to participate? Won't I end up defeating the participants? It had been said many times that the overall skill level of this era had dropped considerably. Even the strongest in the world, the Sword Saint himself, was like that. Those who managed to surpass level 100 were extremely rare. At that time, we were like characters from a level 1000 RPG entering a level 99 world. For starters, the arena itself was different. Even a light tap on someone's forehead, without any intention of seriously hurting them, was enough to send them flying across the room. Sure, I used the blunt strike skill during a fight, but if I forgot to activate it, it would become a case of murder. I didn't want to take that chance. By the way, it might be a little late to mention it now, but it seemed like the Sword Saint was a tiger. No? Actually, I saw him in Dropner. You know, that tiger. Whenever I saw him, he'd run away scared for some reason. I had no idea he was the Sword Saint. I thought he was just a shy cat. Sorry, Sword Saint. Anyway, what's up, Sagittarius? You've been pretty quiet. No, I am not currently eligible to participate in the conversation. Don't worry, it's over now. I spoke with Sagittarius, who was sitting in a corner, and then I approached him. He didn't assume a humanoid form. Instead, he was sitting there in his true, enormous form, so the space was a bit cramped. If you can't forgive yourself, no matter what, you can contribute more in the next battle. I'm looking forward to your archery skills, you know? No, seriously. Although Libra could also be a long-range sniper, having 2 snipers was never a problem. Besides, his range was even greater than Libra's, and his attack was always guaranteed to hit its target. He could also be used for teleportation, so he could be very useful depending on how he used it. Furthermore, he possessed valuable common sense. That alone made him worthy of their trust. Mr. Rufus, now I feel a bit cramped. Could you transform into a humanoid? In his case, transforming into a humanoid only changed the lower part of his body, since the upper part was already human. But even so, it should be better than staying as a horse. As he said this, he smiled slightly and nodded. Rufus-sama, please wait. Karkinos noticed something and rushed to stop him. However, I didn't understand why. As I watched the lower part of Sagittarius' body in its horse form, Cinceredo, that's why I said await. The awkward situation unfolded in front of him. Luckily, Dina instantly activated an arcane water element magic to blur the scene with a mosaic, so the embarrassment was avoided. Even so, it was a bad moment. At the heart of the matter, Sagittarius didn't seem to care at all. He remained dignified, with no intention of hiding anything. Transformation completed. For some reason, Scorpio's fist sank into Sagittarius' conceited face. What are you doing? Are you stupid? Why are you showing Rufus-sama that crude display? Cover it up now, or do you want to deal with it? Even if you say that, I've always been like this. When you're a humanoid, it's different than when you're a horse. Although I was astonished by this development, I accepted Sagittarius' explanation to some extent. I see, that's right. Now that I mention it, his Barado had no clothing. As a centaur, he wore a tunic on Barado, Centuredo, while Scorpio looked at him as if he were looking at something dirty. What is this? Stop. That must have hurt. Even so, I didn't expect Sagittarius to be such a strange character. I thought we'd finally have someone serious join us, but it turned out to be another weirdo. What was wrong with the 12 stars? For the time being, should I transmute some underwear? Chapter 121. One day, after leaving the demi-human village, we arrived in Legjarn, the city of war, on our way to our next destination, Alfheim. Oh, it's really like a city from a role-playing game. Upon arriving in Legjarn, I was somewhat moved. What I saw was the quintessential cityscape of a role-playing game. The rooftops of the buildings on both sides of the cobblestone street were uniform red, while the walls were yellow or white. Flowers adorned the windowsills, creating a magnificent atmosphere that contrasted sharply with its austere name, the Warrior City. It wasn't surrounded by a vast lake, nor was it nestled against a mountainside. It wasn't shrouded in perpetual night, nor was it a capital city that was a mobile golem in itself. It certainly wasn't a collection of tents in a meadow. This was a classic fantasy cityscape. Carriages lined the main street, and people were constantly coming and going. Their outfits were also typical of role-playing games. They weren't uncles in work clothes with lifelike faces, nor were they angels in capes. The women wore aprons over blouses and skirts, similar to the design of the German dirndl. The men wore leather trousers with suspenders, many of which resembled German lederhosen. The emphasis on durability and dirt resistance meant heavy labor. In this world, with a less developed culture than Earth, it was not surprising that hard work was involved in most jobs, rather than office work. Furthermore, there were adventurers and mercenaries who were obviously not ordinary people, roaming about with swords. This was good. The fantasy feeling was amazing. Now, is it okay that they're sending you so far away? Oh, thank you, Rufus. Gantz answered my question cheerfully. Even though he knew my identity, his attitude toward me didn't change. He was still a good guy. On the other hand, the tiger and the elf in Isan continued to look at me anxiously. They were quite pitiful. Centuredo. It wasn't just 3 people who were afraid of me. It was 4, including the one who joined the group of heroes yesterday and just got out of the Suzuki. The golems are amazing. To think we'd reached the national border so fast. What appeared was a suspicious-looking person who covered his body in loose white clothing, wore a turban on his head, and even covered his face with a cloth. Of course, we knew why he was dressed like that. His identity was that of a Spider-Man who served as Leon's subordinate. I didn't know the details, but it seemed that when Scorpius tried to attack him, young Sei intervened and saved his life. Because of this, the Honorable Spider-Man offered to accompany him on his journey as a token of gratitude. This was due to young Sei's strong moral character. But still, you don't look like a group of heroes at all. I'm aware of that. My words made Sei hunch his shoulders, but he couldn't help it. There were adventurers, a mercenary, and even a tiger, a gorilla, a cat, a dog, and a spider. What a chaotic bunch. It seemed the only ones who were serious were young Sei and Cruz. What will Rufus-san and the others do now? We will take a short tour of the city and then head to Alfheim. Originally, ID planned to go straight to Alfheim, but things changed. We'd take a stroll through this city instead. It was the most RPG-like city ID seen since arriving in this world. It would be a shame to leave without doing anything. Anyway, There wasn't anything urgent right now, so it wasn't a bad idea to spend some time socializing with friends. Besides, it might help Sagittarius clear his head. Libra, find the best inn in this city. Understood. There is still plenty of money left. ID made a lot selling the orc meat ID gotten from Dina at the beginning, as well as the swords and spears ID crafted casually. Even so, they still met the professional standards of the time. Also, since we were traveling in Tanaka, there were no transportation costs, so we just ended up accumulating funds. By the way, Say, I have something for you, I said and snapped my fingers. Then, as if waiting for the signal, Ego Caros stood beside me and handed me a package. Well, it wasn't anything important, really. It was something ID casually put together during the trip, but it still had to be better quality than what was usually available. Upon opening the package, a katana was revealed. The katana that young Sei used had been broken by Scorpius, so this was a kind of compensation. The materials used were Mizar steel and mana crystals that Ares had collected from somewhere. This gave the weapon decent attack power, as well as a magical support function, which was better than nothing. I also added some of my own mana to the crystals so that low-level sun attribute arcane magic could be activated at no cost. Well, even so, it was a poor-quality sword, but it was perfect for low-level players. This is a replacement for the katana that Scorpius broke. Consider it a parting gift. Huh, is that okay? As long as we have money, we could buy weapons here. It's okay. It was my subordinate who broke it, so it's my responsibility. I handed the katana to young Sei, and then I realized I hadn't named it. Though it didn't matter that it didn't have a name, it would be better if it did. Its name. Since it's a katana, a Japanese name would be more appropriate. Well, let's call it Kuin. Kuin, a phenomenon in which gases from the sun were expelled upwards, also called as solar prominence. The name was somewhat pretentious, but a little exaggeration for the name of a weapon seemed appropriate. Besides, it was the hero's weapon, so a slightly fanciful name would have been better. Looking at the young Sei who received the katana with fear, Gantz laughed and said, "You've struck gold. Congratulations. I wonder how many millions a weapon manufactured by Rufus Maffel is worth. Heh, it's probably comparable to my Lucifer blade, Ecthelion." Lucifer Ecthelion sword? Wait, wasn't that the super weak weapon I made while playing around? Its equip effect only added 150 to attack power, with no additional effects. It remained in the royal tomb, and now Jean was wielding it as if it were a very powerful weapon. Sorry, Jean, but it was actually quite weak. Well, then we should go. The situation was becoming difficult to handle, so we quickly left the place. How can I explain this? It was like watching an adult acting inappropriately for their age while buying a sword-shaped keychain at a souvenir shop. What's more, I made the keychain myself. As I heard my classmates' footsteps following me, I thought about doing something to Jean next time. As Rufus and his followers disappeared into the distance, Sei sighed softly. The purpose of meeting with Rufus was to determine the available paths and options, as well as to understand his personality and objectives. Although complicated by the issue with the demi-humans, he had somehow managed to complete it without further problems. All that remained was to activate and release the golem he had received from Migres. However, he still had no answer. He had already concluded that Rufus wasn't a villain. She wasn't the dangerous person the world made her out to be. So at one point, he almost concluded that they should form an alliance. However, his subordinates were different. Scorpius and Ego Caros were fine if Rufus kept them under control, but if not, they could potentially show their teeth to the humanoids. Yes, Rufus wasn't the only thing people feared in the past. The 12 tyrannical stars, which could transform into diabolical beings at will, were also feared. That's why he reflected and felt confused. Is this really right? Is the path I'm choosing right now really the right one? What if it turns out to be the wrong decision? At that moment, he remembered Rufus using solar flare in his mind. Then she imagined a scene in which she used that power against the humanoids, a scene in which she destroyed Midgard. Overwhelming power was enough to instill fear. What's wrong? You look pale. No, I'm fine. I could empathize with people from the past. That was truly frightening, incredibly frightening. When he arrived in this world and heard about the Demon King and Rufus, he just dismissed it as a typical fantasy development. He imagined they were as powerful as the typical Demon King from role-playing games. But it was different. They weren't even in the same dimension. If he wanted, he could destroy this world at any time. There was too much power concentrated in one person. Moreover, he commanded the organization called the 12 Tyrannical Stars. As a result, if one chose the wrong way to deal with Rufus, in the worst-case scenario, one could be responsible for the destruction of the world. This fact was more terrifying than anything else. Anyway, why don't we look for an inn? A lot has happened. I think it's best to take it easy today. That's right. Everyone's pretty tired. Let's take a break. Walsay was talking to Cruz about accommodations. She felt uneasy. Her trip had been made possible by the support of a team of rangers behind the scenes. For example, they handled food purchases and gathered information about the towns. This included arranging lodging. Upon arriving in a town, one of the rangers would usually come to inform them about accommodations. However, today no one came. Hey, Cruz-san, is it possible that the entire ranger team stayed behind in Dropner? When Say mentioned it, Cruz seemed to notice as well. His face paled as he checked for nearby rangers, but of course there weren't any. This was because Say and the others were traveling in a Suzuki after encountering Rufus. It was going over 60 kilometers per hour. Not a speed humans could run at and catch. No, people from this world could catch up to them if they were exceptionally skilled, but it was impossible for the ranger team. Barring any sudden bursts of speed, they couldn't possibly move at Suzuki's pace over such a long distance from Dropner. They were certainly extraordinary, but not exceptional. Anyway, let's look for an inn for now. They might catch up with us unexpectedly if we wait a little longer. Cruz gazed into the distance and decided to prioritize adaptations. She wasn't trying to escape reality, nor was she turning a blind eye because she had made a mistake. They crossed a bustling street and headed towards an inn that caught their eye. Its facade wasn't bad. Moreover, it faced the main street and seemed clean. Naturally, the price would be higher than usual, but this was the hero's party, backed by a king, so they had plenty of money. Besides, acquiring the elixir in Dropner had left them with a surplus. It wasn't a good idea to stay in a cheap inn and have your luggage stolen by thugs. The price of an inn wasn't solely determined by the quality of its facilities. Cheap inns should be avoided, if only for the sake of safety. Naturally, cheap inns attracted people who could only afford a certain price for such accommodations, so these people often resorted to stealing other guests' luggage. In the worst cases, even the innkeeper might try to steal guests' luggage. Say paid at the counter to receive the key and went to the designated room. I'm very tired today. Let's take a long break. That's what he thought, but when he used the key to open the room, the door to the next room opened. And he met Rufus, who had just come out of the other room. Chapter 1:22. Why does this happen? Depressed, Say sighed as he walked down the main street. I don't know what kind of coincidence it is to stay at an inn and have a feudal lord as a neighbor. Is this a joke? Besides, right now he's playing 7 bridge with playing cards with Gantz and Jean. I'm not being serious. Why are they playing cards in this other world? Why is it 7 bridge? How does he even know the rules? Well, the possibility of having cards in this world wasn't zero. The world of Midgard was distorted as if it were the remnant of a story about a fantastical or fictional Earth. However, when I consulted Cruz, he confirmed that the cards didn't exist in this world. At least, the game didn't exist when Cruz was born. In that case, there was only one possibility. It was clear that Rufus knew about Earth. Furthermore, it wasn't a vague understanding of such a world's existence. If she knew Earth's games and vehicles so well, it would imply she'd seen them before. But she'd been born and raised on Midgard and should have been locked away for the past 200 years. Could it be that she was on Earth when they sealed it away? Ridiculous. It's impossible. Absolutely not. The more I think about it, the less I understand it. After scratching his head, Say stopped thinking about it for now. Then he saw the building he wanted to go to and headed there. He left the inn alone to get some fresh air and familiarize himself with his new katana. I had heard from Cruz that there was a training center in this city. For a fee, it offered a place to train, as well as simulated battles against golems created by alchemists. It was a facility highly valued by those who frequently participated in battles. Indeed, in a world where battles were commonplace, there would undoubtedly be a demand for such facilities. After all, there were adventurers with no combat experience, as well as amateurs who had no choice but to fight. For these people, such facilities were essential. Furthermore, there were many instruction manuals that were forbidden to remove from the premises. People could train with them to learn how to use various weapons. For Sei, this was a very fortunate situation. After all, his weapon was a katana, not an ordinary sword. In other words, no one in his group knew how to use it properly, so they couldn't teach him. As a mercenary, Gantz could use many different weapons, but his mastery lay in axes, followed by great swords, and finally, blunt weapons. In other words, he was good with weapons that relied on brute force. Regarding katanas, he said, "They're too delicate for me." The knight was more skilled with the longsword. For Jean, it was the longsword, while for the tiger, it was also the longsword. Kainiko used a rapier, so it was the weapon most similar to Cease, but a rapier and a katana were still completely different. That's why no one could teach Sei how to use a katana. Since she hadn't yet mastered swordsmanship, she could only come here. She wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to actively learn everything she could. The training center was near, but Sei stopped. He heard the sound of an argument coming from an alley. Although Legjarn was a fairly safe city, crews advised him against going into the alleys. Places far from the main streets were frequented by vagrants. You never knew what kind of dangerous people lurked there. Therefore, if it had been the typical noises of an argument, Sei would have ignored them and headed to the training center. If it was just thugs arguing, it would be his fault if they got hurt. However, one of the voices was clearly that of a little girl, and she sounded scared. After hearing this, I couldn't just pretend I hadn't heard anything. Hee hee, you can't escape now. Now, then, come with us in silence. The words spoken in the back alley could be recognized as classic lower-class dialogue, no matter what world one might be in. As one might see everywhere, the men were dressed in a way that clearly said, "I'm a thug." They had smiling, unpleasant faces, and their clothes were dirty and disgusting. With knives in their hands, these 5 men were threatening a young girl. If one were to classify them, they would probably belong to the order of primates, the family of hominids, and the genus of thugs. Such creatures were not uncommon. Similar beings could be found in the alleyways of any large city. Curiously, their lines and actions were always the same. Due to their limited vocabulary, some had suggested, they're actually magical beasts, aren't they? In Rufus' words, they were simply monsters using humanoid graphics. You don't need to be afraid. Guys like us are very friendly. Yes, very gentlemanly too. A shady character called Caballero, The men gathered around the girl to confront her, brandishing their knives in a manner contrary to their words. In what specific cases would such behavior be considered chivalrous? Compared to them, even orcs would be considered knights. The girl, who was being harassed, seemed nervous, but she still held her staff, which she had used frequently before. There were 5 enemies, but none of them were particularly skilled. Being cornered at such close range was a considerable disadvantage, but the girl believed her skill level was still higher than theirs. In fact, the level difference was enormous. The thugs were around level 10 at most, while the girl was already over level 50. This difference guaranteed she wouldn't lose unless she was a mage with poor melee combat skills. In fact, it was still possible to use a sword to deal with the situation. Although she was a mage, she had learned swordsmanship from her mercenary father. Of course, she was far from being a professional swordswoman, but it wasn't impossible to defeat these thugs in hand-to-hand combat. However, the only weapon she had now was a very useful defensive staff. If she left the city, she would be fully equipped, but currently she only had such unreliable weapons. First, aim at a person, with fireball to set them on fire. Then, increase the distance while they're confused. If she could increase the distance, it would be impossible for her to lose. She hadn't been to many battlefields. Instead, she had spent most of her time reading and learning arcane magic in Svalin. Besides, a recent incident had completely undermined her self-confidence. Even so, She told herself she wasn't weak enough to lose to those guys. However, just as he was about to use magic, the staff suddenly disappeared. Oh, that's dangerous. You shouldn't use something so dangerous. The cane was in the hands of the man who was behind the thugs. What did he do? Super speed? Teleportation? I don't understand. I don't understand what just happened. The man who took the cane was handsome and dressed in high-end clothing. He was clearly different from the thugs. He had blue eyes and wavy brown hair. Cinchuredo, do you know how sinful it is for ordinary people like you to waste my valuable time and energy? Tools should behave like tools and function as I wish. How selfish. The girl was furious at his selfishness, but the elegant man didn't seem to care. His relaxed demeanor suggested he was confident he would never lose. His smile was full of contempt. However, his expression turned irritated when he heard someone else's voice. Hey people, what are you doing? Everyone turned their attention to Sei, who arrived after hearing the commotion. However, upon seeing him, the 5 thugs laughed at him as if he were a fool. What? He's just a moralistic brat. That's what they thought as they lowered their guard. They left their prey aside and pointed their knives at Sei as they approached him carelessly. What's up, brother? Are you an ally of justice? Hey, you're so cool. Don't misunderstand me. We're gentlemen, not villains. A rogue called Caballero, I mean. Seeing Sei's unreliable appearance, the thugs completely underestimated him. However, Sei confronted them directly without the slightest hint of fear. I don't know what the situation is, but don't you think you're immature for surrounding yourself with a girl like that? Huh? What's wrong with this guy? Isn't he getting ahead of himself? This is annoying. Let's put an end to it. One of the thugs tried to reach Sei, but he calmly evaded him, grabbed the thug's arm, and threw him to the ground. You jerk! Idiot! How dare you do that to Pila? They hadn't expected the young man to fight back. Now, the 4 remaining thugs attacked him simultaneously. If it weren't for the current Sei, they would have been too slow. After surviving the battle in the demi-human village, he wouldn't be afraid of something like this. Without changing his expression, Sei took them down one after another with a knife or an elbow strike. The 5 thugs collapsed to the ground instantly. And then, the elegant man, who had been on the defensive, applauded enthusiastically. You're pretty good. I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. The elegant man said this as if he found it interesting, while he subdued a thug. Compared to him, you're all useless. After all, the weak are just weak. To dismiss. To dismiss. To cast aside. To make me act. Cinchuredo, don't you throw away tools that don't work? It's the same thing. The elegant man stepped over the fallen thug and brushed off his clothes with a look of distaste. Then, he turned to Sei and smiled contemptuously. Well, it's ridiculous that I have to take personal action against a commoner like you. But I can't help it, since my tools are so useless. Let me show you what real pain is. The elegant man seemed to be getting angry. Sei quickly got ready, but lost sight of him instantly. Then he was struck in the abdomen and staggered. Does it hurt? Was I attacked? When did that happen? He was taking damage, even though it didn't seem like he was being attacked. He was confused by this seemingly impossible event, but only momentarily. He had gained some courage from experiencing real battles. Losing his train of thought during a battle was a death sentence. Therefore, Sei cleared the confusion and doubt from his mind and immediately searched for the elegant man. There was no one in sight, but there was another shadow beside at his feet. Behind, Sei spun around and kicked. This surprised the elegant man. Despite quickly jumping back to dodge, he couldn't completely avoid it, and the kick grazed the tip of his nose. Although he wanted to land gracefully, his expression changed when he saw red marks on the ground. The kick had made his nose bleed. You damn commoner, you dare do this to my face. The elegant man roughly wiped the blood from his nose and then disappeared. Immediately afterward, Sei was punched in the face. And then his shoulder, abdomen, and jaw began to hurt. There was no mistake. I was under attack. They hit him, even though they weren't. They kicked him, even though they weren't. Is this the telekinetic ability of the Esper class? Or is it just that fast? I didn't know what it was. Perhaps it was something completely different. Luckily, his level and attack power weren't very different from Sei's. Sei endured the pain and stopped to avoid falling. He attacked with his fist the elegant man who appeared in the corner of his eye, but the man disappeared again and dodged the blow. Don't think you can get lucky again. Cinceredo, the tense atmosphere was broken by a man's voice echoing in the darkness. A tall man, around 30 years old, with a mustache, appeared. Seeing him, Say became more nervous than ever. He could tell that this man was strong, probably stronger than Jean, or even comparable to Gantz. This person is the hero recognized by the royal family of Levitine. There is no benefit in fighting here. A hero? Ha, is that him? Just as I thought, the royal family is useless. They're blind when it comes to judging people. Be careful with your words. If anyone in the royal family finds out about this, you could be accused of treason. The elegant Debris frowned in a bad mood and hit him without saying a word, as if he were throwing a tantrum. The other man seemed to anticipate this, for he neither moved nor said anything, although he stumbled for a moment. Debris stared at Say and warned him in a low voice. I will remember your face. The price of being an ally of justice will be high. After saying this, both men left without looking back. Watching them go, Say sighed and released the tension. Then she tried to talk to the girl who had been harassed and suddenly realized that her face seemed familiar. Huh, are you Alfie? She was the mage who had once been part of the group seeking to defeat the Demon King and the Overlord. But after witnessing the battle between those monsters, she became discouraged and left before they even began their journey. Author's notes: Debris Kuin, the self-proclaimed hero, isn't even as strong as Say. Weak, I think. Hero party specifications this time, there's nothing worthwhile. I'd like to release the specifications of the hero and his companions, whom Rufus treated like ordinary people. They're not weak at all. Really, they're not. Minami Juji Say arm strength. He could barely bench press 55 kilograms. Now he can bench press 550 kilograms leg strength. I could run 100 m in 14 seconds. Now it takes me 7 seconds grip strength. 42 kilograms, 210 kilograms sword attack power. Can cut through an iron plate 3 centimeters thick. Drilling power. 50 kilograms, 400 kilograms jumping power. Vertical jump of 63 centimeters, 3M general comments. He is actually very strong now, having far exceeded the limits of an earthling. Cowboy arm strength. Can lift 620 kilograms leg strength. Can run 100 m in 8 seconds grip strength. 250 kilograms sword attack power. Can cut through an iron plate 3.5 centimeters thick. Drilling power. 430 kilograms jumping power. 2.4 m general comments. He has enough combat power as an adventurer and could be explored by a country for his strength. Gloves arm strength. Can lift 700 kilograms leg strength. Can run 100 m in 11 seconds grip strength. 350 kilograms sword attack power. Can cut through an iron plate 5 centimeters thick. Drilling power. 650 kilograms jumping power. 1.2 m general comments. He's the strongest mercenary to date. It's no exaggeration to call him superhuman. Lady gentleman arm strength. The same as a gorilla's leg strength. The same as that of a gorilla. Grip strength. The same as a gorilla's sword attack power. The same as a gorilla's. Striking power. Cinceredo, but can lift 1 ton, 1,000 kilograms. Leg strength. Mach 3, 3,705 kilometers h. Grip strength. 600 kilograms sword attack power. Can leave a crack in the ground at a distance of up to 50 m. Drilling power. 1.2 tons, 1,200 kilograms. Jumping power. 120 m general comments. His confrontation with the opponent was simply terrible. Huh, Rufus? It would be outrageous if serious calculations were made. I don't dare try to calculate it. Chapter 123. The atmosphere was simply uncomfortable. Alfie was a girl chosen by the king to be the hero's companion, but she left out of fear. In other words, from C's perspective, she could be considered a deserter. Of course, Say didn't see it that way. Anyone who had witnessed that battle would understand that it was inevitable. However, she couldn't just casually say, "Hey, it's been a while." Alfie felt the same way. After all, he couldn't help feeling guilty about Say. He was ashamed to run away after saying he'd fight alongside him. but it was too terrifying. Just thinking about fighting such monsters made him tremble. But it was natural. It was a calamity, after all. It was like being told to defy an avalanche when it was actually happening, or to fight a tsunami when a tsunami was rising, or to defeat a meteorite when a meteorite was falling. It was simply impossible. It was completely beyond the reach of any living creature. But Rufus and the Demon King could. They could break an avalanche with a single punch, split a tsunami, or shatter a meteorite. They were those kinds of monsters. And so, Alfie fled. He didn't want to die in a battle he couldn't win. He thought he could fight with his life on the line. He thought he could dedicate his life to the future of the world. However, faced with such slim chances of victory, he remembered the meaning of weakness. He painfully understood that his will wasn't strong enough to allow him to face a battle with no chance of winning. His reason told him he shouldn't challenge the Supreme Lord or the Demon King, and that fleeing was the right thing to do. His head told him that, since they were like calamities, he should only think about minimizing damage and casualties. However, the young man, who was weak at the time, continued on his path, and she had witnessed his growth with her own eyes. Although still immature, he had grown to the point where he was incomparable to what he once was. And what about her? She ran away, and they had to rescue her. She felt so shameless. How miserable. On that, Say figured the conversation wouldn't go any further, so she spoke. Alfie flinched and looked at Say. There was fear in her eyes. She was afraid they would blame her for running away. She was afraid they would call her a coward. It's been a while. You're doing well, right? Anivi? Yes. I didn't expect to find you here. That's right. I didn't think we'd see each other again. Say carefully chose words that wouldn't hurt her. Alfie felt relieved and replied coldly. Anyway, let's get out of here for now. This place isn't safe. That's true. Although they both stuttered, they understood what they had to do. First, they had to get out of that alley. Otherwise, they didn't know if more thugs would appear. Creatures known as thugs would appear relentlessly in an unsafe place. Say and Alfie ran to the main street and went into a nearby restaurant where they could take their time to talk. It was a fancy shop with a crab-shaped sign that read, King Crab Shop Number 4. Welcome to the King Crab Legjarn branch. A restaurant employee in a red vest greeted them and showed them to a table by the window. Anyway, why was he wearing the same clothes as Karkinos from Rufus Group? The two ordered something to eat and sat down to resume their conversation. Can I ask you something? Why were those guys chasing you? Well, yes, it would be better to tell you. If you know, it will be easier to avoid getting involved. No matter how you looked at it, the man chasing Alfie was definitely not normal. He probably belonged to the wealthy, aristocratic class. He was quite arrogant. This wasn't unusual. After all, medieval Europe on Earth was also dominated by nobles. History had shown that there were quite a few oppressive nobles. In Japan, there had been cases of people being killed simply for crossing paths with a samurai. The question was why Alfie was being pursued by such an individual. Well, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. In other words, they're trying to silence me. Something you shouldn't have seen? Have you heard about the annual martial arts tournament held in this city? Yes, I found out through Cruz-san. While they were talking, the restaurant staff approached and served Alfie the black tea he had ordered. They served safe fruit juice and left quickly. The winner of this year's martial arts tournament will be honored as the hero of the Spear Domain. Hero? Yes. It's a political ploy. If the hero they created is the one who defeats the Overlord and the Demon King, the local nobles would have greater influence and persuasive power over the royal family, even if winning is impossible. As she listened to Alfie, Say imagined an armored hero bravely challenging Rufus and the Demon King. In her mind, Rufus smiled maliciously, while the 12 heavenly stars awaited her commands, standing behind her in their true forms of giant monsters. No, it's impossible. They would destroy him in an instant. Say thought as he drank his fruit juice. Herein lies the problem. Mister, the Speth family seems to want the young master of the family to become the hero. And that's him? Yes. Debris Speth, the eldest son of the Speth family. Alfie drank his tea and frowned sulkily. That guy is the worst. He even poisons his opponent's food and drinks to win. Poison? Yes, but it's not enough to kill. It's a mild poison that causes drowsiness and stomach pain. Well, if you drink it, you won't be able to participate in the tournament. Poison. Upon hearing it, the first thing he thought of was Scorpius, one of Rufus' subordinates. He didn't make a good impression. The worst part is that if that guy takes an interest in a woman, he pretends to be injured to convince her to heal him, and then he kidnaps her. My friend got involved and was kidnapped. I see. So you witnessed the event and they chased you. Yes, I wanted to help her right away, but I was alone. Besides, that guy has some unknown ability, so the situation is pretty bad. An unknown ability. It must be. The unidentified ability was also used on Sei. It moved instantly, attacked Sei without him noticing, and took Alfie's staff. Unless the truth about that ability was revealed, Sei didn't believe he could win. A fly was about to say something, but held back. Please help me. That was what she really wanted to say. However, she had abandoned Sei and run away from the trip, so she didn't dare say it. Even so, she wanted to help her friend. Although it was embarrassing to do so, she thought she should ask for help. But she knew it was unreasonable, so she couldn't say it. But by speaking like this, don't I hope to receive help somewhere deep in my heart? He might help me if I talk to him. Aren't I being superficial and calculating? How shameless. Alfie despised herself and bit her lip. It's comforting to talk to you. Thank you. Alfie decided to leave before she could make an unreasonable request. After all, she had abandoned them and run away in fear. What had happened in the past was a fact that could never be changed. Even so, she wanted them to help her when she was in danger. How could she possibly make such a convenient request? I can't say it. I won't say it. So enough is enough. There's no need to involve him further. Besides, they have a mission. There's no need for them to get involved in a conflict between human beings. They'll pay the bill. Take your time to enjoy your meal. Although the food hasn't even arrived yet. Alfie looked around. It seemed Head ordered an apple pie out of habit. It's a thank you gift for your help. You can eat it. Please, forget about me being treated by a girl. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? That is. Sei looked directly at Alfie and said forcefully, I can't ignore it after hearing so much. They'll help you. These were words she both expected and dreaded hearing. She wanted someone to help her, but the more direct he was, the more cowardly and dirty she felt. The time she spent with him was brief, so she didn't know him well. Even so, when he was summoned from another world, she already knew him a little. Deep down, he was a good person. So first, my comrades. Wait. It was only right that Sei should gather men. After all, the opponent was a nobleman, so he would naturally have plenty of support. It was far too reckless to challenge him with just the two of them. However, for Alfie, Sei's comrades were people she had abandoned. If they all came here, it would be like sitting on a mat of needles for her. It wouldn't be a comfortable place. Fortunately, Sei wasn't that insensitive. He understood Alfie's concerns. It's okay. We've had some new faces join us since then. That should make things a bit easier, shouldn't it? And in that case, well, okay, wait a moment, please. They'll call them right now. Sei said that and stood up. She also didn't forget to pay for the meal. She didn't know how things worked in this world, but in Japan, where she grew up, it was considered shameful for a man to let a woman pay. And then, 10 minutes later, in front of Alfie, there were several members who were not in the party during his time. Say, you're too kind. Well, I don't like that arrogant fellow, so we'll help you. The first was the adventurer Gene. He wasn't a member when the group set out. He was a talented man the king brought in later. Therefore, he didn't know Alfie. Meanwhile, Alfie wondered why Sei would bring a thug. Well, it wasn't really a problem. To abuse his authority, to do evil. Inexcusable. May my sword judge him. The next person was Kainiko, the feline beast man. Seeing his small body stretch into an imposing pose, Alfie desperately resisted the urge to pet him. This is so cute. I want to pet it. Cats were dangerous creatures that could charm their opponents simply by being there. I don't know much about human cities, but if you ask for my help, I will answer with integrity. Don't worry. I will win no matter how many weak human soldiers there are. The third person was obviously a mess. Hidden under a hooded cloak, he looked suspicious from every angle. What's more, you could sometimes see insect legs peeking out from under the cloak. From his words, It was clear he wasn't human. Alfie was starting to worry about what Say had brought. We've heard it before. Let's do our best. The fourth person was a white-winged flagel girl. She looked adorable, but her wings were so white that Alfie was a little worried. Alfie was sure that her white wings were proof of royalty. So would it really be okay to involve her? He hoped she was just a white-winged girl with no royal connection. Wow. A dog wagged its tail next to Cease's legs. Is this really considered combat power? However, given the current situation, it was considered barely acceptable. Honestly, it didn't look like a hero's party, but he figured they must have somehow met the requirements. Indeed, they were all people who weren't there at the time. It was the first time Shed met them, so she didn't feel uncomfortable, except for one person. Hey, Alfie, Dad's here to help you. The last person was Gantz. He was a muscular, elite mercenary with a skinhead look. Of course, Alfie knew of his reputation and strength. He knew he could count on him. That's right. He's my father after all. Alfie shuddered and stared at Say. Why did this guy bring my dad? Chapter 124. That day, many enthusiastic people gathered at the martial arts tournament. A circular ring occupied the center of the place. Two fighters crossed swords, sparks flying in the ring. However, the battle was uneven as a handsome, brown-haired man overwhelmed a heavily armored warrior. Finally, the warrior fell to his knees and groaned reluctantly. Darn it, coward, what are you talking about? I hope you don't blame me for your lack of skill. How shameless. You poisoned me. Well, I don't know anything about that. Maybe a subordinate who was worried about me did it. But it has nothing to do with me, right? The crowd drowned out her conversation, so no one heard her. It seemed the loser was simply ranting. Well, even if it's exactly as you said, you're just a commoner, while I'm an exceptional nobleman. Between us, who is more deserving of the title of hero? Even a child could understand. The spectators don't want you to win. They've come to see me defeat you gracefully and make you kneel before me. You. The warrior swung his fist, but couldn't land a blow. After drinking the water in the waiting room, he couldn't unleash even half his power. Debris laughed at him and drew his sword. The warrior shouted in pain as he was struck down. However, no one blamed him. Since it was a serious game with real weapons, eliminating an opponent wasn't against the rules, although a victory without eliminating was preferred. Injury and loss of life were regarded as accidents during the tournament. Arg, us fain. In giving, the warrior tried to yield, but Debris silenced him with the bravado of his sword. Naturally, striking a yielding opponent was a foul, but the rule only applied if the referee actually heard the call. The referee didn't hear it, though it should have reached his ears. The voice that tried to surrender should have reached his head through his eardrums. Yet he didn't hear it. He refused to hear it. If he judged it a foul and earned the enmity of the Speth family, he would ultimately lose. Therefore, he decided to settle the matter of the warrior's death as a consequence of his refusal to surrender. That's it. The winner is Debris. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Debris raised both hands to get the crowd's attention, inciting the spectators. That was his trick. Before the match, Cinchuredo, what would his reaction be if he saw me like that? The commoners were simply something he could despise, but they had one value: to serve as toys for his entertainment. But toys break over time if you play with them too much. It was time to get rid of that woman. Lately, Shed stopped reacting. That's why Head chosen his friend, a magician named Alfie, as his new assistant. However, she turned out to be a scandalous ingrate who, without even considering it an honor, abruptly ran away. And then there was this Say, or something like that, who stood in his way. Debris didn't like being proclaimed a hero simply because the king had appointed him. A commoner should not oppose or object to me. You're all my playthings. Your existence serves no other purpose. Therefore, I will destroy you all. He would destroy everything the hero held dear. For now, Cinchuredo he didn't notice. He hadn't noticed yet. The beautiful woman was a walking disaster. There were many inns in Legjarn. Many mercenaries, adventurers, and swordsmen came to the city to test their skills, so it was inevitable that there would be a greater demand for such establishments. If someone were to ask which was the best inn in town, those who knew it would answer, Raton's Inn. This inn was founded by a young man who could be found anywhere. He opened the inn to meet his beloved. His love interest came from a family of knights, so they practically lived in different worlds. However, the young man longed for her and loved her so much that he opened the inn to win her over, even though it didn't work. Over time, the inn gained a reputation thanks to the innkeeper's culinary skills. At first, the young lady simply thought, I should at least visit and try it once. Over time, it became a place she frequented. The innkeeper honed his culinary skills to please her. Thus, they met many times, and the inn became a place she felt at home. Without realizing it, they were drawn to each other and eventually became lovers. That's what Dina said, who was chattering away about the romance story during lunchtime, even though the innkeeper was nearby. Hey, that's enough, idiot. Even though it's become a well-known story, it's a kind gesture to keep quiet. I burrado into my bread and looked at Dina disapprovingly, but she didn't seem to care. They're so in love. She said something so insensitive and continued telling the story. Why were women so interested in other people's love stories? Honestly, I didn't understand. Listening to other people's love stories filled me with burning frustration. It was too much to handle. However, the innkeeper, the protagonist of the story, had a somber expression and didn't react to Dinah's rumors. Did something bad happen? Or was he abandoned? While I was thinking that, I drank this soup. Sweet? Was it sweet? Hey, innkeeper, did you mix salt and sugar for this soup? Huh. Sorry. I'll change it for you. Confusing sugar with salt was so common that even light novels had recently stopped using it. I was worried something was wrong with my taste. ID heard the appeal of this and was its delicious food, but honestly, it was quite disappointing. Every dish had something wrong with it. Perhaps I should say that he didn't do it with his heart? It wasn't actually bad, but it gave the impression that I was skimping on effort or ruining the flavor because I was distracted. It was often said, cooking comes from the heart. It seemed true. It wasn't that heart and love became seasonings that enhanced the flavor of food. However, cooking depended on precise calculations and tedious work. In other words, it required a lot of time and concentration to prepare a delicious dish. This was especially true here, since it wasn't Japan. You couldn't just throw the ingredients in a pot and wait 3 minutes for a delicious dish. There was nothing that practical here. In other words, cooking without putting your heart into it only meant skimping on time and effort, so the flavor naturally suffered. It seemed the innkeeper was thinking about something else entirely while he was cooking today. Well, anyway, I wasn't very familiar with cooking, so maybe it was just my imagination. At least I wasn't like those food critics in manga who, after just one bite, could conclude this dish is full of love and care. Seriously, I just didn't have such a way with words. While I was thinking about this, the innkeeper spoke to us cautiously. I'd like to ask a question. Are you adventurers? Adventurers? Yes, we are adventurers. If you asked me if I was an adventurer, I was sure I was. When I arrived in this world, I registered and received adventure requests. I accepted a simple request to earn money for my journey. Since then, I hadn't done anything as an adventurer, so I was becoming an ET. Anyway, let's hear what he said. Innkeeper, is there something that's worrying you? Yeah, that's right. It must have been a problem if he wanted to trust the adventurers. It was easy to guess from the oppressive atmosphere. If you were simply lacking ingredients or needed to get monster meat, the atmosphere wouldn't be so dire. Do you accept the request? As for the reward, I can pay 500,000 euros. That's too much. It depends on the job, but even 10% would be enough for an adventurer's request. No, it's not necessary to give that much. This is because, in the worst-case scenario, you could face a nobleman. The innkeeper's words stopped my hand, which was holding a spoon. I see. A nobleman, eh? Once again, I had a bad feeling. Well, at least I should hear his story. After all the rude disturbances are over. Pound. Yeah. I called the Libra, who was behind me. She answered instantly, as if she had been waiting for instructions. The innkeeper seemed unaware, but the inn was already surrounded. It would be too typical of 8th grade syndrome to call it hostile intent, but it was definitely directed at us. In gaming terms, it would be the feeling that we had become targets. Somehow I knew it. The presences surrounding the inn, There were 12 of them. Libra could handle them alone. But if she relied solely on her, she would kill them all. So she needed to be more specific with her order. She wanted to know why they were attacking us. Capture everyone and extract information from them. Understood. How would you like me to do it? Do it as usual. I understand the mission. Moving forward with its execution. At the same time I gave the order, Libra walked out calmly. Immediately afterward, some men began shouting outside. There were shouts, followed by more shouts. I didn't know who they were, but let's put compassion aside for now. Finally, the screams stopped. When the door opened again, Libra entered. She was dragging 12 captured men. All of them were restrained and secured. Their mouths were gagged and their eyes blindfolded. They had been completely subdued. Capture complete. Moving on to the interrogation. Can I borrow Agokeros? Yeah. Wait a minute, Libra. If it's an interrogation, wouldn't it be more effective to use this lattice poison? No. We can extract the information without your help. TSK. And so, Libra and Agokeros went upstairs. Along the way, the men kept tripping over the stairs. Was this all right? Whatever it was, they'd better not make a mess in the room. After all, I was staying there for the night. Sagittarius. Yeah. After Libra extracts the information, it will find the person who sent it. Understood. I gave the order to Sagittarius as I broke the bread and dipped it in the soup. Immediately afterward, the men's shouts echoed from the room we had rented. It was like the end of the world. What on earth were they doing? I didn't even want to think about it. Well, he didn't know who it was, but since it had acted in a hostile manner, he had no reason to be merciful. If the other party wanted to cause trouble, so be it. It would be too problematic to leave a problem unresolved, so had better annihilate it completely. I can only say that the timing wasn't right. If it had been when he had just come into this world, he wouldn't have been so cold. He would have been gentler. There might be other ways to resolve this issue, but what a shame. He wasn't so kind anymore. 125. The flag of death unfurled to its fullest extent behind the scenes of this glamorous tournament. Say and his colleagues were quietly investigating the participants' waiting rooms, which had been prepared by the Speth family. If Alfie was telling the truth, Debris had kidnapped several participants. However, if they accused him directly, it would be a one-sided accusation, and they would become criminals. Furthermore, the other party was a nobleman who ruled the domain of the spear, so they couldn't accuse him rashly. Although Say was the king's chosen hero, reckless behavior on his part could cause the monarch to lose faith. If that happened, the ambitious Debris would surely seize upon the mistake to make the kingdom owe him one. If such restrictions didn't exist, and it were a monster like Rufa's capable of annihilating all humanoids, not just nobles, it could act with overwhelming bravado, leaving no room for negotiation. However, this was impossible for Say and her group. Therefore, they first had to find the evidence and then act justly. By now, Say no longer doubted that the Speth family was involved in some crime. After all, he had personally witnessed the pursuit of Alfie. He had also witnessed Debris' cruel treatment of the hired thugs when they proved useless. Leaving aside emotional assessments, from an objective, third-person perspective, this wasn't enough to make the Speth family anything more than suspicious. That's why they first had to find evidence, but did you find anything? No, there's nothing here. Say shook her head in response to Gant's question. They had searched the waiting rooms of the participants suspected of kidnapping, but found no evidence. It seemed the scene had been carefully cleaned. It would have been good to find at least some evidence of the poisoned food and drinks, but things weren't looking good. By the way, Alfie, how did you know the participants were poisoned? I don't doubt it, but if the poison could be identified visually, actually I drank it myself. Hey, I said that I drank it too. Alfie looked away and answered C's question. Before the match, Rail, that's my friend's name, called me into the waiting room. I drank some of the black tea they'd made for her. As I mentioned, the poison only makes you a little drowsy and prevents you from using your strength. After about 10 minutes, you should be able to move normally. But by then, Rail had already lost the match. I ran to find her and found him trying to lead her somewhere. So they chased me to silence me. Yes, I see. Apparently, Alfie had a rather carefree personality. No, Would anyone even wonder if a drink offered by a friend was poisoned? In fact, not even the friend who offered the drink believed it was poisoned, so it would have been difficult to consider it suspicious in this situation. Hey, Kainiko-san, can you find any clues using your sense of smell? Don't be ridiculous. That's a beastly dog specialty. Imaket. It's impossible. Oh, that's impossible, huh? After searching another waiting room, Jean and Kainiko found no clues, so they rejoined Sei and the others. If Kainiko were a beast man, she might have found some clues, but since she was a cat, she couldn't. There were no clues. Everyone was discouraged by the results. As they pondered what to do, something moved. It was the silly dog that always hung around C's feet. Suddenly, it darted off as if it had sensed something and headed to the end of the corridor. Hey, where are you going? Sei quickly chased after him and finally found the dog barking loudly towards a wall after turning a corner. Why is this dog barking at the wall? When Sei touched the wall, nothing seemed to change. It was just an ordinary wall. Gantz and the others arrived shortly after. Jean was the first to notice anything. I see. Move aside, Sei. It's probably something like that. After saying that, Jean repeatedly tapped on various parts of the wall and listened for the differences in sound. As an adventurer, he had experience exploring ruins, so he could notice subtle differences in sound. There were often hidden doors in ruins, so finding them was an indispensable skill for top-level adventurers. Jean examined the wall for a while, and then noticed a small hole at the base of the wall. It was a small hole that would not normally be noticed unless someone looked for it carefully. Bingo! He took a wire-like object from his pocket and inserted it into the hole. After manipulating it for several seconds, there was a click, and Jean put the wire back in his pocket. Then he placed his hands on the wall and moved it sideways, and the wall slowly slid open, revealing a hidden passageway. Awesome. I'm a famous former adventurer, you know? I could finish something like that before breakfast. Jean took the lead, followed by Sei and the others. Gantz trailed behind. The victims were likely right in front, and debris subordinates should be waiting there as well. After descending the stairs, Jean stopped at the corner. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Sei and the others to be quiet while he intently watched the corner. As expected, armed guards were waiting. Naturally, it was possible to force their way through. However, it would be a problem if they struggled to defeat even one of them and the guards ended up calling for reinforcements. The situation would turn unpleasant. C's group members were not weak, since they included Gantz, the strongest mercenary, and Sarges, the leader of the demi-humans. They possessed considerable combat power. However, if the number of enemies reached 100 or 200, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Furthermore, this was enemy territory. They didn't know what kind of traps had been set. Leave it to me. Sarges spoke confidently and swiftly leaped from the shadows to run along the wall. All of this happened in an instant, so even the soldiers didn't notice. Sarges moved across the ceiling, and by the time they thought he had jumped, several soldiers had already fallen. What? An enemy attack. The soldiers quickly went on alert, but Sarges was nowhere to be seen. The next instant, Sarges leaped again, took out another soldier, landed on the wall, and was gone. His movements were those of a hunter. The enemy didn't even know what was happening. Their numbers dwindled one by one. In about 10 seconds, not a single conscious soldier remained. After the hunt was over, Sarges returned to Sei and the others. Okay, let's go. Ah, yes. That's not bad at all, Spider-Man. Sei and Jean were impressed and surprised by Sarges' skill as he moved forward. He had been frightening as an enemy, but now as an ally, he seemed so reliable. It was a little late to say, but it was astonishing how they had managed to defeat him. Honestly, it was doubtful that their victory was truly due to their own efforts. What is this? Has it smelled strange for a while now? I have a bad feeling about this. Let's proceed with caution. After walking for a while, Sei frowned upon noticing an unpleasant smell in the air. Kainiko also grew wary, and the group moved forward slowly. And then, what they saw was an unsettling sight. Several women stood nearby, looking distressed. Centuredo, her face, was horribly burned. Virgo covered her barato when she saw the scene. The others expressed their shock. How terrible. What is this? TSK. So this is how the noble Sama behaves? And to think he claims to be an exceptional nobleman? Say desperately tried to suppress her nausea, while Jean vomited, making no attempt to hide her disgust. Gant said nothing, but his face burned with rage. Kenko's fists trembled. Rail, where are you? Alfie lost his composure when he saw her and shouted while searching for his friend. However, she didn't seem to be in sight. No, Alfie simply didn't realize she was there. That voice, is it Alfie? Lane? The voice belonged to the woman who had collapsed in the back. Alfie ran to hold the woman, whose face was badly injured from a terrible accident. Oh, how did this happen? Her once beautiful face was marred by the ordeal. Her hair was almost completely burnt. Tears welled in Alfie's eyes as he hugged his friend, who had changed so much. Because, oh, I hope you're not mistaken. I didn't do it. That stupid girl did it to herself. As if to answer Alfie's question, a voice spoke from behind Say and the others. When they all turned to look, there stood a nobleman with his subordinates. Debris Speth was there, smiling. Since she had a rather pretty face, I tried hard to spend time with her. But that silly girl hurt herself. Because of that, I've lost all interest in her. She's just a gentleman. Did she think she was protecting her honor by doing that? I really don't understand. Well, since she's no longer worth hugging, I can get rid of her. But that won't ease my displeasure. I don't like crying myself to sleep. If you upset me, you'll have to pay the price. Bastard. Jean raised his voice, furious at Debris' selfishness, and took the first step. As a man, he couldn't forgive this guy. He would confront him and make him pay for what had done. No, he would make him pay even Barato and teach him a lesson. But the next moment, Jean felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and fell to his knees. Oh, don't approach me with such indifference, you mere adventurer. You and I have different values. Know your place. What did he do? What has happened? It didn't matter that Jean was attacked. Not even Say or the others watching could understand what had happened. The same was true even for Sargis, who held the highest status among the heroes. He couldn't hide his surprise. You think you can challenge me? Don't be so arrogant. I'm different from all of you. I'm a chosen one. You can't even touch me. As she said that, Debris raised her hand in front of her face to show her ring. Cinceredo, shooting magic at me. What would you do if you hit me? Having said this, he attacked with his fist, but Sargis intercepted it. He prepared to counterattack, but Debris had disappeared again. No, he didn't simply vanish. The robe that concealed Sarges' body was slashed, and he felt the sting of a sword wound. Sarges' resilient body wasn't seriously injured, but that wasn't the problem. The debris had cut him down before he could even notice. That was the problem. What kind of hardness is this? The blade couldn't penetrate. What a strange technique. It's not just about being fast. Cinceredo, stop time. Stop lying. That's impossible unless you're Goddess Sama. That's true. But what if the Goddess Sama were to grant me this power? Debris smiled and looked at everyone with disdain. Then he began to boast. Perhaps, from the beginning, he had wanted to boast to someone. A man with so much pride and vanity often felt the need to talk to someone about his special things. Behold the Ring of Time, a divine artifact bestowed upon the Sword King Alioth by the Goddess Sama to defeat the Black-Winged Overlord. Alioth bequeathed it to one of his friends, and his descendants continued to inherit it. I'm impossible. Something like that. What a striking expression. Your expression shows that you now understand the absolute difference between us. It's the expression of someone who understands that they can't win no matter how hard they try. When it's tinged with anger and despair at an unreasonable situation, it's my favorite expression. It's simply irresistible. Debris smiled and drew the sword from his waist. On the other hand, Say and the others went on high alert, but would it make any sense? If the opponent stopped time and then prepared to attack, there would be no point in defending or dodging. The debris disappeared, and a sharp pain shot through Cease's leg. There was nothing they could do to fight back when faced with an ability like stopping time. And so the one-sided battle began. Chapter 126. Dozens of minutes had passed since the start of the battle. Cinceredo, if they lost their weapons, they couldn't use their full power. However, the real problem was the man accompanying Debris. Had he not been there, Say and the others could have closed the gap and defeated Debris. Sarges and Virgo were still standing, but neither could find an opening to attack before time stopped. Do you understand now? This is the difference between the chosen and the unchosen. There is an insurmountable difference between us. Why do you think you're so cool? You're not the amazing one. It's the ring. Hearing Debris boast of his victory, Alfie wanted to at least retort spitefully. He could no longer move his body, so he could only move his mouth. But it seemed to be more effective than Alfie expected, for he saw Debris' face contort with anger. Did you just insult me? Debris moved next to her in an instant and stepped on her back. Arg, I'm asking if a mere commoner just insulted me. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The girl's back, head, arms, and legs were being trampled underfoot without any sense of guilt or hesitation. You jerk! Enraged by the scene, Gantz forced himself to his feet, seized his axe, and swung it with all his might. This exceeded Debris' expectations, but he quickly vanished to avoid the axe. However, Virgo anticipated his move and flew forward to attack with her weapon. Eek! A flash of the sword passed in front of Debris' face. Seized by panic, Debris stopped time and increased the distance between them. Virgo lost sight of him for only an instant, but immediately found him again and turned around. It wasn't that Virgo was frozen in time. She had certainly lost sight of him. However, the difference in their base speeds was too great, so she was able to attack before he could react. After fighting him for a while, it became clear that while the ring was undoubtedly a threat, Debris wasn't much of a problem. In that case, she could bet everything on it. That's enough. Don't you care what happens to this young man? However, Virgo's movement was stopped by Debris' accomplice. He was sitting next to Say, holding a knife to his neck. This was a threat. If anyone moved again, he would barato Say. As a result, although Sarges and Virgo could still fight, they were powerless to stop him. Having ensured his safety, Debris smiled victoriously and struck Virgo in the face. EW, darn it. How dare you try to surprise me? You're just a worthless commoner. You too. Don't put me in danger, you useless thing. Debris angrily punched his companion, and then turned his gaze back to Virgo. His cheek was slightly red from the blow, but since their states were so different, there was no swelling. He stared intently at Debris with a piercing gaze. Debris clicked his tongue as if his mood had been ruined by those eyes, but immediately smiled unpleasantly once again. I don't like this. If you don't know what courtesy is, I'll have to teach it to you. Courtesy is very important, you know. Those who don't know it will have a hard time in the future. For your own good, I'll teach it to you. You don't deserve any courtesy. In response to Virgo's words, Debris silently kicked her. Gantz clenched his fists so tightly in rage that they bled. Say felt powerless and angry because this situation was due to him being held hostage. Why? Why am I so weak? This is miserable. I want power. Power to defeat this guy and protect everyone. Debris continued, raising her hand toward Virgo while stomping on Alfie. But despite this, the girl's attitude didn't change. On the contrary, Debris reached the end of her rope. You need to have a better understanding of where you stand. With that, Debris barato Virgo by the collar and pushed her back firmly. Virgo stumbled and felt humiliated, but her eyes remained fixed on Debris. Hey, what are you doing? What am I doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to educate her. It's an honor for a commoner to be instructed by a noblewoman like me. Debris smiled and lifted Virgo's chin. There was no stopping him. No one could move because Say was being held hostage. Acting without restraint, Debris snagged on Virgo's clothing. At that moment, the ceiling collapsed and a beauty in a red cape descended from above. Hey, to think there's a basement here. Are you sure there's no doubt this is the place? Yes, teacher. This is the place that Sagittarius located. The embodiment of terror, an incomparable beauty, stood there beside the steel doll that followed her. Rufus glanced around indifferently and opened her eyes wide in surprise at the sight of Say. On the other hand, with the cause of her trauma right in front of her, Alfie's face paled more than ever. Unlike when she first met Alfie, Rufus was disguised. She wore glasses and had hidden her wings. However, since her face hadn't changed, Those who knew her could still recognize her. What are you all doing here? Rufus-san, why are you here? Oh, I received a request from the innkeeper. I don't care much about the reward, but he seemed rather worried and distracted while cooking. It seemed like a waste of his talent. So I came to find a solution. Sei was stunned by her answer and wondered why on earth she was fighting. Even though Sei and his friends have been desperately pursuing evil, had she come all this way just because she wanted to eat something delicious? Libra, who had wandered off unnoticed in the meantime, returned to Rufus with a woman whose face had been burned. Master, she appears to be the target. Her features match the description. Censuredo. All expressions disappeared from Rufus' face. At that moment, Seno, everyone who knew Rufus there felt they were about to be killed. Even Libra, usually incapable of feeling fear, became wary of her master. The change was that drastic. For now, I'd like to know, did you do all of this? Huh? Who are you? Don't you think you were being over the top after showing up so suddenly? Ignorance is scary. It seems you don't even know who I am. I have no idea. Debris' expression changed upon hearing Rufus' comment, which seemed to mock him. However, he immediately smiled smugly and spoke with pretension. On the other hand, Sei was so paralyzed by fear that he couldn't even speak, but he was screaming desperately in his heart. Enough. Don't provoke her anymore. Apologize now and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, they'll kill you. However, Debris had no doubt that he had the advantage. He didn't realize he was stepping on a nuclear weapon, let alone a landmine. No, a star before an imminent explosion. Well, never mind. Cheer up. I've chosen you as my opponent. Despite your attitude, you look strong. You're a worthy challenger for me to face. Sir, let's defeat this thing. Wait, Libra. I haven't heard your answer yet. Considering what I'm about to do, a simple apology would be unacceptable if I've mistaken the person. Therefore, I need to verify the truth. Rufus took no action other than to question Debris again without showing any sign of anger. So, Censuredo, are his bruises and his clothes your fault too? What's going on? He dared to make me feel Barato scared. This is just his revenge. This is unbelievable. It's like the lower life forms you see in books, and it's even of the particularly despicable kind. Rufus spoke frankly about Debris. Wasn't this man, named Debris, the very archetype of the despicable nobleman? That he was so despicable was impressive in its own way. In a sense, this was a kind of compliment from Rufus. But Debris was clearly displeased by his words as he drew his sword. It seems you need an education too. Time stood still. Channeling mana into the ring would stop time in this world. Everyone except Debris would be turned into sculptures. The Ring of Time, said to have been given to the hero Alioth to defeat the Blackwing Overlord, was invincible. If she could stop time, she would win, no matter who her opponent was. This woman who suddenly appeared was no exception. For now, she would take away her belongings. She wanted to see her composure break under pressure. While thinking such ruthless thoughts, Debris approached Rufus. They seized his arm, and the flow of time was restored. Oh, what a surprise. Can you move at this speed, even at your level? Or is it some kind of trick? What, huh? I see. It's this ring. It looks like a powerful object. Rufus, who casually stepped into the frozen time, spoke in a tone as if she hadn't even noticed that time had stopped. In fact, she hadn't realized it at all. For her, stopping time was simply a phenomenon that occurred naturally whenever she moved seriously. It was trivial to her, since the world stopped simply because it couldn't keep up with her speed. Therefore, Debris' time-stopping effect was simply a high-speed movement for Rufus. For monsters of her level, it was just a natural phenomenon. Stopping time wasn't even an ability for her. It was simply a normal movement. Rufus removed the ring from Debris' hand and examined it. The sacred artifact, Chronos. It's something very important. When activated, it slows the world down by 10,000 for a few seconds. It can effectively stop time. Huh? But this is flawed. Gi, get it back to me. Okay, wait a minute. First, we need to sort some things out. Rufus smiled sweetly and raised his fist. With a devastating blade strike, his steel fist slammed into Debris' face at supersonic speed. Debris staggered back as he was sent flying, but Rufus caught him and pulled him back. Oops, don't give up yet, kid. The punishment has only just begun. Rufus laughed and activated coercion. In an instant, everyone was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Stopping time itself wasn't even worth mentioning. Suppressing the entire area with his mere presence was a talent fit for a king. The world itself seemed to fear Rufus' presence, for the pressure of coercion was so strong that it even cracked the ground. However, Cinceredo, they're looking down on me again. They're ridiculing me again. I never want to be looked down upon again. I never want to go back to that time. Debris Speth was abandoned as a filthy orphan in front of church. He grew up without ever knowing his parents' faces or voices. His body was weak, and he lacked any magical talent. As a result, he was ridiculed daily. Useless rubbish. Incompetent rubbish. Those were his nicknames. He had never been praised and was constantly looked down upon like trash. But one day, his life changed completely. When he learned that he was actually the son of a nobleman, kidnapped and abandoned by a desperate criminal in front of the church, he jumped for joy. Yes, I am actually a nobleman. I am different from those commoners. However, his happiness was short-lived. As a nobleman, his peers treated him with contempt for having been raised as an orphan. Therefore, Cinceredo, can I treat people badly because I had a painful past? Of course not. Nobles had duties tied to their social position. They existed to govern and protect commoners, not mistreat them. I have committed terrible deeds and caused many deaths. I have used bravado to destroy my opponents. I will not deny it. But if someone plays with the misfortunes of his subjects, he is no longer a nobleman. He is merely a scoundrel in power. Inside Rufus, his emotions vanished at an alarming rate, leaving behind only the cruelty of the black-winged overlord. I really don't like him. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Cinceredo, he took a devastating blow to his bravado. He was badly hurt all over. The attack continued without mercy, leaving him severely injured from head to bravado. Arm, forearm, wrist, and hip. The pelvis, femurs, patelli, calf, and bravado. His whole bravado was utterly devastated. It was an unreal sight. A punch capable of shattering a planet in a single blow was greatly reduced in bravado, leaving him with only 1 HP due to the skill's effect. Debris' resolve was bravado in an instant by the overwhelming bravado, but he couldn't fall because of the skill's effect. Get lost, you scoundrel. When Rufus' relentless attacks finally ended, Debris was completely overwhelmed. Even with the effect of the ability, his body barely retained its humanoid form. The Hulk, unable to even scream, took the final blow and was dramatically sent flying. But immediately afterward, Rufus grabbed him by the head and yanked him back. As long as Blunt Blade Strike was active, he wouldn't die from Rufus' attacks. However, the ability wasn't intelligent enough to consider other factors. For example, if Rufus hadn't grabbed him, Debris would have been flung a distance proportional to the power generated by several 100 million blows per second. Rufus herself wasn't sure where he would end up. Perhaps he might be flung into space and vanish there. Rufus tossed Debris away, but even though he did it gently, it was the work of someone with exceptional arm strength. Debris hit a wall, pushing several meters into it, as if he were digging a tunnel before coming to a stop. This casual action was like throwing trash picked up off the ground into a garbage can. It was just a random gesture, but the resulting phenomenon was completely unreasonable. Faced with such a scene, Debris' companion's face paled, and he realized that his chances of victory were utterly non-existent. After completely destroying the human named Debris, Rufus added, "Don't worry, I was using blunt force, retention. Use the little time you have left to regret what you did." What exactly was causing this delay? While they were thinking that, Say and the others raised their pale faces to look at Rufus. Chapter 127. Alfie escaped at that moment. A man appeared in front of me who was in the size-up position, or rather, forced to be in the size-up position. 2, he was a weak, uncle-like man who served that fellow named Debris or something like that, the nobleman who had just been doing that stupid thing. He was lying on the ground and looking dejected after a rough beating. It was an unpleasant scene, and there was a mess around him. Perhaps I went Barado overboard? From what I can see, he's a normal person without any powers. Although, from what ID heard, I knew she was only following orders because of the difference in social standing. So, I held back quite a bit. Even so, this was still the result. Although I only gave him a gentle slap. Well, how to put it? Let's just say he did help do bad things, and that because of his actions. Many people didn't manage to escape. So, let's just say it was a harsh outcome. As a side note, the guy called debris or something like that recovered enough to not collapse. So although it was barely so, he was still alive and breathing. I emphasize just enough so that he recovers. After all, if he fully recovered, we didn't know what he would be able to do. Therefore, it barely retained its original form and did not become an unknown or unrecognizable object. Furthermore, although it was to be expected, he had already confiscated the ring and had no plans to return it. A knife to a fool is like an iron club to an Oni. 3. It was because nothing good would come of it even if he returned it. Subsequently, the wounds of all the female victims were healed, and Dina was also called to erase her memories of everything that had conspired in this place. After all, it was unlikely that there were any memories they wanted to keep. Although something similar had happened in the past, now that he thought about it, it seemed that those orcs could be considered knights compared to debris. In other words, debris was an existence that was below that of the orcs. Needless to say, Virgo's clothes were also repaired. Do you swear to compensate the victims from now on? Yes, I swear. Okay, but never show your face to these victims. There's a risk their memories will return. You must help them from the shadows. Have I explained myself clearly? It seemed that the man, who had been an accomplice to countless evil deeds of debris, had a broken heart as he vowed to live to make amends for all he had done. It wasn't as if everything was forgiven once someone repented for their actions. However, from his perspective, he himself was a kind of victim who couldn't disobey debris orders because of his status. Therefore, I wouldn't go so far as to want to kill him outright. I also found it regrettable that the Speth family should fall along with the criminal. I mean, if the Speth family's misdeeds were to come to light, the family would definitely be ruined to the bone. I assumed that the truth of what had happened would soon reach the ears of the royal family through Gantz and the elf Naysan, so their nobility would be officially revoked. Okay, can you stand up? Oh, yes. Fine. I got the brown-haired girl who was still leaning against the side of the wall to stand up and cast a divine recovery spell on her. Although it turned out quite badly, this shouldn't leave any scars. To go that far against a young girl, that scoundrel named Debris was a pretty rotten individual as a man. Just look, she's trembling a lot from fear. Maybe I should stop him here. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The real consequences will come later. After all, anything Barado than this would be excessive. I've stepped in. I've finished what I needed to do. I'll leave the rest to your discretion. I decided to leave the rest to the heroes group and quickly leave this place. Of course, the woman named Rael, the subject of the request, was also with us. The burn on her face had also healed perfectly. Divine magic is super convenient. Rupa-sama, what kind of object is that ring? As we were walking back, Libra asked about the mechanics behind the ring. Most likely, he was curious when he heard me say it was a defective item. In response, I answered him without holding back any information. The ring's effect is the same as I already mentioned. But if the speed of the entire surrounding area were reduced by 10,000, even a user would stop. So the ring accelerates the user's time enough to counteract that 10,000 reduction, until it seems as if time has stopped for everyone except him. So, yes, for someone like me, who's already at that speed, it won't be a problem. But he wasn't like that. Even so, as long as he wore the ring, the elapsed time would be absorbed by the ring itself. But I'm sure you can guess what happens when he loses the ring, right? The ring's effect was a disadvantage against everyone else and a benefit to the user himself to counteract that disadvantage. In numerical terms, it was 10,000. It reduced the speed of everything in the world to 0, effectively stopping time itself. Incredibly, the ring was putting a disadvantage on the concept of time. However, because the disadvantage also applied to the user himself, thus stopping the user's time. He countered the disadvantage by strongly compensating the user with enough speed so that he could increase his time flow sufficiently to free himself from the speed disadvantage. I see. It's definitely a rather unfair effect. So much so that, if it weren't for any objections, I would have one of the 12 stars to use it. However, when the time came to lose the ring, all the time that had passed was suddenly reverted to the previous user. Therefore, it was an extremely defective product. Needless to say, this was no simple, merciful effect, as the bear was in a world where time had stopped for 5 seconds, meaning he lived 5 seconds longer than everyone else. This conferred a much greater disadvantage. It was said that the normal speed of humans was approximately 5 kilometers per hour. Since that nobleman was from this world, he possessed physical capabilities superior to those of an Earth person. However, even so, he would not have exceeded 30 kilometers per hour to unilaterally stop time. In other words, in this world where individuals of Bennett Nash's level and I were, the amount of speed adjustment that would be necessary to update the phenomenon of leaving everything else behind in time is, well, because I've never actually measured it, I'm not 100 sure, but in the state where my perception of time dilates and I feel like I want to run or fly at full speed, I could in fact circle Midgard at least once before a second of real time would pass. Based on that, it's not a bad deduction to think that Bennett Nash's and my speeds are greater than Mach 100,000. For since the numbers have become too large, all of this sounds like a joke, but let's put that thought aside for now. The main point is what comes next. I've heard that Mach 1 is approximately 1,200 kmh. However, because it is affected by the pressure and temperature of the environment, there may be a slight deviation, so it is only an approximate figure. And calculating with these figures, for an individual who has a speed of 30 kilometers h to overtake someone who moves and operates at Mach 100,000, their own speed would have to be multiplied by 4 million. In other words, 4 million seconds would have passed for every second the nobleman had stopped. Put another way, approximately 46 days of his life would have been spent in an instant. If I only used it a few times, even if I had to pay a very high price, it wouldn't be something I couldn't afford. If it stopped for 10 seconds, it would mean it would have spent more than a year, but it can still be considered within an acceptable range. But what happens if it happens several times? What happens when time is stopped for a few seconds each time it is used and used repeatedly? If time were to stop for 1 minute, more than 7 years of his life would have been spent. If time were to stop for a total of 10 minutes, Barado, then 70 years of his life would have passed. It appears that spoiled child relied heavily on this ring. I'm not sure how many times I've used it so far, but, well, if my predictions are correct, it would have become an old thing by now. In fact, I suppose if it can end up being just an old thing and nothing more, is that still a good outcome? In short, it was not much different from being asked to abandon the future in exchange for a moment of immediate victory. 5 The only ones who could use the ring without any detriment were me, the Demon King, and Bennett Nash. But how are we even going to use it? I suppose it would be interesting to use it as material for a golem, perhaps. If I were my current self, it wouldn't even be a dream for me to create a golem that is at a higher level than Libra. Well, that doesn't change the fact that it's still a defective item, but it's not unusable. I guess I'll just carry it around for now. Upon returning to the inn, the innkeeper offered us some exaggerated words of thanks. He must have been worried about the woman named Rael up to this point. It goes without saying that we did not broadcast everything that happened in that place. We are only informing you that after she was kidnapped, they put her to sleep. After all, it was a fact that she was not harmed in that way. Therefore, technically, it was not a lie. Anyway, let's leave all that aside. The important thing at that moment was the food. In front of me were steaming, luxurious, and beautifully presented dishes. Although it seemed like too many dishes, considering that there were quite a few of us on our side, we would probably be able to finish it all. I selected one from among so many dishes and picked it up with my hand. It was a giant bone covered in meat and well cooked inside. Manga meat, so it actually exists. As I bit into it, the succulent taste of the meat flooded my mouth. It was a flavor I had never known before. Although it was a little tough, the meat had the right texture and was quite good overall. It tasted a bit like chicken, but it was definitely something different. As I savored the flavor with every bite, I suddenly imagined a dragon-like creature with wings on my head. At the same time, what I saw was a memory of a scene in which Rufus of ancient times was camping with young and immature individuals such as Migres, the late Alioth, Mizar, and the others. Near them was the corpse of a subjugated pseudo-dragon, cooking under the fire. Ah, so that's a pseudo-dragon, huh? We could say it was fake, but it was still the first time we ate a dragon. So, does a pseudo-dragon taste pretty similar to chicken? Well, I'm definitely not unhappy with it. In fact, I quite like this flavor. If there was something similar to mayonnaise, I think it would go quite well together. While thinking about such a thing, I enjoyed lunchtime. However, everything came to an end when suddenly, at that moment, Dina stood up. What's wrong, Dina? I need to go wash my hands. Ah, Cinchureto Castor's expression at that moment was the very definition of seriousness. He was covered in sweat and had a very grim facial expression that I had never seen on him before. He seems to be struggling with something deep inside. This feeling, could it be Pollux' influence? But how is that possible? There's no way she can leave and escape Fairyland. Pollux? If I remember correctly, that was the name of the twins' younger sister. According to Parthenos' story, he had heard that the twins were fulfilling the task of sealing an Ouroboros. However, Castor certainly didn't seem to be doing so. In the first place, the mere fact that he was here was strange. Therefore, it could naturally be inferred and determined that the one sealing the Ouroboros was the younger sister of the two. And from what it seemed, something had happened to him. Afterwards, Castor ran outside, and the rest of us were left behind in a rather anticlimactic manner. Well, yes, that's it, I guess we should pursue it for now. Well, it certainly arrived like a storm. After Rufus left, Sarges muttered those words earnestly, and everyone else bowed in agreement. Even an item that was terrifying to them was nothing more than a defective product to Rufus. Even an enemy who was a formidable opponent for Say and the others was nothing more than a weak old man from Rufus' perspective. In all likelihood, Rufus hadn't even realized that the man who was still in Siza at that very moment was one of the highest-ranking warriors among the humanoids. No, in the first place, it was questionable whether she even considered him a warrior at all. To her, the difference between an ordinary person and debris was like the difference between an ant and a slightly stronger than normal ant. She couldn't even tell the difference between them. The light slap, similar to affectionately stroking an adorable little animal, caused debris subordinate's head to jerk from side to side and swell immediately. This scene terrified everyone present and caused them to burst in a strange laughter. 6 from a young age, Say had always questioned the concept of you can't escape the boss in video games. However, the reason for that mystery had now become clear. Yes, it's definitely impossible. You can't escape that. The realm they live in is different. If someone grabs you by the neck the moment you start running, there's really nothing you can do. I'm so pathetic, Say murmured softly and looked at his own hands. He was aware that he was weak, but even then he hadn't considered it or given it much thought. This was because Rufus and the others were undoubtedly exaggerating, comparing oneself to a tornado, an earthquake, or a meteorite, and believing oneself to be weak was natural. No one would take something like that seriously. Normally one wouldn't think, the sun is so big and strong. Why am I so weak? But today was different. They made him learn. After facing the reality that he couldn't even reach the foot of another human being similar to himself, he was forced to realize how weak and pathetic he was. It was a shameful scenario in which, besides not being able to save a person from someone full of bad intentions, he himself became a hostage. At that moment, above all else, he could not forgive his own weakness. He had wished to become stronger, more firmly than he had ever wished before. The method was right in front of their eyes. If he were somehow given the golden apple that only Rufus could make, he could easily become one of the highest-level talents, even in this world. But was it really the right thing to do? Wasn't it too simplistic? Rafiman, I want to get strong here, have some golden apples, yay. Now, I'm level 1007, was that really what it meant to be strong? Could one be proud of having become so strong? After gaining power in such a simplistic and irresponsible way, could he really avoid becoming insolent and arrogant? Did he have the confidence that he wouldn't become that debris type? There was nothing worse in corrupting a person than power that was simply handed to them. In that sense, the golden apple was truly the forbidden fruit. It was something that tempted people to stray from the path. I want to become stronger. That was what Sei felt from the bottom of his heart. However, he still hesitated to reach out and grab the golden apple. The truth is that was the reason why I had never brought up the subject of the golden apple in Rufus' presence. It wasn't anything special. He was simply afraid of making a mistake. He was afraid of going off the track once he picked up speed. The mistakes were terrifying. Once he strayed from the path, he not only destroyed his own life, but also the lives of others. Furthermore, the greater the power he possessed, the greater the collateral damage he would cause through his mistakes. As an extreme example, even if the current Sei made a mistake and accidentally hit the ground with all his might, at most, only a small part of the ground would be cut. However, if Rufus did the same, it would cause unimaginable damage to the environment. It could even cause the planet to split in two. It was the very fact that he, as a single individual, would gain the power to decide the fate of even the world. There was no way the pressure of that would be light. There was no way he could take it lightly. If he were given so much power, could he use it correctly? Did he have the necessary qualities? Sei didn't know the answer to those questions. Seidano, is something wrong? No, nothing. Although Kainiko looked up with her round eyes and urged Sei pretended that nothing was wrong. Then, Sei quietly led the stupid dog away from debris, telling him not to pee on anyone's face before turning to look at Alfie. I'm sorry. I couldn't be of much help. What are you saying? If you hadn't been there, I would have been trapped in that dark alley, and I don't even know what I would have been facing. Thank you so much, Sei. Alfie flashed a warm smile and extended his gratitude to Sei. Then she looked away, and Sei followed suit, also looking away. They must have had things to say to each other. However, neither of them was able to assert their convictions. Finally, however, he stood up and looked directly at Sei. So, only if it's okay with you, or rather, if it's okay with everyone. I know it seemed like a lot to ask, but, Cinceredo and what appeared underneath was a spider. As soon as he saw her appearance, Alfie turned pale and stopped talking. She already understood that Sarges wasn't a bad person. In fact, they had even fought together, and she had a favorable impression of his personality. She certainly didn't hate him. Yes, she didn't hate him. However, as a human being, it was inevitable to have irrational fears that I could not bear. There were those who couldn't stand the sight of a cockroach, no matter how hard they tried. And there were those who couldn't stand spiders. In other words, that's how it was. For Alfie, the mere sight of a spider was simply unbearable. It was an irrational thing he couldn't help but fear. It had nothing to do with whether it was harmful or not. For example, it wasn't a problem whether it contained poison or not. It was just that, somehow, he couldn't stand the way he looked. Cinceredo, ha 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 ha, since the author's explanation of the mechanics behind the ring is terrible, so much so that even the editors can't fully understand it. Here is the simplified explanation of the Ring of Time, although I butchered it too. 1. The user activates the ring. 2. The ring applies a global speed handicap of -10,000. The author doesn't provide units, but from the context, it's probably AGI, agility speed, even to the user. Therefore, it slows everything down to the point where time seems to stand still. 3. The ring grants the user an enhancement that accelerates the user's time flow until they feel they are in normal time flow, to counteract the disadvantage. Therefore, the user is the only one who experiences normal time, while everyone else's time slows down. While the user has the ring equipped, elapsed time is calculated in real time. That is, real-time stop time is 1 second and elapsed time is 1 hour. The ring stores 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and the user ages by 1 second. Elapsed time is calculated using the perceived speed of 10 kilometers h as a base, i.e., people like Rufus, Binet, and ORM. 5. When the ring is removed, the stored time returns to it. Following the previous example, when the ring is removed, time will age by 59 minutes and 59 seconds, totaling 1 hour. Hence the Tamada Beiko in Note 6. 6. Rufus says that anyone with an AGI stat of 10, 000 or higher, like her, doesn't suffer the detrimental effect, but the ring itself becomes useless since she can do the same thing as the ring without wearing it. Therefore, in her opinion, the ring is defective. If you play, the whole mechanic can be summarized as the ring creates artificially frozen images. Seriously, I'm not entirely satisfied with the ending of the failed existence. But given the otherwise light-hearted nature of the series, I'd say it was a fitting conclusion. Personally, I'm not very happy with the bittersweet ending for the victims, as it's not exactly positive. However, I appreciate that the author gave us a realistic and believable solution, though I also don't like that he created such a two-dimensional character. As discussed on our Discord server, erasing their memories and going back in time were the only two viable solutions for the victims, since once the act was committed, there was no way to undo the horrific experience. In any case, now that the disastrous mess, the wreckage of an existence has been thrown aside and tossed into the trash can of irrelevance, we'll finally get back to the main story, and they're all cheerful again. Please look forward to it. Chapter 128. Pollux used the Centuredo haha. In the sky, far from fairyland, a pair of demons, a man and a woman, were flying desperately. No, the expression that two of them were flying was not the correct way to describe what was happening. It was Centuredo accurate to say that the man, Terra, carried Luna and flew alone. There was a significant power difference between Terra and Luna. Therefore, instead of Luna flying alone, it was much faster for Terra to carry her and fly. Needless to say, this prevented Terra from reaching his top speed. Furthermore, a terrifying pursuer was closing in from behind. Its length was 170 meters and its weight 180,000 tons. Its entire body was covered in jet black scales, and every time its giant wings flapped, it caused a storm just by moving them. Individually, its giant neck was already majestic and unparalleled, but there were 10 in total. Since each neck was enough to rival 10 common dragons, it was once nicknamed the 100-headed dragon. It was a monster that should no longer exist in this day and age. It was an existence that should have been subjugated more than 200 years ago. Historically, it dominated a quarter of the world and was a feared existence that stood at the pinnacle of the dragon race, embodying what it meant to be the strongest. He was an existence that stood alongside the vampire princess, the lion king, and the demon king as the 4 strongest individuals. Until the moment Rufus Maffel arrived and subjugated him, he was a tyrannical king who wielded his title of unparalleled power. The Dragon King Laden, a monster that should have perished long ago in this world, but was currently, undoubtedly in this world, and was releasing a powerful roar. And riding on it was Fairy Princess Pollux, looking at Terra and Luna with an icy stare. Terra-sama, it'll be the bait, so please leave me alone and run. That's not going to happen. You wouldn't even be good enough to be used as bait. But, for now, hold on tight to me. Pollux's commotion was a complete miscalculation on Terra's part. As for the reason why everything had happened this way, Terra was able to understand the situation somewhat thanks to the last words that Pollux had shouted. The goddess had intervened in some way and was currently controlling Pollux. If that were not the case, even if she were the fairy princess, she would not be able to summon and command the Barado. In fact, given his ability, reviving the Barado would not be impossible. However, his ability was to summon a hero. On the other hand, the Dragon King was a destroyer and an existence at the opposite extreme from such heroes. Therefore, the prerequisite was not met. At the very least, it was highly unlikely that Pollux would recognize that existence as a hero. Furthermore, even assuming she was able to summon him successfully, she shouldn't have been able to give him orders. If the legends were true, King Laden the Dragon was even more tyrannical than the Lion King. He had no intention of listening to what others had to say. Despite that, he was being controlled by Pollux as if he had absolutely no self-awareness. In Midgard, there was only one entity that could make such a thing possible. Exactly. To accomplish such a thing, only the goddess of creation Alovinus was capable of such a feat, and his goal, in all likelihood, was to defeat Rufus Maffel. To achieve this, he had moved the strongest piece he could reach. Poor child of the demon race. Stop resisting unnecessarily and calm down. I have no intention of killing you. If only you would come my hand as one of the cards against ORM, I would guarantee your safety. It's a good offer, but, unfortunately, I doubt I'm strong enough to serve as a hostage against my father. No, that's not exactly the case. Borrowing Pollux's mouth, something other than Pollux spoke. His tone was soft and, for no particular reason, induced a feeling of comfort in the listener. However, Tara was convinced that the only thing that could happen in the end, if she surrendered to that feeling of comfort, was destruction. Her words calmed her heart. Like a mother singing a lullaby to her child, they dispelled the feeling of caution. That frightened her more than anything else. Furthermore, if he and Luna were captured now, he would no longer be able to face Pollux, who would likely be fighting desperately. Fighting back. Yes, she was still resisting. Otherwise, they would have already been. In particular, Luna would have already been erased. Since the demonic race was arcane magic used by the goddess, it would be easy for her to erase them. However, he was unable to do so. Furthermore, he wanted to obtain Tara as a threat against her father. This meant he was in an incomplete state where he could not manifest his omnipotence or his full capabilities. At that moment, all he was doing was possessing Pollux's consciousness and moving his body. That was precisely the reason why Tara and Luna were still alive. No, even the phrase to possess Pollux's consciousness was incorrect. In all likelihood, the possession wasn't even complete. It was like moving a chess piece on the board. It was like a puppet that moved her and forced her to speak her words. If Rufus were here, he would have described this situation as something like moving a character in a TRPG. Capture them. In response to Pollux's command, countless dragons, who were waiting behind her, all accelerated at once. These were the numerous armies of dragons that Rufus had hunted in the past. These dragons were given temporary bodies and returned to the world of the living. Each and every one of these dragons were monsters that possessed an exceptional amount of power. Although Tara might have been able to face up to 5 of these enemies at once, anything more would be too much for him. If we add to this the fact that he would have to fight while covering Luna, there was no possibility of victory. He desperately dodged the pack of dragons chasing him and tried to shake them off with an acrobatic flight. He hugged tightly the creature that huddled in his arms, the one he had to protect from falling. If Tara had been alone in this situation, he could have taken his sword to cut down the enemies and keep them under control while he fled. Of course, there was only a 1 chance of such an outcome occurring. However, that possibility existed. However, the current situation was too unfavorable. Even such a small possibility vanished. So you wish to be captured alongside that girl. It's a noble path I prefer, but that's something those on the hero's side should do. It's not something you should do. Said from a position far above them. It was a very unreasonable way of speaking. However, she had the right to speak from that position. She had that power. The 10 heads of the Dragon King twisted and stared at Tara with their mouths wide open. What came out of each mouth were 10 shots of hellfire that would be enough to destroy a city and still have power remaining. We'll make them hold back a little so they don't die, okay? Then, giant flame landed on Tara's back. Are you sure it's this way? Yes. My sister is from this side of town. A few minutes later, Castor ran off on his own. We gazed at the sky that stretched far beyond the city limits. According to Castor, for some reason, it felt as though the other half of the twins, the fairy princess, was moving towards them on her own. Perhaps it was a synchronization that was only possible because they were twins. However, there seemed to be nothing wrong with what Castor had said. It was because I, too, felt a tingling sensation that something dangerous was approaching. I took off my glasses and the bandages that hid my wings. I also had Virgo stay at the inn. She most likely wouldn't be able to keep up with the coming battle. Besides, I thought it would be better to leave as skilled support in the city, as it would allow us to fight with dignity without having to worry about what was happening behind our backs. By the way, we had also stayed with Dina. She hadn't returned from the bathroom yet. Needless to say, the best scenario would be if there were no battle in the first place. If it turned into a stupid scene where I was overly cautious and Pollux just had something to talk about, that would be for the best. Therefore, I thought I'd simply been overly cautious for no reason. To begin with, since she was one of the 12 heavenly stars, it was strange to think that there would even be a battle. However, I wondered why. Deep down, I felt convinced that things wouldn't turn out so well. I didn't know whether my brain or my heart housed my mind, and which of the two had my soul. However, both were shouting, "Prepare for battle." To the sensation I felt was probably the instinct of the true Rufus, which had been perfected and polished through battles beyond my imagination. It would be the end of everything if I dismissed it as just a hunch. Oddly enough, I had complete faith in those unfounded feelings, even though they were completely unfounded. Besides, it wasn't just me. Aries, Libra, Ego Kuros, Scorpio, Carcinos, Sagittarius, and Castor had already entered a battle-ready state, as if saying, "Come at us from anywhere." Although we were going to counterattack with almost our best lineup, I didn't think it was excessive. It was because something inside me was sounding an extreme alarm. A battle that would happen in an instant would be a confrontation against an existence that surpassed the kingdom of Benetnash and Leon. Divine magic, Heliopause, and Heliosphere. 3. I extended a divine power over Legjarn, as if to completely cover him, deploying a barrier against physical damage. Heliopause was an ability that created a barrier that could completely nullify all physical damage below a certain value. It worked against enemies that inflicted damage below that threshold. However, his condition was total level priest class level, X10. In other words, my Heliopause could not prevent damage exceeding a value of 10,500. Although it seemed a bit questionable, it was by no means unusable. In the game, there were magical beasts that could use an ability called Drink 10,000 needles and shoot needles from all directions, each causing a fixed damage of 10,000. For in such situations, there was no divine magic that was more reliable than Heliosphere. Furthermore, although it depended on the user's HP, if the damage inflicted by Mesartheme was less than 10,000, then it could even negate the damage inflicted by Mesartheme. Anyway, what I was trying to say was, I guess it's a defensive measure that's better than nothing. Even though he phrased it that way, it should be enough to prevent damage from any shockwave during the next battle. If it were attacked directly, it would break easily. However, in those situations, we would have to ask Carcinos to exert himself. As for the Heliosphere, I've already explained it before, but as a reminder, it was an absolute anti-arcane magical barrier. This was deployed on the inner side of the Heliopause dome, thus creating a barrier to prevent the dispersed arcane magic. I got sidetracked, but there was indeed an absolute barrier against physical damage in X-Gate Online. Furthermore, I could use that ability. However, no skill or divine magic allowed me to grant it to all my allies. To make matters worse, Centuredo, I couldn't forget the feeling I had when I was easily overpowered by the enemy in the battle that immediately followed. Sagittarius. Here, when I called Sagittarius, he shot an arrow at me without hesitation. Then I grabbed the intangible light arrow and activated a skill on contact. Enchanting Ray. 5 Enchanted Ray. A buff that increases the attack and defense stats of a single ally. This was combined with Sagittarius' support ability called Acela. 6 Ashura's effect was simple. It turned a single target ability, whether arcane or divine magic, into an area of effectability. Needless to say, the ability's power was reduced compared to its original single target state. However, considering the effort saved by not having to cast it on each individual target, it proved to be a convenient ability. Although, considering that some domestic role-playing games allowed the player to change the effect of the skill between single target and area of effect by simply pressing the L button, it wasn't a very strong skill. 7, however, it was still convenient. Then I released the arrow I was holding. As I did so, The arrow split into several pieces and pierced everyone present, increasing their stats. Skill Tegmin. 8 Karkinos also activated its ability, further increasing its already solid defense. Now, with this, the preparation for the battle was somewhat completed for now. I crossed my arms and waited for whatever was coming towards us. Subsequently, the first thing that appeared before us, after betraying our expectations, was a pair of demons. If I remember correctly, I saw him once in Bloodgang, the so-called Demon King's son, Terra, or something like that. And she's carrying a small child in her arms, and it looks like she's running away from something. He is covered in visible injuries. He looks quite pitiful. Is he the reason my alarm bells are ringing? No, that's not true. I do feel a kind of threat from him, but it's not him. He is. That appears to be the Demon King's son. Should I eliminate him? No, wait. Something seems a little strange. I stopped Ego Karos, who was about to switch to attack mode the moment he saw their figures, and decided to wait and see the situation. When we decided to do it, Terra and the girl crashed in front of us, and the girl in her arms fell to the ground. However, she had no serious injuries. It must have been because Terra had protected her with her life. Lady Terreya, the young woman sobbed as she pushed Terra away, but he did not respond. When I silently stepped forward, the young woman, if I remember correctly, was it Luna of the 7 Luminaries? She approached me, as if to shield Terra. It was truly admirable. After all, she must have known she had no chance of winning. To test her, I glared at her, and at that moment, the girl shuddered with fear. Centuradom? Did he just say head do anything? Anyway, let's leave those jokes aside for now. How should I do this, I wonder? But anyway, for now, let's leave aside how to deal with these two for later. It seemed that the cause of whatever it was that was alarming me was finally arriving. It flew right in front of us at a terrifyingly fast speed. What appeared before us in an instant, as if it had been distorted before our eyes, was a giant dragon. It was a monster with 10 heads, but strangely I felt a sense of familiarity with it. My brain immediately taught me his name. The Dragon King Layden, huh? If I remember correctly, he appeared during the special event organized by the developers as a special magical beast that acted as the final boss. I also remember that after defeating him, he dropped a lot of valuable alchemy materials that I used to create items like Amrita. And atop that dragon was a young woman with honey-colored hair. There would be no mistake in concluding that she was Princess Pollux, the fairy. Our eyes met, and the fairy princess smiled warmly. I see. So you're that supreme ruler of Blackwings. I was aware of your doubts, but this must be the first time we've spoken. You're not Pollux, are you? That's right. Although I borrowed her body for a while, am not her. Borrowing Pollux's mouth, something other than Pollux spoke. If I were the real Pollux, I wouldn't say it was the first time we'd had a conversation since our reunion. In truth, it would be my first time. However, it would not be her first encounter with Rufa's Maffle. Therefore, there was only one conclusion. Just as I was not the real Rufa's, neither was she the real Pollux. Furthermore, if one considered who would be capable of achieving the feat of manipulating Pollux, the possibilities were limited. If my assumptions were correct, of all the enemies currently against me, she would be my greatest enemy. I've always wanted to have a conversation with you sometime, but before that, let's let the extras leave the stage. 9 Pollux looked at Terra and Luna, and a warrior in full body armor descended from the dragon and approached the two of them. He was quite strong. From what I could see, his level was around 750. The warrior raised his sword, at which point Luna covered Terra like a shield. The warrior had no murderous intentions. His intention was probably to incapacitate them and capture them. Then I took a step forward to cut between the two parts before raising my arm to grab the sword that was being swung down with my bare hand. As for their positions, both of them had a hostile relationship with me. Therefore, he had no obligation to help them. However, he felt that the two of them were different from the other demons he had met up to this point. I suppose you could say it was a bit hasty to delete them right now. It wouldn't be too late to listen to what they had to say later and decide what course of action to take after that. Young woman of the demon race, don't forget what you said a moment ago. For now, I decided to sell them a favor while strengthening the grip of the hand holding the sword. In any case, I never intended to demand anything unusual from her. After all, I didn't like stealing anyone's partner. Anyway, it was just an idea that might be useful later if he owed us a favor. I broke the sword with just my grip and kicked the surprised armored warrior. With that single action, a loud explosion was heard and his armor collapsed. Furthermore, another individual who was in his path was caught as collateral and spiraled away into the distant horizon. Oh, how light! Illustration from Volume 6 of the AWLBA light novel. I have to agree with you. Someone who isn't Pollux. We didn't need the unnecessary extras off the stage. You should leave. As I said that, I smiled belligerently and then activated the ability I had just acquired. Author's note. The Dragon King laid in length, 170 m weight, 180,000 metric tons level, 1,000 attributes. Fire x2 water x1 wood x1 metal x1 earth x2 moon x1 sun x2. Each head has a different elemental attribute. HP 500,000 x10. Each of the 10 print heads has separate and independent HP. Historically, it was one of the 4 pillars that competed to be the strongest in Midgard and dominated a quarter of the earth. Each head possessed an independent personality and could not be killed unless all of its heads were defeated. Furthermore, it had a ridiculously high regenerative capacity, so even when one of its heads was cut off, it would regenerate it again after a short period of time. In other words, to defeat the Dragon King, one had to defeat all 10 of its heads before it could regenerate the defeated ones. Because of this special characteristic, it was believed that it was impossible to subdue him alone. Since each head didn't have the same amount of HP as Leon's, a brutal and powerful barrage of area attacks proved effective. However, because each head had a different attribute, it was quite difficult to defeat them all at once. His personality was violent and cruel. Although each of his 10 heads had a distinct personality, this point alone was universal. It goes without saying that each of their heads was not weak. Even a single one possessed enough power to compete against someone like Ares and Scorpio on equal terms. Normally, it was a monster that wouldn't be unusual to see as the final boss, but unfortunately, since this world was full of monsters, it was somewhat overshadowed. Furthermore, this time, since he was summoned while his personality had been stolen, he did not have the same majesty as before. Chapter 129. Pollux used the 7 heroes the skill the one who left first, Alcade. I would say it's a skill that should never have existed in this world in the first place. It was natural. After all, that skill had flaws. The reason was because he broke the level 1000 ceiling set by the goddess of creation. Using the ability I gained, that I remembered during the battle against Bennett Nash, I was able to surpass level 1000 and fly to the kingdom beyond. My feelings intensified, and my consciousness became warlike. I entered a state where hurting others elicited no response from me, which only fueled my violent thoughts. I became less myself, and more me-yo. Unfortunately, as expected, I was unable to climb as high as I had previously, and my level stopped increasing once it reached level 1500. It was much lower than I expected. However, it was still enough for the situation. After all, the 12-star levels would also increase when my level went up. The only one whose level didn't increase was Libra. However, she had her own method for increasing her power. Weapon selection. Astria, Libra's additional weaponry, was jettisoned from the Blut Gang and flew towards her. It then docked with Libra in midair. With this, Libra was completely armored and everyone else was level 1000. The enemies we faced were between levels 700 and 1000, and there were a few hundred of them. If the Dragon King was also taken into account in the calculations, the enemy's combat prowess was so astronomical that it wasn't even funny. Or at least, that's probably what ordinary people would think. But I would be concerned that you underestimated us. The 12 tyrannical stars were a group of the strongest individuals I assembled specifically to challenge the goddess. 3. I did not include anyone who could not prevail despite this small disadvantage. It's true that if you only added up the levels of each side, the difference between them would be quite significant. After all, even including me, our side would only have 7,600. In comparison, the sum of the levels of the opposing side would easily exceed a few 100,000. But what a pity for them. Our side's fighting power is not additive, but multiplicative. Now that I had recovered a fragment of my power, the 12 stars were finally able to show their serious side. In retrospect, I felt sorry for them until now. Since I was so useless until now, they were forced to fight while restrained. But now, there's no need to worry about that anymore. Their chains have been broken. Therefore, I command the tyrannical stars who obey me. Now is the time to show me your full potential and entertain me. Argonauts? It would be a different story if the elites who served me 200 years ago had been summoned. But since Alovinus feared a rebellion and only summoned common heroes, it is nothing more than a mixture of individuals. It seemed that those who had been obeying the 7 heroes had left, but don't make me laugh. These guys weren't even worth counting among the enemies. I had heard that they had combined their power to defeat me, but that is totally and absolutely wrong. The truth is that they were nothing more than a group of cowards who stayed far, far behind and provided supporting fire. They were a group of terrified weaklings who transferred the role of fighting directly against me to Alioth and the rest, while they themselves kept a safe distance and attacked timidly. What happened to them in the end? Now I remember. If I recall correctly, since they were so ugly, I made sure they were taken care of. Their feet are trembling, heroes. Even after it's over, they can't forget their fear of me. W, what did you do? Oh, by the way, who are you? I don't remember your faces or your names. Excuse me, okay? You see, I have a bird's memory that makes me forget the faces of people who don't impress me after 3 steps. After ridiculing them, the heroes' faces were distorted by anger and shame. Well, I guess that should be provocation enough. I mean, even though I said that, it's actually a fact that I couldn't remember their individual faces. The truth is, they weren't worth remembering. In the end, they're just a bunch of insignificant people who leveled up only because of the golden apples. Did they really think that after being defeated by me 200 years ago, if they appeared so late in time with their lingering attachments and formed a small clique, they would be able to win against me? Nothing would change just by returning from the realm of the dead. It was promised that the reanimated apparitions would be weaker. Get out of here quickly. Ability X Coalesce. For needless to say, when it came to being able to do things I couldn't do before, the same thing happened to me. There were also several abilities I couldn't use before because I didn't meet the requirements. Let's unveil the destructive power of one of them. X Coalesce. The requirement for using this skill was that the user had to be above level 200 in the Monster Tamer and Alchemist classes. And the effect of this ability was a fusion of abilities. For example, suppose there were 2 abilities and both activated at the same time. One would stun the enemy with a critical hit, while the other would always inflict a critical hit. The end result would be that the effect of the ability would be changed to always stun the enemy. Originally, it was a skill that combined the abilities of the Tamer and the magical beast. However, in this world, no such restriction existed. In the game, this ability could only be activated with a limited number of pre-programmed combinations. However, that was irrelevant in this world. If you believe it would work, it would. I don't care about the restrictions the goddess imposes on me, and I have no obligation to follow them. I determine the rules I must obey. Observe closely with your own eyes the powers of the 12 stars that are finally in the realm where they should be. Are you okay, Alovinus? The moment they received Rufus' orders, the 12 stars charged. His entire body throbbed with power as his master's voice pushed against his back. We could lose. Not for a moment did they think that. They were only convinced of their imminent victory. It was because behind them loomed absolute existence, the supreme ruler of Black Wings. And she had commanded them to display their full power and entertain her. If they couldn't even meet that expectation, how ridiculous the title of the 12 stars would be. How ridiculous it would be to proclaim themselves subordinate to it. Faced with enemy forces, whose numbers were many times greater than their own, Ares and the rest activated their characteristic abilities without hesitating for a second. Come on, Libra. Scorpio. Don't give this lady orders. They'll pair up with you. Sagittarius roared, and Scorpio and Libra responded. In that brief moment, the heroes who opposed them must have seen it clearly. Behind the three are brightly lit stars that form the constellations of Archer, Libra, and Scorpio. And those constellations overlap for an instant. Fly. First, Sagittarius fired his arrow, which was caught by Libra as he teleported into the middle of the enemy lines. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Libra diverted the enemy's attention, Scorpius unleashed his poisonous breath, Graphias, covering everyone, including Libra, with his poison. 5, however, this attack had no effect on Libra. It was natural, after all. Libra was a golem, not an organic being. All the heroes, afflicted with the poison, were enveloped in a field of light. What had struck them was a blast from scale, a destructive light that not even the weak could withstand. The name of the ability was Brachium. 6. It was a grand opening initiated by the use of a large-scale annihilation skill. Faced with the superior firepower of the 12 stars, all enemies with less than 99,999 HP were undoubtedly exterminated. Absolute defense skills were irrelevant. Absolute evasion skills were not allowed. This radiant destruction was the Sanctuary Guardian's signature attack. It had higher priority than any other ability and pierced any defense. It was a first-class skill. It dealt a fixed 999 damage at all times and could not be mitigated by any means. With that single attack, the initial countless number of Argonauts was reduced to only 20. However, even though the attack was over, they had no time to relax and regroup. Ego Karos. Let's go in, Ares. This time, Ares and Ego Karos stayed together as if protecting each other's backs, overlapping the constellations of Ram and Goat one on top of the other. What was coming out of Ares' back was a rainbow-colored flame. Those flames were entangled by the black waves of Ego Karos, becoming a black barato and dispersing around the area. The effect of this ability was a combination of continuous percentage damage while the barato persisted and a curse that made the damage unhealable for those affected. In other words, this barato not only bypassed the enemy's defense, thus being able to harm any enemy, but didn't even allow the enemy to heal himself. This essentially amounted to destroying the enemy's maximum hit points. Meanwhile, the heroes affected by the flames began to fall one after another. What are you doing? There are only a few enemies, you know that. Go get them. Drown them in numbers. The heroes did not simply accept the blows without doing anything in return. A group of dragons, historically known as the strongest race, used their breath attacks while level 1,000 Sword Masters used their slashing attacks that could even break the ground. However, what stood in front of them to block their attacks was the 12-star wall, Karkinos. He used the coverage skill to draw in all the attacks, stopping them himself, before proceeding to smile evilly. 7. Welcome to hell. Sagittarius. Have you finished your preparations yet? Leave it to me. Sagittarius activated the ability Acela and granted it to Karkinos. 8. At the same time, the constellations of Cancer and Archer overlapped each other, causing the reflective shot to multiply and reflect off all enemies, including those who had not attacked it. A Cuban's extension, 9 Karkinos multiplied and reflected the attacks received upon all his enemies. Originally, Karkinos could only attack in melee. However, after receiving a boost from Rufus and being empowered by Sagittarius' attack, he no longer had that restriction. Karkinos waved its pincers widely, releasing many beams of light that then fragmented into arrows of light, sweeping through the enemy camp. After this unreasonable attack, the number of heroes was reduced even further, but the nightmare was not over for them yet. After all, the party had barely begun. Match me properly, Karkinos. Okay. Scorpius and Karkinos simultaneously prepared their pincers and proceeded to attack a dragon. What followed was a storm of super-fast slashing attacks. Given that they both used the same weapon, they must have complemented and combined very well with each other. The dragon, which was supposed to have hard scales, was overwhelmed and destroyed in an instant. Sagittarius, give us your bravado. I figured it was going to happen, and I was preparing for it. The next constellations to cross were Libra and Archer. Libra opened all its ports of arms, and Sagittarius prepared its bow. Then it was unleashed, a blizzard of arrows and destructive lights. Due to the effect of the Acela skill, the destructive lights and arrows scattered and then branched out. Several tens of thousands of shots burned everything in their path. Aegokeros admitted, Castor plunged his beloved anchor spear into the ground, causing a tornado to rise. Against all the heroes who were sucked into the air by the tornado, beams of light descended from above and pierced them. But it wasn't over yet. Just before they landed again, Ares transformed into a gigantic group of flames and swooped down on them, preventing them from even touching down and throwing them back into the air. After this, Ares shot flames from his palms, took flight, and began kicking one enemy after another, repeating the previous process. Finally, when the enemies landed again, Libra, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Castor, and Aegokeros were there waiting for them. We will attack simultaneously. Is everyone ready? Who do you think you're talking to? They'll turn you into scrap metal if you want. Adjust my rhythm. Let's clean them all at the same time. Libra opened the loopholes of his weapons, and Scorpio took a deep breath. Aegokeros' eyes gleamed, and Castor raised his anchor. Ares intensified its flames, and Sagittarius readied its bow. And when they were all shot simultaneously, even the heroes who had long since died felt their impending death. All-out fire. Graphias, Deneb Al-Jidi, God who has 50 names. 10 Mezar theme, version 3. Almasal. The 6 attacks blended and merged together due to Rufus' skill, becoming a powerful Aurora strike that pierced the enemy camp. Meanwhile, Crabsan, unable to launch an attack on his own, had no role to play at this crucial moment. Therefore, for now, he decided to launch a pincer movement against the enemy. Once that ray of light had passed, there were no more heroic spirits left. Only the Dragon King and the Fairy Princess who rode him remained. Despite this situation, their composure had not diminished. When the Fairy Princess snapped her fingers, all the heroic spirits who had been defeated a moment ago came back to life and then stood before the 12 stars once more. However, upon seeing this, Rufus scoffed. This time it's my turn to show off. After saying this, he moved his fingers. As they did so, the newly resurrected heroic spirits were instantly lifted into the air. Without even being able to resist, a powerful telekinesis pulled them in and trapped them there. Then Rufus raised her hand and gathered mana that shone with a golden color beside her. What formed was an arch that shone in a golden color like the sun. However, since the size of the bow was ridiculously large, there might be reason to wonder if there was an arrow that could be used with it. But there didn't necessarily have to be an arrow accompanying this. After all, the effect of this skill was quite surprising since, despite being the greatest arcane magic within its attribute, it is not actually a skill that directly attacks the enemy, but could be classified as a type of support. Its effect multiplied the power of the next magic activated several times over. In other words, what should be used with this bow was arcane magic, and the multiplier rate was determined by the time elapsed until the activation of the next ability. Prophet of the Golden Bow, and burn them all, Sunflower. 11 after Rufus invoked the ability, an offensive arcane magic was released, which was in the upper ranks in terms of destructive power and temperature, even among the sun attribute abilities. A small golden sun swallowed the heroic spirits, pierced the stratosphere in an instant, and flew away into empty space. The speed at which it traveled exceeded even the speed of light as it swiftly sent all the enemies trapped inside it to the other end of the solar system. No, that wasn't all. The solar flare, which was triggered, was powered up by the prophet with the golden bow, in such a way that even that was amplified. The diameter of this monstrous ability exceeded 100 m, 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, and even 100 kilometers. Although it did not reach the size of the actual sun, it possessed overwhelming heat and gravity, becoming a pseudo-star the size of a planet. Countless natural satellites, comets, and planets in their path were destroyed and torn apart. And finally, after escaping the solar system and traveling further into deep space, they exploded. Even if they were the Argonauts, after being hit by such an attack, they could not survive. The solar flare alone had already vaporized many of them, but there was the added effect of being carried far into space and getting caught in a small-scale solar explosion at the end. There were some brave individuals who had an HP value exceeding 99,999. In fact, of the dragon race, 90 of them had an HP stat exceeding 100,000. But still, even so, they were wiped out by a single attack. Well, haven't you had enough, goddess? No matter how many enemies you face, you won't be able to defeat me, you know? I guess so. Seriously, you're an amazing monster. What kind of logic is this for being able to ignore the damage limit? What the goddess had just said was exactly the correct response to the unreasonable event that had just taken place. Exactly, Rufus, who had activated Alcade, was able to ignore the maximum damage limit that one could inflict at one time. In the eyes of the goddess, she could clearly see the hundreds of thousands of damages inflicted on the heroic spirits in numerical values. Despite that, her composure did not crumble. She had a reason not to lose it. However, I hope you haven't forgotten. There were heroes who managed to defeat even you. Pollux smiled warmly and proceeded to summon once more. But this time, what she summoned were not ordinary soldiers like on previous occasions. These were the 4 stars that rivaled even Rufus in terms of brightness. They possessed a reputation comparable to that of the vampire princess. They were the most powerful heroes in history, having thwarted the supreme ruler's ambitions 200 years prior. The first to appear was an incomparable warrior dressed in armor. He mastered every kind of swordsmanship, so much so that, in terms of his skill, it was said that he even surpassed Rufus. He was the Sword King, Alioth. The next to rise was a giant bear beast, Dubhe, whose body was covered in white fur. The third was an individual in full body armor, known to be Midgard's greatest alchemist, Mizar. The last to appear was a small-framed individual known as the King of Adventures, Fekta, who possessed a prowess in battle contrary to his small appearance. The 4 were formerly known as part of the 7 heroes. They returned to the land of the living once more and pointed the tips of their swords at Rufus. Illustration from Volume 6 of the AWLBA light novel. Author's note: Mizar, am a real pro. You know, Dubhe, bear with bare hands. Fekta, it's actually a bow and arrow. Incorrect. They returned to the land of the living once more and pointed the tips of their swords at Rufus. Correct. They returned to the land of the living once more, and only Alioth pointed the tip of his sword at Rufus. Alioth, can you stop doing that already? It seems like I'm the only fool they're controlling. The one who left first, Alcade, an original ability that did not exist in X-Gate Online. It can also be used by Bennett Nash. Upon surpassing level 1000 set by the goddess, the maximum level limit becomes infinite, allowing the user to display their true prowess in battle, which was previously suppressed by the system. Furthermore, activating the ability increases the damage limit dramatically, potentially inflicting up to 999,999 points of damage. However, the damage of the true Rufus at her peak was not so insignificant. Originally, it was a skill that would allow the user to reach 100 of their power. However, because the all-important Rufus had forgotten his true full power, it only increased to level 1500. If you unleash its full power, it will increase to over 4000. In other words, even right now, he's light years away from his prime. What's wrong with this monster? Although this is irrelevant, 200 years ago, this ability had no name. It only received the name Alcade after the battle against Bene. With regard to Bennett Nash, Rufus named it Alcade, which is another name for Eta Ursi Majoris of the Great Bear, the asterism of the Great Bear. Disadvantage: it destroys the world system and exceeds any existing limits, therefore placing a rather significant burden on the world. Using gaming-related terms, It would be something like if a person used so much data that it suddenly started to lag. Chapter 130. Alioth used the sword dance when you are. At that moment I pray, felt surprised and nostalgic. The four men standing in front of me were a human, a beast, a hobbit, and a dwarf respectively. Although I shouldn't have known the appearances of the people pointing their guns at me. The Rufus inside me registered that she knew about them. At the same time, I felt a wave of burning anger. I quickly regained my composure and contained my anger. However, just seeing their appearances, I ended up clenching my fist tightly. I wasn't particularly angry about being defeated by them, nor did I hold a grudge against them. But why? Why? Just seeing his miserable appearance filled me with fury. Why was it that just seeing their controlled appearances along with their empty eyes made me feel so discouraged? TSK. After kicking the ground, the swordsman, Alioth, appeared in front of me in an instant. Rufus received the sword, which he wielded with his bare hand using knife hand strike. However, the blade cut deep into his hand, leaving a serious wound. 2 TSK. I suppose that's to be expected from someone others call the Sword King. It turned out quite well. I moved my arm to deflect the sword, plucked a single feather from my black wings, and threw it as if to stab Alioth's eyes. I then took a step back to create some distance between us, and then treated the wound on my hand. Meanwhile, Alioth also removed the feather from his eye as if nothing serious had happened and regenerated the wound in his eye. I wonder who they were, but they're just a bunch of despicable traitors. I see. You're going to oppose Rufus Sama again. Not just once, but a second time. You will pay for this. You will pay for this. After shouting in a fit of rage, the one who slid beside me to charge at the heroes was Scorpius. No, it wasn't just her. With expressions full of rage, Ares and Ago Karos also charged towards Fekta, Dubhi, and Mizar respectively. This is not good. Their coordination has collapsed. Relax, guys. They're moving exactly the way they want. Fufu. It's the opposite situation. Pollux smiled as if to ridicule my agitation as Alioth leaped to attack me. Although I managed to dodge his attack, this time one of the Dragon King's heads opened its mouth to try to swallow me whole. Somehow, I managed to dodge that attack at the last second. But the Dragon King had more than one head. The other 9 heads launched breath attacks simultaneously that enveloped me. It goes without saying that he had no obligation to receive that attack, as if he were an easy target. I folded my wings as if to shield myself, then quickly opened them in a single motion. With that action, a powerful gust of wind deflected the breath attack, and I charged to attack the Dragon King. However, just before my attack reached the Dragon King, Alioth stepped between us and managed to stop my attack. I suppose this situation doesn't favor me. Even in my current state with Alkaid activated, fighting the Dragon King and Alioth, both supported by the goddess, is quite difficult. Mr. Rufus, come on. I need you to keep fighting against them. Libra and the rest are unavailable, as expected. They have their hands full fighting the Argonauts. In any case, they should be the ones who really need help, since they face so many enemies. So I only have one hand left. I have no choice but to deal with the Dragon King and Alioth quickly. I flap my wings forcefully and position myself on Alioth's flank before attempting to target his neck with a claw attack. However, at that moment, I saw an old memory where Rufus and Alioth were enjoying their time together and telling each other their dreams. TSK. After missing the best opportunity one had, I could only cease the attack and create some distance between us. Darn. What was that all about? For a moment, it was as if my body hesitated to kill Alioth. No, perhaps that was precisely it. I can say this with certainty because we've become quite close, but Rufus seems to be a very pleasant and calm person with those close to her. You could say she's deeply compassionate or sentimental. This is probably because he never received his father's love when he was young. As soon as he recognizes someone close to him, he dotes on them unconditionally and lets most of their mischief slide. That's why he can't help but unconsciously hesitate for a moment when I'm about to attack. And in a battle of this magnitude, that moment of hesitation is fatal. It becomes a great opportunity. In our battles, Making the opponent hesitate for even the slightest moment is unequivocally equivalent to giving the enemy player a free turn in terms of gameplay. Could this be pretty bad? It's the same as last time. Although you can win if you fight seriously, you can't give it your all. You could even say that's your only weakness. Apparently so. In response to Pollux's words, I unconsciously displayed a self-deprecating smile. Really, I didn't think I had such a silly weakness. Not knowing myself is a huge disadvantage, isn't it? Thanks to that, one of my shortcomings had to come to light at such a critical moment as this. I didn't know that I was weak in front of someone I had grown fond of. If there were a significant difference in our abilities, there really wouldn't be a problem, but Alioth is not some random small fish. Rufa. This time, the Dragon King came towards me and called to me with a deeply resentful voice. You still hold a grudge against me even though you've lost your mind. Huh? What a troublesome fellow you are. It was truly shocking when a 170-meter-long object crashed into me. However, it wasn't so tall that I couldn't stop it. I was forced back as I pushed the Dragon King's head. Although the ground beneath my feet was shattered, the Dragon King's charge stopped. Illustration reused from the AWLBA light novel. Illustration previously used in Volume 4. Goo-oh-oh-oh. Next, I squeezed one of my hands tighter and grasped the Dragon King's horn. Then, using only my physical strength, I spun it around and threw it into the air. However, the Dragon King stopped in midair and counterattacked by firing breath attacks at me with his 10 mouths. The breath attacks blended together to form a single beam that then came rushing in my direction. Duja, Ikantunava. If something like that hits the ground, Midgard will be destroyed. Even assuming it isn't destroyed, it will undoubtedly wipe out the entire humanoid domain. Whoa! I clenched my fist tightly and launched the breath attack straight from the front. The Dragon King dodged the reflected breath attack, while the piece of energy that combined 7 different attributes disappeared into the distant horizon. Although calamity was somehow averted, it was as shocking as I expected. The skin on my hands was burned and badly damaged. I could make a full recovery if I used a recovery skill. Besides, it wasn't the time to worry about pain. However, even assuming it was improvised, the thought that the fist that had managed to shatter a meteorite and still emerge unscathed would be injured. It hurts my self-confidence a little, you know? Ha 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 ha. In any case, there was no time for daydreaming. That was because this time, Alioth closed the distance and swung his sword from above. I dodged his sword and opened an X gate, drawing the whip sword I regularly used. Using my beloved sword, I stopped Alioth's attack, then proceeded to counterattack with the sword. Consecutive attack skill, quick raid. I unleashed a storm of slashes against Alioth using a speed prioritizing skill. It was a skill that, in exchange for reduced attack power per strike, reduced the gaps in his movement. If used correctly, it allowed the user to strike the enemy continuously. But curiously, the ability that Alioth activated was also exactly the same. The numerous sword slashes we both unleashed collided with each other, generating a gravitational field between us due to their power and the large number of cuts. But mine are superior in both power and speed, so I can make my way through. Exactly. I should be able to make it happen, so don't dwell on the old days. Even though I know that things like the smiles of days gone by only dull the sword I hold. It's stuck in my head and won't go away. I was the one who was ultimately forced to back down. Alioth's sword slashes pushed me back, and my sword and my entire body flew through the air. And in that scene, as if to deliver the final blow, the Dragon King's foot closed down on me from above. I quickly crossed my arms at the last second to receive the attack. However, with the great impact, the ground collapsed. My arms were fine. They weren't broken, but my position and posture were bad. If someone asked me what was so bad, I'd say my movements were completely restricted, so the fact that I couldn't avoid Alioth's next attack was the worst part. Alioth raised his sword and approached me. If I were to receive this next attack, not even I could escape without receiving a serious injury. Since that was the case, I could only switch to prioritize preventing his attack while allowing myself to take damage from the Dragon King's stomping attack. I still had some leeway with the hit points I had left. Although it would be quite damaging, it wouldn't be fatal. Okay, it'll work out the timings, and somehow, at that precise moment, something made the Dragon King fly. Then, without losing momentum, he placed himself between Alioth and me and stopped the cut of his sword with his bare hands. Huh, that was exactly what you would call a flash of a moment. The instant I realized, I saw a shiny, silver thing pass in front of me. It was there, right in front of me. The waving hair was silver in color. The tunic she wore was jet black. Her skin was as white as fresh snow, but her height could by no means be considered tall. However, the sight of him stopping Alioth's sword by pinching it with 2 fingertips without any effort made him seem extremely large to my eyes. Maffel, what exactly are you doing? After defeating me, how is it possible that you're having difficulty facing spirits from the past? The color of the eyes that turned towards me was crimson. His fangs protruded from the openings of his mouth, and his face radiated absolute confidence in his own abilities. She sent Alioth flying with a kick as if she were kicking a small stone on the side of the road, and then she stared at me. I think I already told you. If anyone ever defeats you, they'll come back for you no matter what. I, the vampire princess Bennett Nash, will be the one to end you. Never forget that. She was the nervous vampire princess who had even rejected the goddess invitation. And now, she was standing right in front of me, looking exactly the same as always. Illustration from the AWLBA light novel. Bennett Nash Ares was caught in the middle of a difficult battle. From the beginning, his status was not high. After all, even if he had reached level 1000, his enemy was the Beast King Dubhi, who was one of the 7 heroes said to rival even Rufus if they were of the same level. The beast, devoid of any ego, displayed the whites of its eyes, and, while drooling, went wild with its wild animal nature in full effect. It was a series of attacks that relied heavily on his bestial strength. However, his attacks didn't rely solely on raw power. As he was half man, half beast, his attacks were accompanied by appropriate means. However, Ares had no intention of running away either. Although he could forgive everyone else, only the 7 heroes were people he could not forgive. She could not forget the fact that despite having their master's trust, they ended up betraying her. Ha ha ha! Ares and Dubhy's arms and legs collided repeatedly at high speed, creating small fireworks upon impact that spread to the surrounding area. Punch, backhand, elbow strike, knee kick, spinning kick. A high-speed hand-to-hand battle ensued between the two, in which both were injured. It goes without saying that Mezar theme was being used. Just by being so close to each other as they were, Dubhy was undoubtedly receiving continuous damage and suffering burns all over his body. But Dubhy swung his claws as if he hadn't even noticed that fact, managing to open a wound in Ares' body. Amazing! Ares ducked to avoid Dubhy's strong arms and attacked his legs. When Dubhy lost his balance and became unsteady, Ares kicked him upwards and then flew through the air to chase after him. Ares flew past Dubhy and then spun around. Using his fire-encrusted leg like a whip, he delivered an axe kick to Dubhy. However, a moment before the attack landed, Dubhy disappeared from the scene and then instantly reappeared behind Ares, knocking him off his feet with a kick. Ares crashed to the ground, but didn't stop there. The momentum propelled him further, piercing a deep hole in the earth. However, Ares quickly recovered and, as if he had swum through the ground, appeared behind Dubhy, who had landed back on the ground. Then, Ares seized the back of Dubhy's head, who had not reacted to Ares' sudden appearance, and brought it down hard. However, using his fearsome strength, Dubhy stood up again powerfully before twisting his barato backwards to leave Ares trapped between him and the ground. The ground beneath them cracked, and dust filled the air as Ares winced in pain. But this time, it was Ares' turn to launch a counterattack. In retaliation against Dubhy, Ares gave him multiple kicks in the back. So this time, it was Dubhy's turn to take a hit to the barato. Despite the circumstances, he immediately knocked Ares off his feet with a barato tackle. Although Ares tried to get up quickly, Dubby's bravado stepped on him, producing a dull thud. Then a second time, a third time, a fourth time. With an impact force high enough to collapse the ground beneath them with each stomp, Ares' resistance gradually weakened more and more. Then came the fifth stomp as the final blow. Stunned, Ares could only watch as Dubby stepped on him. However, the next instant, Dubby flew out of his sight. Correction, he was punched. Hey! The back of the person that appeared before Ares' field of vision belonged to a large, burly, and muscular man. Her hair was a deep, dark red, and her body was wrapped in a black suit. His enormous, tree-like arms were covered in veins, while he himself emitted, without trying to hide it, an even greater animal nature than Dub's. Hey, aren't you having a sad and pathetic fight, Ares? The name of the one who stood before Ares and mocked him. The 12 tyrannical stars, Lion of the Lion. On this battlefield were lined up Rufus, Pollux, possessed by the goddess. The Dragon King, Alioth, Fekta, Dubhi, and Mizar. If I don't assemble them now, when else should I do it? Let's include Benetnash and Leon too. Their combat prowess is overwhelming. Fight each other, all of you high-level people. People of Legjarn, don't fight near us. Say, individually they're already very dangerous, and now they're all together. Oh, Chapter 131. Benetnash's attack that dug a hole. When Benetnash opened his eyes, he was in his family room, inside his coffin bed. However, don't be too quick to ridicule it just because it was a coffin. After all, the coffin was a first-class luxury item made specifically for her and lined with a premium feather quilt, crafted by the kingdom's alchemist so she could spend her time in comfort. It was one of Benetnash's favorite objects. However, that wasn't the problem at that moment. The problem was that he had just woken up. As usual, the reason was because she had challenged Rufus to the best of her ability, lost, and then should have died. Oh, have you woken up, princess? The one who immediately noticed and reacted to Benetnash's awakening was a vampire who had been serving her for the past few hundred years. This vampire was an individual who had lived since the transformation of the first progenitor of the vampire race and had sworn eternal loyalty to the race. At that moment, this living witness of ancient times had a slightly distorted and wrinkled face, and he was deeply glad that his teacher had opened his eyes. Furthermore, after hearing him speak, 10 vampires burst into the room with enough speed that the doors did not shatter. The 10 were survivors of the battle 200 years ago, and each individual possessed enough power to destroy a kingdom on their own. They were a group called the 10 Blood Ancestors, and it was unnecessarily obvious that they were created and named in awareness of Rufus' 12 tyrannical stars. One Benetnash looked at their faces, which overflowed with infinite joy, but inside his head there was only confusion and a multitude of questions. Why am I alive? The attack he received at the end of that battle was, without a doubt, fatal. She had been, without a doubt, struck through the heart. However, incomparable Benetnash's regenerative ability was, with such a critical wound to his heart, he should not have been able to remain alive. She had definitely felt her life slipping away, overwhelmed by a deep sense of fading. She could remember how she went numb, starting at her fingertips, and that lethargic feeling as if she were slowly sinking into deep darkness. She had believed that if the time ever came when she opened her eyes again, it would be in the land of the dead. And if such a world really existed, she was thinking she would give Alioth and the rest who had died before her a good punch. But why was she still alive and in the place where she was currently located? It is through Amrita, my lady, the supreme spiritual medicine that heals whoever consumes it, regardless of their injuries or illnesses, and even raises the dead. Rufus Sama administered that medicine to you before you passed away. What? But I don't remember her doing anything like that. As he said this, Censuredo, at that moment, she believed it was her own injury. She caught me, while I was weakly and unusually asking for his help. Rufus casually offered me the drink. One awkward scene. Not to mention that this meant that, even though Rufus knew I was going to be saved, she was playing with me. Benetnash's face turned red in an instant, and he trembled with embarrassment. She was terribly sorry for having talked too much and said embarrassing things like hug me and thank you, thinking that for her, that was the end of her. And out, princess? Everyone, get out of here. It was a brilliant example of someone venting to a passerby. Her subordinates were completely innocent and selfless. There was no reason for her to be angry with them. However, at that moment, Banette Nash simply felt like venting to anyone he could find. She kicked all her subordinates out of the room, then closed the coffin lid and locked herself inside. But even then, she couldn't overcome her uneasiness, so she tossed and turned within in distress. The coffin that was built specifically for her was actually quite spacious. He wrapped himself in his Japanese bedclothes and screamed voicelessly inside the coffin. Shameful, very shameful. At that moment, Rufus must have been laughing at me inside. No, maybe he was actually laughing. I remember that sometimes she really did have that kind of unpleasant personality. And I was so uncool, so uncool. Thank you. Ugh. I want to go back in time right now and give myself a talking to. And while I'm at it, I want to punch Rufus like 100 times. No, 100 times isn't enough. I have to do it and hit them like 10,000 times. On this day, Cinchuredo, a WLBA light novel illustration. Chibi Benet and Rufus Banette Nash crossed her arms in front of Rufus and glared at her angrily because her rival, of all things, was somehow being cornered by someone other than herself. It was just like 200 years ago. Although Rufus had promised to fight her, he made a mistake and ended up being sealed away. And this time, even after defeating her, she was being cornered by mere spirits. Yes, I know. It's just that I get angry at myself. I was the one who raised the bar myself, and now that things haven't gone my way, I'm angry at myself. I realize that's no different from a child's tantrum, and that I'm just imposing my own selfish and unreasonable expectations on others. However, emotion and reason were two different things. As it happened, Banette Nash had ended up prioritizing his emotions. That's why she couldn't stand it. That's why she was angry. She wanted to scream, "What on earth are you doing?" Then, he bravado to try to voice one or two of his complaints, but before he could, Rufus spoke first. "You saved me, Benet." The truth is, it was quite a dangerous situation. Rufus, who said this with a warm smile, showed not a hint of surprise at the current situation, in which Banette Nash suddenly appeared alive and well. And it was only natural. It was Rufus who made Banette Nash drink the Amrita, so it must have been within her considerations that Banette Nash would reappear before her sooner or later. To begin with, there was no way Rufus would kill Banette Nash in the first place. It was because Banette Nash was a kind of guardian who allowed the humanoids to continue existing. Furthermore, Rufus was not someone incapable of understanding the consequences of such an individual's death. Because of Rufus' reaction, Banette Nash lost the initiative and even forgot the complaints he was going to make. So, instead, he looked away from Rufus with a pout. Don't get me wrong. I didn't come here to help you or anything. I just don't like the idea of someone else hitting you. Banette Nash looked away from Rufus and turned his gaze towards Alioth and the rest once more. And when he did, what he felt was disappointment, anger, Maffle too, but other than that, what on earth is up with these guys? What exactly are they doing here? Even after crying and saying you made a mistake after what happened 200 years ago, it's happened again. Do you plan to repeat the cycle? But beyond that, what I don't like is, you dead spirits. They say stupidity isn't cured until bravado, but you, even after death, aren't cured of your stupidity. Banette Nash had never regretted the path he had chosen. Although she had recently regretted the shameful words she had spoken, she would never regret the decision she had made, because that would be a betrayal of herself. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of her decision, she would accept it and move on. For better or for worse, that was how she chose to live her life. Therefore, he despised Alioth and the others, and he despised even more the one who manipulated them. She was bothered by those who did something knowing they would later regret it, and as for whoever forced them to do it, that was completely out of the question. I originally came here with the idea of beating Maffle up, but there's been a change of plans. I can't stand to look at them right now. Before they can do anything more nasty, they'll send them back to hell. Benet, Move it, Maffle. They're putting you off. Banette Nash's crimson eyes were filled with anger. Was he heading towards the disappointing Alioth and the others? Or perhaps it was anger towards the goddess for toying with the individuals who once stood by her side as heroes, even after their deaths. Or perhaps it was both reasons, or even something completely different. For Banette Nash, it didn't matter which one it was. What mattered was the emotion I felt at that moment. Reason and logic would come shortly after. I will destroy them completely. Right now, that was his way of justice as his heart dictated. That sense of justice could have stemmed from Banette Nash simply disliking what Alioth and the others were doing, and therefore wanting to strike them down. It could also have stemmed from his desire to free them. But, once again for Banette Nash, even the underlying reason why justice was being done was irrelevant. Because regardless of the reason, it didn't change what he had to do. Banette Nash kicked the ground. With just one step, the planet's surface opened up, changing the terrain, while the vampire princess herself turned into a silver shooting star that attacked the heroes. By dilating the time he experienced to the extreme, time around him effectively stopped moving in such a way that everything except light was unable to enter the world he was in, turning it into a world where the flow of time was as close to zero as possible. In terms of speed, it was moving at over Mach 400,000. At half the speed of light, that was a world operating close to the speed of light. 3, that was the domain in which Banette Nash resided. And because he had adapted his perception of time to that speed, if a normal person lived for 1 second, he would have been able to maneuver for a year. However, her opponents were the 7 heroes. Alioth barely managed, but somehow, to reach the same world as her by wielding his sword. Different, huh? Crash. Banette Nash struck Alioth with his claws, wounding him badly, and without even looking back, he advanced to attack the Beast King. Dubhe, who had previously been defeated by Leon, was on his knees. However, after sensing Banette Nash's bloodlust, he proceeded to attempt to receive his attack. Dubhe howled and struck with his strong arms full of bestial strength. However, Banette Nash decided to face the attack head-on. He then used his slender arms to stop Dubhe. Due to the combined strength of both of them, the ground beneath them collapsed, while the two of them stopped moving. A brief contest of strength ensued. What followed was that Dubhe's arms lost strength compared to Banette Nash's when she lifted him up. You're different too. A single cut from its silver claws. A red flower bloomed as one of Dubhe's arms danced in the air. The next to be attacked was Mizar, who was engaged in a battle against Agokeros. Mizar immediately created multiple layers of sturdy walls and tried to stop Banette Nash's attack. However, Banette Nash charged at these steel walls from the front, shattering them and bringing him to the ground. Fekta fled quickly, but was caught before he could escape. You too. The silver shooting star flew away quickly. His movement was so fast that it even surpassed the concept of time, preventing Alioth and the others from even touching him. Barato, even if they could touch him, he would not suffer any significant damage. This was because if one wanted to defeat her, one would have to continually perform attacks that exceeded her abnormally high regenerative abilities and damage. In 1 decade, the Sword King's sword cut 100 times. The Beast King struck ferociously with such speed that his fist seemed to multiply. The Blacksmith King transmuted so many swords that he completely covered the sky as if it were rain. The storm of arrows from the King of Adventures reached its intended destination before sound could. All those attacks only managed to strike the residual image of Banette Nash, creating a comical scene. Too slow, too weak, too boring. What exactly are they doing? It's so ridiculous I can't even say anything. It's boring. When did they become so? The vampire princess cried out. Alioth and the others were not weak. In fact, now that they had the goddess Barato, their status was higher than before. However, they were empty. They had no heart. They had no fighting spirit. As things stood, they were no different from the dolls that had copied their skills in Barato. As if those useless toys could defeat the vampire princess. At that moment, Banette Nash used his arm to deliberately catch Alioth's attack, which he launched with all his might, letting the sword sink into his bones. Upon seeing this scene, Banette Nash felt a deep disappointment. He almost felt sadness. Although you dedicated your whole life to your sword, and that devotion was strong enough for me to recognize you. Look at you now. Not even being able to take back the arm I offered you. What a real shame you've become. What a shame, Alioth. If you had been like before, you would have cut off my arm and probably taken me down completely. At that moment, Dubby struck Banette Nash. This is also why Banette Nash deliberately decided to receive him with one of his arms. The bones in his hand broke and twisted at an angle they shouldn't have. However, all she felt was disappointment and nothing more. The Beast King's strength, capable of destroying the great land, is only this, huh? If you were the Beast King I knew back then, you would have at least broken my arm right now. Banette Nash sighed, as if she were exasperated from the bravado of her heart, and prepared to counterattack. Against Alioth, he used his injured arm. Against Dubhi, he used the arm that was already hurt. She punched them and sent them flying, shattering Alioth's sword and knocking him back hard, and striking a devastating blow to Dubby's arm and head. Upon seeing what had happened, Fekta quickly readied her arrows and bravado them repeatedly. However, Banette Nash closed the distance between them directly from the front, once again, without bothering to defend himself or dodge the attack. The arrow struck him in the face, while the one that hit his fingers broke them. However, she remained unfazed, as if nothing that had happened affected her. The damaged areas instantly regenerated as she stood before Fekta. What's wrong? You can't even strike a target like mine? Your reputation as a bravado of the bow, capable of piercing even the bravado, is being torn apart. A sudden kick to the knee brought Fekta down hard, dealing a serious blow. The bravado of the attack left her severely injured. When Banette Nash turned to look at Mizar as she struggled with an arrow lodged in her eye, there were countless golem warriors. Those golems leaped simultaneously towards Banette Nash, each wielding its own weapon. However, it was useless. The swords that managed to strike his neck bravado, those that pierced his heart bent and broke, while the golems were scattered with a single movement of his arm. You're like toys. Even if you have the technique, you lack the mindset. Your true strength should have been the eccentricity behind your inventions. If you can only reuse what you've already used, you'll never reach the distant place I am. Banette Nash disappeared suddenly, but seized Mizar before time passed. Then he struck him against the ground, and the resulting impact caused the great earth to tremble. The vibrations even reached the distant kingdom of Svalin, causing the king of wisdom, Midgard, to fly out of his seat and crash through the ceiling. While she continued to hold Mizar, Banette Nash sank deep into the ground, reaching the middle parts of Midgard where the cloak lay. In terms of temperature, it was approximately 6,000 C. For in terms of pressure, it exceeded 100,000 atmosphere pressure. However, in this mortal world, it continued to move with ease and eventually managed to exit on the other side of the planet. It then continued flying past Midgard without losing speed until it reached a small, random planet in its path, which it destroyed before returning. After re-entering Midgard's atmosphere, it crashed Mizar into the ground and pierced Midgard's mantle once more. Then he emerged from the ground and, using only his physical strength, threw Mizar, who was burning with flames, towards Dubhi and Alioth, crushing all three of them. It's unpleasant to see the four of them in their current state any longer. They should disappear without a trace. Lunar attribute arcane magic. Catastrophe. 6 Wait, Benet. Banette Nash proceeded to try to finish off the four by activating arcane magic, while she herself regenerated from the burns all over her body. However, Rufus stopped her. They are Argonauts who will be resurrected indefinitely. You must not kill them. I see. After hearing Rufus' warning, Banette Nash changed the arcane magic he activated. Arcane magic of the moon attribute moon tentacle. He activated the arcane magic, highly prized by Agokeros, which created shadowy tendrils of dark energy to restrain enemies. He then used the ability to immobilize the four heroes. Then she gave the four individuals one last look. At that moment, only Rufus, with his extraordinary kinetic vision, caught a momentary look of sadness in her, and, as if she had lost interest in them, turned her back on them. Author's note, Ms. Garzud, stop. It's breaking through. They're pushing me from the inside. In a deep voice, Digabarato, burrow through the planet. The goddess, can you stop using planet-destroying abilities like it's the most normal thing in the world? Incidentally, Cincherato, since she's faster than the speed at which gravity sand can pull her down, she can bounce and jump, so it seems like she can fly. If you can leave time behind, you should be able to fly. 7. That certain vampire sand from that world was also flying in the anime, so no problem, no problem. 8. Although, in Bennett Nash's case, he's a monster who can already leap beyond the stratosphere using nothing but the strength of his legs, so there's really not much difference with being able to fly. Question could ask her, what? A. High-level moon attribute arcane magic catastrophe. 9. This skill is a total annihilation arcane magic whose effect is to convert the moon's mana into an infinite number of lasers that bombard Midgard. When Bene uses this arcane magic, she can instantly burn 30 of Midgard. However, because the mechanics of arcane magic involve firing lasers from the moon, whether in the game or in this world, it cannot be used unless there is a moon. Bene originally planned to use this ability against the Barato, Pollux, and the Argonauts, including the 7 heroes. I suppose that with Bennett's competence, she could avoid attacking the allied kingdoms. However, the amount of damage Midgard would still have received would have been quite significant. Bene-chan is a super troublesome child. The goddess, SDT. Chapter 132. The Dragon King used a flamethrower won Leon. Why are you here? As Ares fell to the ground, he looked up and saw his unexpected savior. The relationship between Leo and Ares could not be considered good at all. In fact, it wasn't wrong to say it was the worst. It wasn't that Ares particularly hated Leo. However, Leo clearly looked down on and despised Ares. Leon had always called Ares a petty monster and was not the type of person who would try to help even when Ares was about to be killed by the enemy. If anything, he probably would have just said, an end worthy of a small fish, and wouldn't have given it another thought. Leon was the kind of man who judged a person solely on their strength and considered strength to be absolute justice. That's why it was a seemingly impossible situation. I came because I smelled something very familiar, but it seems they're having a very extravagant party. A banquet like this is wasted on a nobody like you. They'll finish the rest for you. Leon's face, still technically humanoid, twisted and became wild and ferocious like that of a wild beast. With a series of sharp cracks, Leon's muscles expanded, making his already bulky, tree-like arms even thicker. Veins bulged all over his body, and the surrounding air was distorted by the heat generated from his body, forming a mirage. Just lie there and watch. I'll show you how I fight. Leon clenched his fist and disappeared from the scene. The next moment, he brought his fist down on a heroic spirit that was facing one of the other 12 stars, crushing that heroic spirit along with its armor and collapsing the ground beneath them. With a single blow, despite being strong enough to be called a hero, the warrior was badly injured and could no longer move. Barato, Leon rushed into an area filled with heroic spirits and knocked dozens of them aside with the Barato of his charge. Of course, the heroic spirits did not remain silent. They all drew their swords and proceeded to attack Leon. However, faced with this situation, the Lion King for some reason put his hands in his pockets and received him head-on in a defenseless manner. As a result, he emerged completely unharmed. The attacker's sword shattered, but Leon's skin didn't suffer a single scratch. A single strike from Leon defeated all the powerless warriors at once as he walked toward the next gathering of heroic spirits with a slow, deliberate gait, his hands still in his pockets. In response, the heroic spirits unleashed all manner of arcane magic this time. High-level arcane magic, of every attribute, flew toward Leon and exploded upon him. If someone had been observing Midgard from space at that moment, flashes and explosions from arcane magic would have been visible, even from that distance. The magnitude of the explosions and impacts was precisely the same. However, Leon charged straight through this storm of arcane magic and, as if nothing had happened, stood before the heroic spirits. It's worthless. It's not even good as an appetizer. A magician, who had the misfortune of standing at the front of the group, was struck and thrown about as the mage fought desperately. A violent clash known as using one person against another. With each blow, the mage grew weaker, until the heroic spirits finally overcame him. The pitiful wizard had completely lost his humanoid form when he was finally freed, having been broken down beyond recognition. No, perhaps the most unfortunate was the young wizard who was at the back of the pack. The reason was that he was the one who suffered from fear for the longest time. Eek, the boy, who was surprisingly young to have been dubbed a hero, let out a yell and instinctively backed away. But reality was cruel. In that instant, a powerful blow struck his head, and he fell silent before he could react. As he stood amid the aftermath, Leon turned his barato, eyes toward his next target. Upon seeing this scene, Rufus thought, who exactly is our enemy? However, he couldn't help but think this way. Ugh! When Leon roared, countless heroic spirits before him were shattered and sent flying like pieces of paper. The Lion King's roar wasn't just a simple thing used to intimidate. A mere roar, even though it was accompanied by a destructive energy that passed through the enemy camp. Cinchuredo, keeping up with his extraordinary speed, must have been difficult even for his 12 Stars teammates. Many impacts and explosions resounded repeatedly and continuously. As if the air around them were exploding, the heroic spirits began to disperse in groups. Needless to say, it didn't just happen once or twice. One after another, many members of the Argonauts' army were struck down in sudden attacks. On each occasion, legendary heroes of the past fell in battle. There was not enough time to avoid the assault, but if they tried to defend themselves, their own formation would be overwhelmed. And what made it possible was overwhelming power. Simply raw power. As long as one possessed overwhelming strength, there was no need for special skills or effects. His punches relied on sheer power without any complementary techniques. His long-range kicks could not be considered polished at all. However, he gave the heroic spirits of the past no room to retaliate and crushed and ground them down as if they were pieces of paper. The strong are called strong because they are strong. It was a very simple and easy-to-understand quote. There was no need for unnecessary filler. To Leon, unique abilities and such were akin to street performances. To him, those kinds of skills were something the weak acquired after shedding tears and wasting effort desperately trying to feign strength. To Leon, it was unnecessary and pointless. As long as he had his body, that was enough for everything. He possessed fists of such overwhelming strength that he didn't need those tricks. That's why he struck. That's why he finished the fight. With just that, all his attacks that had the bravado of an ordinary strike became secret techniques of decisive power. Pure martial mastery. That's what led him to be recognized as the strongest, even within the 12-star Tyranids. If every attack he executed caused fatal damage, then there was no need for him to use any special offensive skills. If, just by standing, the wall known as his muscles could break enemy swords, then he didn't need any defensive skills. The Lion King bared his fangs and ran across the battlefield, leaving mountains of corpses wherever he went. As things had unfolded, there was nothing the Argonauts could do. No, perhaps they could have had other options. Although they were far inferior to Rufus and the 7 heroes, they were still legendary heroes who had managed to reach level 1000. Together, they possessed a vast array of skills, both arcane and divine, so that depending on how they combined their techniques, they could even turn the tide, even if they were barely managing. Depending on how they used their abilities, it wasn't impossible for them to completely defeat Leon, just as the 12 Stars had done in the past. However, that scenario was only possible if they worked together. As a mere mass acting on its own, they demoralized and hindered each other. It was impossible for them to play the best possible hand. The heroic spirits were defeated one after another without being able to show even half their potential. By the time Leon emerged from the battle, the ground was stained with the aftermath of his wounds. It's not enough. Something's still missing. I mean, without the main course, you wouldn't be satisfied, right? As he said that, Leon gave the Barado a challenging look. Upon hearing this, the 10 heads of the Barado agreed with what Leon had said, acknowledged him as a worthy enemy, and revealed their Barado. In the past, before Rufus appeared, both were the strongest magical beasts and at the peak of their combat prowess. Furthermore, each controlled a quarter of the power in Midgard. Now, the Dragon King Ladin and the Lion King Leon stood face to face for the first time. And above all, these two were very similar. Both were tyrants. Both were violent. They oppressed and ruled others through violence and fear. These were the commonalities they both shared. Leon's body expanded in size, and the clothes he was wearing tore and flew away. His entire body became covered in fur as he shed his humanoid appearance and reverted to his original lion form. What emerged at the end of this transformation was a monstrous lion that was large enough to rival even the Dragon King. Finally, the two tyrants, who had revealed their true nature, stared at each other and growled face to face. At that moment, Pollux, who did not want to be caught in the middle of all that, jumped off the Dragon King. On the other hand, the city of Legjarn was plunged into absolute and total panic. It was only natural. After all, a mythical battle of legendary proportions had suddenly erupted on the outskirts of the city. It would have been strange if they were still calm. It was an incredible scene in which historical heroes that can only be found in books were sent flying one after another. That alone would have been enough to push beyond the tolerable limit of their brain capacity. But this time, there was a 160m tall lion and a 170m tall dragon with 10 heads. Alfie had already fallen to the ground and was muttering as if he had gone mad, and Friedrich had begun to dig holes in the ground after realizing that he could not escape to the outside. Cruz was shouting, "It's the end of the world," in a state of frenzied fanaticism, while Sarges seemed to have suddenly attained enlightenment and was muttering something nonsensical like, "Living and dying have the same value. Perhaps it is the will of the great universe." Yes, yes. Meanwhile, Jean was shouting, "I'm going to fight too," and, as a result, was doing everything he could to try to get out. On the other hand, Gantz was calm and collected. Since the innkeeper had lost consciousness, he had made himself some coffee that looked like murky water and frowned after saying it tasted disgusting. You seem really calm and serene." Say sat down in the chair and received a cup of coffee from Gantz, who was sitting on the other side of the table. Next to him was Virgo, who had become rigid due to the bitterness of the coffee. The Dragon King versus the Lion King, illustration from the AWLBA light novel. So, nothing's going to happen if you make a scene. Their struggles are in a realm we can't comprehend. Even if we cry or scream, it won't change anything. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just have a coffee together? But aren't there other things you can do? Like try to calm everyone down who's panicking? That's impossible. The whole city is in a state of hysteria. Even if we say something, they won't hear us, and whatever we say will be drowned out by the noise. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, would become an outlet for the mob's anger. In the first place, those are the responsibilities of the nobles. It's not within our salary range. Well, if you're talking about the nobles, Rufus Sen simply defeated them. I forgot about that. Gantz looked out the window. There, he saw the city's people moving about in confusion and shouting incomprehensible things. He then wondered why people had lost order and control as they panicked. Furthermore, he honestly questioned why Cruz, who just happened to be part of the hero's entourage, was one of those people. Meanwhile, the whole Friedrich was digging hit an underground hot spring, and the water pressure propelled him out. What exactly was this tiger doing? Ru, Jiao. The two giant monsters let out a war cry and faced each other directly without any small tricks. Most likely, they decided to compare first what they both had the most confidence in, their brute strength. Due to the shockwave caused by the collision between Leon and Ladin, the barrier surrounding Legjarn creaked as the surrounding area was assaulted by a sonic boom. The entire area except Legjarn was devastated and turned into a barren wasteland, but the two monsters who caused that catastrophe continued to compare their strength without even caring about what had just happened. There was no retreat. It was a duel of pure strength to determine who would emerge victorious. However, Layden had the advantage. His 10 heads moved at once and lunged at Leon. Even against Leon's tough hide and muscles, Layden's powerful Barato struck hard. But as if to reciprocate, Leon Barato and Barato the Barato Barato. The lion's Barato clashed against Layden's scales in a fierce struggle, which were believed to be harder than anything else in this world, allowing him to break through and consume everything beneath them. Luna, who was watching that horrifying scene, tightly pressed her hand around her face and tried to resist the resulting feeling of nausea. They are consuming each other. Even though they're locked in a fierce clash, they refuse to back down. They cannot be sane. Both fighters were battered, but their Barato did not slow down. The next to move was Leon. He Barato wide and unleashed a devastating roar point blank towards Layden. Its destructive roar, which was a condensed form of mana, swallowed the Dragon King's body, vaporized the ground in its wake, and continued onward. Finally, it went beyond the dominion of the humanoids and destroyed a solitary island that stood in its path, creating a huge dome-shaped explosion. However, Layden remained unharmed. Moreover, as if to say, "You'll return the favor," he opened all 10 of his mouths at once and exhaled a furious infernal fire. Individually, a single fireball was strong enough to instantly vaporize something like a humanoid city, but Layden continuously fired those fireballs from his 10 mouths at extremely high speed. It was like a machine gun firing missiles, so to speak. Columns of flame rose one after another, while Layden didn't seem to care that he, too, was being caught in the blast. Luna hugged Terra tightly in the heat of the moment and tried to become a shield that would protect him from the impending shockwave. At that moment, she was fully aware that she was no different from an insect before the feast of these monsters. However, she was still one of the 7 luminaries. She believed that was enough to at least serve as a shield. She hugged Terra tightly with such fierce determination. However, no matter how much she waited, the warmth she predicted would reach her never came. So she opened her eyes, feeling confused. What she saw then was Rufus back, who was standing in front of her with one of his hands outstretched. The insignificant area of space behind Rufus, which was created due to the barrier she had put up, became the only safe haven at that time. The flames, like floodwaters, flowed behind Luna and Terra, as she herself felt as if she were inside a glass vase looking into a raging red stream that ran past the vase. Don't reach out carelessly. If it's you, just touching the shockwave will turn you to ashes. It seemed that Rufus had helped her. Upon realizing this, Luna first felt a sense of relief, followed by a question, and then confusion. She was grateful that it was so, or rather, at least Terra had been saved. However, he wondered if it was right for Rufus not to care about his own subordinates. However, he quickly realized that it was an unnecessary worry. In this torrent of extremely hot gusts of wind, the 12 stars watched the battle between Lion and the Dragon King, not caring in the slightest about the shockwave. However powerful the attack was, its shockwave was just that, a shockwave. It wasn't enough to shake them. No, if one looked closely, only Libra, whose weakness was fire, had Karkinos in front of it as a shield. They're monsters. All of them. They all stood indifferently under that infernal and ridiculous heat that could even melt and boil rocks. Banette Nash was even sitting on a rock. However, this too was melting spectacularly. In other words, she was essentially sitting on magma, but she didn't care in the slightest. First of all, the vampire princess was a monster who had just burrowed and swum through the inside of Midgard's mantle. Something of this magnitude could only make her feel a little warm. Faced with these battles taking place in a different dimension from her own, all Luna could do was learn that her side was recklessly trying to fight a battle they had no chance of winning. Author's note: as an aside, while all this was happening, Pollux invoked a heroic spirit that could put up a barrier and prevent things from reaching him properly. Furthermore, although these people are able to withstand the heat of the planet's mantle, they can still feel the heat of a midsummer day normally. For them, magma, heated rock, and the temperature of a summer day are all on the same level. In other words, the fact that they can withstand a temperature of 1000 C doesn't mean they won't feel heat a few hundred degrees lower. Their lower limit for feeling heat, warmth, cold, and chills is practically the same as for a normal person. It's just that the upper limit they can withstand is ridiculously high. So whether it's 1000 C or minus 100 C, they still feel the same. In other words, it's something like this. Slightly hot summer day, ordinary person. It's so hot. Bene, it's a bit hot today, isn't it? Scorching desert, ordinary person. HAW water. Bene, it's a bit hot today, isn't it? Above the magma, ordinary person. Burn alive, Bene. It's a bit hot today, isn't it? Yes, she's upset. Chapter 133. Thank you very much, Fairy Princess. With the divine sword that my lady has bestowed upon me, I will undoubtedly defeat the Demon King and restore peace to the world. Yes, if it's you, you'll definitely be able to do it. Please take care on your journey. This conversation took place a few thousand years ago. At that moment, the world was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Demon King, who led the army of darkness to wipe out the humanoids, Centuredo. After saying goodbye to them, Pollux lowered his head. What nonsense! Why isn't anyone asking anything? Although everything is going too well. The Demon King's weakness? Don't make me laugh. There's no such thing. After all, that thing is a divine beast created by the goddess to rule the world. It is one of the pillars that make up the arbiters. He is an agent of the goddess and has the same kind of existence as my real body. Faced with such a thing, humans had no way to win. The goddess simply did not create people to defeat her. If they fought seriously against each other, the outcome was already predetermined. But even then, the heroes were likely to win. And so the scene was complete. The Demon King would be defeated, and after a few thousand to tens of thousands of years, when the goddess deemed it necessary, he would change his name, change his appearance, and terrorize the humanoids once more. The humanoids didn't know. Nobody knew that all the evil kings who appeared in legends and stories were actually the same individual. The god of destruction appeared when humans were first created from the Flugel race and was only defeated because the first human, Aeneas, sacrificed his life to do so. The beast god plunged the world into war and chaos during the era in which beast beings first came into existence. The Titan god led the army of giants and ravaged the land to the delight of his heart. This time, he called himself the Great Demon King, and the next time he appeared, he would call himself something else. But the humanoids were unaware that they were all exactly the same person. In addition, she herself was one of the actresses on stage. She was a reaper disguised as someone who helped humanoids, while inflicting upon them the poison called hope and sending them to their doom. That was the fairy princess' true identity. Although she was divided into two roles, ally and enemy, there was no substantial difference between them. That's why he couldn't help but spit out venom. How stupid. Why do they look at me with such honesty and believe in me? They doubt me. They think something's wrong. Shouldn't you be able to figure it out if you think about it for a moment? That there are only weak magical beasts neatly arranged and conveniently placed near your hometown so you can grow stronger. That they gave you weapons and equipment so you could gradually become stronger. And that there's a suspicious woman called the Fairy Princess who just happens to know the enemy's weaknesses. However you look at it, isn't it strange? I beg you, doubt me once and for all. Please, stop letting yourself be deceived. Up to that point, Pollux had sent heroes many times. Many times. With a smile, he guided them, gave them weapons, gave them advice, and provided them with tests so they could become stronger. And she understood it more and more each time. Their deepest desires for world peace were unmistakably real. They were people worthy of being considered heroes. Once upon a time, there was a young man who said he loved the world, but he died without seeing peace come to the world he loved. Once upon a time, there was a swordsman who told him that he would become as strong as he needed to be for the sake of the person he loved, but when peace came, he was already dead with and beside the person he loved. Once upon a time, There was a cheerful man who said with a warm smile that he wanted to show his children a world of peace, but he died without ever seeing the face of the child who was born. Once upon a time, there was a kind warrior who traveled toward a fatal outcome despite being a woman for the sake of the people important to her and for the future. But now, not a single trace of her remains in this world. All of them were led to a barato end by Pollux. Just as the scenario predicted, peace returned to the world, and the hero fell in a beautifully adorned manner. I can't take it anymore. Pollux's face, marked with pain, showed visible signs of struggle. He covered his face with his hands and sank to his knees. Her eyes, full of confidence, were heartbreaking. Her words, full of gratitude, were painful. As they spoke to her of the future that would come once the world was at peace, their figures were so dazzling to her, but it was so sad. How many of those heroes, who should have had their own future, did he let die without helping them? Rightly so. They should have been the ones who rejoiced most once peace was restored to the world. So why did they have to die? Either way, their lives were short. A person's life expectancy was a few thousand years at most, even if they belonged to a long-lived race. I had always thought it would have been right to let them live as they wished as a reward for the difficult battle they had fought. But the goddess hated leaving individuals who were too strong and possessed too much power alone. That is why, each time, he inflicted a fatal wound on the hero before deliberately pretending to be defeated. That's why the hero he had just sent out today wouldn't return either. He wouldn't be able to reunite with his beloved, who had told him she would be waiting for his return. Pollux always prayed that they would not come to her. However, the goddess, who was the object of that prayer, desired that outcome. That's why they always appeared before the fairy princess without fail. Destiny guided them. Would it be all right if she didn't lend them a hand? No. If those individuals were so naive as to stop there, they wouldn't even be able to get there before her. Furthermore, in such cases, the hero would simply challenge him without sufficient strength and die needlessly. At that point, the deceased hero's son or relative would inherit the curse of becoming a hero. What would happen if I simply announced the truth of the matter? That was a no, too. Even if she did something like that, it would only shorten their lives. The goddess probably wouldn't let those who knew the truth go. How many times do I have to repeat this? How many times do I have to deceive them? How many barato times do I have to silence those innocent lives? Please answer me. Goddess-sama. I don't want to do this any barato. Pollux's spirit was almost at the point of breaking. She didn't want to keep doing the work of trampling brave flowers that were trying to bloom in that unfavored wasteland. It had repeated that process endlessly for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Because he loved the people who were being born. Because their appearance, as they desperately tried to live, even in a world like this, was dazzling beyond anything else. After repeatedly caring for people from many different periods of time, she began to feel affection for them as she would for her own children. I wanted to protect them. I wanted to hug them. I wanted to free them from hell. However, the reality was quite the opposite. She was nothing more than a reaper who would cast them into hell. She was nothing more than a heretic trampling on flowers. It would be better if someone like me didn't sprout in the first place. If I had remained an avatar, how much easier would it have been? If she were just a spirit controlled by her real barato, she wouldn't have had to suffer such a painful experience. Pollux gripped his short sword, which he kept for self-defense, and held it firmly. That's right. It would be better if she disappeared. It would be fitting for someone like her to disappear. Enough, Pollux. However, her hand was stopped by her other half, her brother. Pollux tried to shake off his brother's hand, but the strength of his arm could not compare with his. Please let me go, big brother. No, I won't do it. Castor hugged Pollux tightly. Pollux was so devoid of vigor that it seemed he would immediately disappear if he did not act. As Castor slowly calmed his sister, he couldn't help but curse the goddess. Ah, God, omnipotent goddess, Alovinus, why you treat her so badly? Pollux is not a girl who can play such a role. She's too kind to keep doing this. I wished I could switch places with her. I wanted to trade places with her, but it was impossible. The heroes would, without fail, come to request an audience with the fairy princess. Most likely, the goddess used her hand to make them hear information that would motivate them to seek her out. And her sister was someone who would answer if they looked for her. It was because she knew the situation would only get worse if she didn't. In the end, he was just a byproduct left over from the creation of the Supreme, being known as the fairy princess. She had no talent other than fighting. A useless fairy, a recessive product that was discarded in the process of giving birth to the dominant product. However, Pollux could no longer continue playing the role he had been assigned. He had reached his limit. If this continued, she would break down. Even if he could slowly recover from the mental scars he had suffered over the long, intervening years, the wounds would only reopen along with a new scar. And the repeated process of reopening the still healing scars had caused Pollux to reach the current point of no return where his wounds had become too deep. Her guilt never went away. It only continued to weigh heavily on her, deep within her heart. It would have been better if she were someone irresponsible enough to be able to forget everything. It would have been better if I had been rational enough to leave it behind on the horizon of faded memories. However, Pollux could not do it. Since he couldn't do that, he gradually fell apart. That's why Castor prayed. Anyone was fine. Someone capable of destroying this hellish place in the most literal sense. Someone who would even destroy the goddess scripts. He almost gave up after convincing himself that such a thing would never be possible. It would have been better if I hadn't prayed. A few thousand years later, Castor deeply regretted his past prayer. That day, the incarnation of darkness that repainted the world itself entered the land of the fairies. Her black wings gave her a sinister presence. Her beautiful face, brimming with absolute self-confidence, made even beasts smile. Behind her was an army of magical beasts waiting in the wings. Using a special ability available in her position as the fairy princess, she checked the intruder's level only to almost instinctively faint as a result. The intruder's level was minus 4,200. What is this, monster? Wrong. He definitely wasn't a hero. As if I could stand a hero like that. That said, it wasn't him either. This was not an existence orchestrated by the goddess. For starters, the goddess, who had allowed previous generations of heroes to die for hating those with too much power, would not create something so absurd on her own. Furthermore, wasn't this woman ignoring the level limits set by the goddess? He had heard about it through rumors. There was an existence that he, ORM, who now called himself the Demon King, greatly feared and avoided confronting directly. However, Pollux considered it a mere exaggeration. After all, many others in the past have been embroiled in scandals for no reason at all. But the problem this time was that it was actually true. What should I do? This person could ignore the situation and eliminate ORM. This was not a scenario created by the goddess. It wouldn't be a victory fabricated as if it were written in a play. This was a true monster who could even fight the serious ORM, defeat and suppress him in a direct battle, and then come out as the true and authentic winner. Undoubtedly, it was a mistake in this world that had appeared naturally, independent of the goddess' will. With it in front of her, Pollux asked a question in a trembling voice. Do you have a problem with me? Yes. I heard there was a fairy princess who used mysterious techniques in this land. I thought it would be interesting to welcome the goddess subordinate. So, I came. Well, frankly speaking, I came to tame you, fairy princess, Pollux. And you, her brother, Castor. They were speechless. It took him a few seconds to understand the words that were said. Huh? What? Are you going to tame me? Are you treating me like a magical beast? Up until that moment, the humanoids had visited the land of the fairies countless times. There had been countless occasions in the past when she had been the subject of prayers like, "Please help us, fairy princess." There had also been countless occasions when she had been begged for advice. However, there had never been a fool who had come with the intention of capturing her, until now. She wouldn't have been able to bear it if there had been. It goes without saying, it's fine that you resist. You two also have the right to refuse. If you don't want to serve me, you should fight with all your might. Then we'll do exactly that. Castor raised his anchor, and the Argo, which carried the heroic spirits, levitated up to the sky. The sister called, and the brother sent. With that, the invincible and undefeated trap ability Argonautai was completed. However, the woman with black wings glanced at the ship and gently tapped it. Immediately afterwards, a huge hole opened up in the Argo, and it began to sink in flames and smoke. Wait, Did the Argo sink? Is this some kind of sick joke? Did he sink the Argo just with the pressure of his fist? That ship is as tough as orichalcum, you know? This was truly an existence that defied logic. No, perhaps it was actually logic that detested her and fled from her with all its might. Meanwhile, the summoned heroes were unable to move due to coercion alone, while the fairy brothers could barely sit on the ground. She didn't know. She didn't know someone like that existed. In other words, this was a hell beyond hell, a despair that shattered despair. It was something irrational trampling the irrational, something irrational destroying the irrational. And she was someone who tore out and threw away even the script of the goddess, an existence she had been waiting for a long time. That woman stood in front of Pollux and looked into the eyes of the fairy princess. Your eyes look like those of a dead person. I see that you truly feel the weight of the role the goddess assigned you. What's wrong? What's so surprising? Did you think I wouldn't know? Sure, I realize I'm not particularly clever, but even I would notice something so obvious. You and the Demon King. For being people who are supposed to be opposites, like light and darkness, you seem perfectly balanced, as if it were all prearranged. And it's not just that. You see, Midgard decoded a stone slab hidden deep within some ruins, and from the look of you, you've faced the same person time and time again. It's like a pendulum swinging between light and darkness, between hope and despair. So I'm convinced. You're conspiring. I'm right, aren't I? Rufus stepped close to Pollux and looked into her eyes. You must have suffered after deceiving people countless times and letting them be bravado without being able to stop it. You must be exhausted thinking about how many times you would have to repeat the cycle. Rejoice, this is the last time. If the goddess does not answer, I will do it for you. The curtain that announces the end of the play will soon fall. Once this is done, you will no longer have to send anyone on a hopeless journey, because I will destroy the play's stage completely. Upon hearing the words spoken by Rufus, Pollux finally realized that he was dealing with a demon. An evil demon who rebelled against the goddess. This woman was exactly that. No matter how much Pollux thought about it, this woman moved in complete disregard of the goddess' plan. That someone like her had been born must have been entirely outside the goddess' calculations. But how ironic, that the one who would tell him the words he most wanted to hear would be the devil. No, was it because he was a demon who knew what Pollux wanted? I will restore true freedom to this world, which is being dominated by a work of poor quality. To achieve this, you must become my subordinate, Fairy Princess Pollux. That was a wicked temptation. It was a path of snakes that would lead to a betrayal of the goddess. The heroes couldn't decipher the goddess script. If anyone could, it would be this extraordinary monster. That's why Pollux took that hand. Even though it turned out to be a path to self-destruction, she no longer wanted to pick any more flowers. Chapter 134. Pollux sent Aeneas the Argonauts had been virtually eliminated and weakened to the point where they would not die immediately, and Aegocaros had apprehended them. Alioth, Dubhe, Fecta, and Mizar were also neutralized. And Pollux's last hope, the Dragon King, was engaged in a great battle against Leon. In other words, the opposing side was almost completely depleted. I stepped out of the barrier I had erected to protect Luna and Terra and stood in front of Pollux. Although there was a heroic elf spirit before her, she would be no match for me. Or rather, she didn't even feel like fighting him. After all, if she defeated him, the barrier protecting Pollux would disappear and she would be lost. In any case, we had a winner. She no longer had any chance of winning. It looks like this is checkmate. Or do you still have something left to play? If so, I suggest you eliminate them quickly. It'll make you surrender. No tricks. For some strange reason, my body doesn't function properly if I'm fighting the 7 heroes. But there won't be any problem against others. It doesn't matter if he's the Dragon King or a hero of the past. Just come and get me. I cracked my knuckles and waited for Pollux's next move. In that case, I will grant your request. Come and dance, origin of the flugelhorns. You who govern the stars of the sky. Uranus. A light shone from the sky and illuminated the ground like a spotlight. In the illuminated place, flowers began to bloom, and a man with pure white wings and white clothing began to descend while enveloped in a divine radiance. A halo shone on its back, and it had 3 wings on each side, a total of 6. A group of young flugelhorns of both sexes had gathered around it, and were singing hymns as they flew in circles around it, as if celebrating its arrival. The man named Uranus wore a loving smile as he descended very, very slowly to the ground. Yes, so slowly it was irritating. Get down quickly. Wow. I flew over him and struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. The ground shook with the impact while the man, who had fallen, lay stunned and disoriented. What is this? Isn't it rather fragile? I thought it would be incredibly strong because it was called the origin of flugelhorns, but it's not all that. It seemed as if he had been defeated in one fell swoop. For, disappointed, he turned into light and disappeared. The children around him were terribly frightened by my action, so they trembled violently and collapsed. Incidentally, the reason these guys didn't get burned was because the barrier protecting Pollux was still there, but the flowers that sprouted at that moment were burned by the shockwave of the Dragon King's hellfire. How about this? Reveal yourself to me, the origin of all humans. You, the founder of the human race and the first guardian of the sanctuary. Aeneas. In response to Pollux's call, particles of light took the form of a human being. What then appeared was a young man in simple clothing who stood confidently before them. Perhaps it would have been fine to call him a handsome young man with that appearance. But even then, it was still unacceptable that he only had a piece of cloth covering his waist. No, I actually understood the reasoning. After all, he was the first human being. In other words, he was like an extremely primitive man. Although it sounded good to call him the founder of a human race, to put it bluntly, it simply meant that he was born in an age without civilization. Therefore, that was the reality. Although, that didn't change the fact that he remained an eminent individual. Cover up properly. Bubuo. The man who received my punch went flying and disappeared into the distance. I thought to myself that he hadn't given me any decent answer when I punched him. However, there was an answer to that question in my memory. It seemed that the role of guardian of the sanctuary could only be passed on and held by one person. Therefore, upon the completion of their generation, the levels and skills of the previous generation were passed on to their successor. It was probably the work of the goddess who did not want to unnecessarily increase the number of strong individuals at level 1000. And at the same time, I understood why. The reason why all the guardians of the sanctuary throughout history were strong despite being human. Apparently, Aeneas underwent the ritual just before dying. In other words, the one who had just been summoned was nothing more than an empty shell that had lost all its power. Argonauts might have been an ability that resurrected the hero of the past in his prime. However, even that could not restore the power that had been lost because it had already been passed on to his successor. Well, either way, even if that weren't the case, since he had been given the title of guardian of the sanctuary, he should at least have had enough power to rival someone like the current Midgard who was in a weakened state, but someone like that was no match for me. Next, as you wish. In that case, raise something special, summoned long ago from another world, an existence granted great divine power who restored peace to the world. Appear, the hero from another world. Thunder rumbled as a solitary man, emitting sparks, appeared before me. His powerful build was as solid as steel. He had a bold, gleaming haircut and a fierce, commanding presence. His manly face was like that of a beast, and he even had shaved eyebrows. He was wearing boxer shorts and boxing gloves. A boxer who, judging by his height of 190 centimeters, was clearly not Japanese, shouted, "I am the champion," and practiced shadowboxing. Alovenus. This was, a long time ago, when I prioritized strength and called someone. Something like this came out, and I mean, if your only criterion was strength, I suppose something like that would probably end up coming out. Yes, that young Sei is an incredibly ordinary hero. I just remembered that again. Or rather, I have no idea what this guy has been saying for the past moment. I can't speak English, you know? Why is it that, even though Japanese is automatically translated into a common language in this Midgard, English remains as it is? I thought Xgate Online had integrated all the languages of the world. As a side note, since this guy tried to spread his language, there are people in Midgard who speak untranslatable words. It seems there are people like you, Crabsan, who speak that language for personal enjoyment. So it's this guy's fault. Nice shot. So is Karkana's style of speaking English this guy's fault? The moment I thought that, my fist caught the hero boxer and sent him flying toward the horizon. Seriously, even though this is supposed to be a pretty serious fight, stop calling these guys weird. Anyway, don't tell me that was the best card you had. Goo. No matter what it is, just come out. Heroic spirits. I summon you. It seemed as if she had really been pushed into a dangerous position. Pollux moved desperately and activated the Argonaut's ability. However, although I could summon an indefinite number of times, each summoning only contained one soul. A spirit that had already been summoned and captured alive by us could not be summoned again. In other words, his remaining playable cards were really limited at this point, and it was unlikely that any significant ones remained. I was thinking that, but the next moment my predictions turned out to be wrong in a different way. I was called, and so I appeared. The one who appeared was that annoying guy, Mars, whom I punched from a distance once. He looked at me with an air of superiority and, backed by a confidence that came from who knows where, he smiled at me as if he were sure of his victory. Then he drew his sword and began running around me in a circle. Now is the time to show you my true ability. I who have returned from the dead. I apologize for I held back then. I miscalculated your strength. But this time, I will not be lenient with you. This Mars, a Barado of the 7 luminaries who bears the title of Barado, I will unleash my full power upon you. In a single strike, using power on the scale of an entire era compressed into one moment. Witness the true power of my resurrected form and the blazing shockwave of my spirit. Barado and Diamond Dust, by mixing 2 antithetical powers, a new and evolved sacred chaos is born at this moment. These powers that have not yet merged seize this miraculous moment in the eternity of time, evolving beyond their time to move into the future. Play for me, O Flame, the requiem of despair. Sing for me, O Ice, the symphony of blessing. There is nowhere left for you to run. Your path has been closed by the unknown. Be still, celebrate, and praise. This is the moment of light that was granted to me in creation. You will see it at the moment of your final passing. A kind embrace that invites you to become nothing. Disperse. The ultimate secret art, Great Crimson Daguerrean. One shut up. I punched the fool who was giving an unnecessarily long monologue, as usual, and banished him to the bottom of the sky. At that point, I was much more accustomed to this body than when I first fought him. Therefore, even though I had the same stats, the power of my punches was completely different. Furthermore, since Alcade was still active, my stats were also completely different. After observing and noticing that the moon, which had shown its face after the day entered into the evening, had gained another crater, I turned to look towards Pollux. Rufus versus Mars 2, Rufus 1 HKO to that guy Mars. Again, illustration from the AWLBA light novel. It seems you've really run out of cards to play. And there's still the Dragon King. Pollux looked towards the Dragon King as his last hope. However, just as he did, Bennett Nash slammed the Dragon King into the ground with a single blow, knocking him unconscious. Apparently, Bennett Nash, who had grown bored of watching the battle, had subdued the Dragon King by striking him from the side. After his prey was stolen, Leon complained. However, Bennett Nash bravely replied, "It's because you took your time fighting it." So they were in the middle of an argument. However, that was irrelevant for now. So, what were you saying about the Dragon King? Goo. Well, you should have had enough by now. Get out of Pollux's body. However, after hearing my recommendation, Pollux smiled brazenly. And, as if to say, if you want to attack me, Go ahead, he opened his arms wide. No, it's your side that's lost. Can you attack this body? If you want to defeat me, fine. Go ahead. But remember, if you use your power to attack me, this girl will undoubtedly end up dead. TSK. Although it bothered me to admit it, what he said was correct. As long as she didn't abandon Pollux, there was nothing I could do. Although there was the option to attack her with blunt edge strike, she most likely wouldn't retreat from something of that magnitude. It would be the same as needlessly harming Pollux. If their condition were a state disadvantage, there would be countless ways to fix it. However, it wasn't a state disadvantage either. Simply cutting off mana using Liftrazor didn't help either. After all, the goddess wasn't using mana to possess Pollux. Using arcane magic with the sun attribute that would only damage spirit-type enemies probably wasn't going to work either. Using any warrior skill that dealt damage to HP rather than HP was unthinkable. His HP was infinite, so, unsurprisingly, it wouldn't make sense. What should I do? Is there a method? Pollux don't lose. While I stood there unable to do anything, Castor came and stood beside me without my noticing and spoke to Pollux. He wasn't speaking to the goddess. He was probably speaking to Pollux, who was fast asleep. Persuasion, huh? Although I doubted it had any meaning, because Castor was the other half of the twins, it was possible that it would have some kind of effect. Let's leave him alone for a moment and see what happens. It's a truly regrettable scene. We've been waiting for this moment for so long. A script for play that goes on forever. Deaths that repeat themselves over and over. You always cried because you hated it. Now it's time to move beyond script. Right now, we have to walk away from the goddess shoddy script. Seize freedom with your own hands, right, Pollux? Third class. After listening to Castor's persuasion, Pollux's face visibly became depressed. What? Alovenus was damaged so easily. Now that I remember correctly, Bennett Nash recently called her third-rate. What appeared to be the power of the goddess separated slightly from Pollux's body as the light of rationality returned to his eyes. Is it correct to assume that Pollux resisted from within? It's not as if the goddess became depressed and abandoned Pollux's body of her own free will, is it? In any case, it's a good opportunity. If we can do something about it, we can save Pollux. But what exactly is it? Is it a skill? Is it arcane magic? Or is it divine magic? No, if I had to describe it, it's the very essence of power, a fragment of the goddess. And I don't have the means to deal with that in any way. If it's Vendemiatrix, no, it won't work. It probably won't make sense. Something. Isn't there something? Call me. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my head. The voice I heard was something I had only heard once before, yet it was something I could never forget. It was probably from before I became me. It was a voice I had always heard when I was still an adventurer. That's precisely why it was so deeply etched in my memory. Tell me my name, friend. If you do, no matter what happens, I will become your sword. Ah, that's right. I'd forgotten you were here. Forgive me. Even now, I haven't woken up yet. But I'm glad that even in this state you recognize me as myself. In that case, have fun. Use that power of yours however you want. Divine and arcane. A doorway of space-time opened by two kinds of power. You, who possess the arm of destruction that shatters all artifice. Gothex. Come, Taurus. No, Asterion. Two, as I called out Taurus' true name. I clashed with divine and arcane power, opening a hole in the world. Taurus was a title I bestowed upon him after the creation of the tyrannical 12 celestial stars. In other words, it was the name of his position. It was not his true name. Since people like Ares didn't originally have a given name, the name they were given became their real name. However, this wasn't the case for Taurus, and there was only one individual who knew his true name in this world. Me. Responding to my call and appearing before me, there was a seemingly trustworthy being, just as he had been 200 years ago. Someone who could be considered my comrade in arms. Spinning his coat around him, a giant who held the title of Bull appeared before me. A purple lightning bolt ran and splashed from his right arm, and the eyes behind his mask caught sight of the enemy, who had to be defeated. Aldebaran. The unleashed ability was a technique that forcibly destroyed and canceled an enemy's power. Whether the root of that power was of a divine or arcane nature was irrelevant to this ability. The blow, which could even crumble and break the writings of the gods, was fired towards the fragment of the goddess that emerged a little from Pollux and violently shattered it. A rift opened in the space-time continuum and forcibly separated what connected the goddess and Pollux. And, as if a hammer or something similar had smashed a rock, a thunderous sound was heard that scattered what had been struck. Well, that was probably just a tiny fraction of the goddess' power, probably an amount that's practically worthless, but still, it was an incredibly deceptive ability. If my subordinate were to call out such a trick, my reputation would be seriously compromised. Seriously, how reliable? You become much more yourself compared to the last time we met, Rufus. Although not entirely yet. Upon hearing my friend's words, I smiled slightly and replied, even though I can't see his face because of the mask he's wearing. Well, it's him after all. I know he's probably grinning mischievously right now. I thought he might as well show his face since he was in his humanoid form. However, this was one of the peculiarities that Asterion had. Just like with his real name, it seemed he didn't want to show his face to anyone except me. Despite having a huge build, he is someone who could be described as barato or feminine. Well, that's the interesting part about him. Later, I saw how Asterion was absorbed by X-Gate and summoned. Meanwhile, no, I shook my head and recovered from the jumbled thoughts I was experiencing. Darn it, right at that moment, I completely became Rufus. No, maybe she took control of me. I almost reached the state I reached when I was fighting against Benet. This is not right. I feel like the boundary between and Rufus is becoming increasingly blurred. As I looked at Alioth and the rest who were being forcibly unsummoned after the goddess had been separated from Pollux, I turned my attention to Pollux who had lost consciousness. Next, I want to get to know the real you. While I was thinking about something like that, author's note, the goddess of third. Anyway, with this, the battle against Pollux has concluded. Aeneas, whose name was famous in the past for good reason, became entirely a comic relief character. Wait, that's not okay. I was just having a bad day. Even if he possessed the power he had at his peak, as long as he remained within the limitations specified by the goddess, however strong his character, he would not be able to defeat Rufus. However, since I've already taken out most of the strong enemies like the ancient Barato ruler, Leon, Bene Alioth, Dubby Fekta, and Mizar, will be in easy mode for a while. Although, honestly speaking, the only ones left who could fight Rufus are the Demon King and the 5 Ouroboros. The goddess of third. Chapter 135, Pollux, Go Away. It was the day after the battle against Pollux, who had been manipulated by the goddess, had ended. We had rented the most spacious room in the inn, and almost all of us were gathered there. The 12 stars and I were there. Young Say, Terra, Luna, and even Bennett Nash were there too. However, as you will have understood from the moment, I said almost everyone. Not everyone was here. First of all, Leon. He left after the battle was over. He had said he had no intention of getting along, but it was actually typical of him to act that way. And there was another person, Dina, who had disappeared just before Pollux's attack, was not here either. At the time, I thought he was simply taking a very long bathroom break, and nothing more. However, he didn't reappear even after the battle ended, and of course, he wasn't in the bathroom either. His whereabouts had become completely unknown. Therefore, at that moment, with the exception of Leon and Dina, everyone was gathered in this place. And one more thing, although it was a very happy miscalculation, once the Alcade ability was deactivated compared to its activated state, my thoughts and consciousness returned. As I had predicted, that ability summoned and awakened the true Rufus. Although it could make me stronger, the downside of that ability was quite detrimental and self-destructive for me. Excessive use is not good. That's what he would have liked to say. However, it was a skill that he would undoubtedly have to use when the time came to face the Demon King. In that case, do you no longer intend to fight against the humanoids? That's right. Now that we know the true nature of the demon race, I don't intend to participate in a rigged competition that I know I'll end up losing. The one who answered my question was the Demon King's son, Terra. On the other hand, listen, this guy is so handsome, it's irritating. Even compared to the real hero, young Sei had such an attractive face that it seemed as if the protagonist was written all over it. It was as if he completely eclipsed and absorbed Sei's presence. Even young Sei murmured, "Wouldn't it be good if this person became the hero?" And seemed to have lost some confidence in himself. If we asked a completely uninformed third party to choose the protagonist after learning that our battle was part of a fantasy game, they would probably choose this guy. His face was so noble and attractive. Explode and die. You say that, but isn't it really just because you're afraid of Rufus Sama? Aunque quiero satak terra provocativity. If I remember correctly, Ego Keros previously suffered a defeat against Terra in Blood Gang. Either way, Ego Keros' actions were a bit childish. That may be the case. It's a shame, but if it were me, I couldn't beat him. On the other hand, Terra readily admitted the possibility and showed no sign of being swayed by the provocation. Oh, he's a grown man. He looks handsome and is calm and serene like a good adult. What's wrong with this guy? You make us look like a bunch of bad guys by comparison, so you can show off bravado of your flaws, you know? Actually, we're the bad guys. Rufus Dano. Even if you have someone of the demonic race in front of you, you don't intend to strike him down? If I were my past self, I would have ended them without a second thought, but my current self isn't so callous as to attack an enemy who has already yielded. If you truly want it done, you can do it yourself. You know that the elf in San was shouting something, but I quickly ignored it. That said, it wasn't as if he was going to stop the humanoids from defeating these demons. After all, from his perspective, those before him belonged to the demon race. Not to mention that one of them was the prince himself, so perhaps it wouldn't have been easy for them to be lenient. Therefore, I wouldn't confirm or deny their way of thinking. If they really wanted to defeat them, they could fight among themselves. However, the elf in San said nothing more and calmed down. Well, he must have been expecting me to say something like, "The demons must be killed, just like I did 200 years ago." Or rather, because I now share someone else's point of view, I can say this, but my former self was too insensitive. Or perhaps I was simply uncompromising. He possessed the power to destroy the world. He was ruthless and, not to say, callous. So let me be clear, it was only natural that they betrayed me, and it was only natural that they abandoned me. The problem is, I'm definitely getting closer to that point. Libra, have you managed to locate Dina? No, I can't find her, even though I've been looking for her since last night. It's quite possible she's no longer in this city. I see. Even using Libra's detection capabilities, we still couldn't determine Dina's whereabouts. Since Dina could flee anywhere using X-Gate, it would be easy for her to escape Libra's detectable area. Due to the natural progression of the deduction, the question arose as to why he fled at that time, and I suspected that the answer had something to do with Pollux. Perhaps Pollux possessed some kind of information that was damaging to Dina. That's why Dina fled. If I thought like that, everything would be resolved. So, let's talk about Dina first. After all, luckily for us, there's someone here who knows about Venus, isn't there? Dina, you say? In response to my words, Pollux bowed his head. For what it seemed, I hadn't heard that name before. When Pollux responded in this way, Libra took out a piece of paper and began to draw at great speed. And what was created in the end was a drawing of Dina's face elaborate enough that a person could mistake it for a black and white photograph. Could you do something like that? Pollux received the piece of paper and looked at it seriously, and she began to sweat profusely. Rupa-sama, was this person close to you until recently? That's right. She referred to herself as the advisor who had been with us for 200 years. Although, frankly, we already knew it was a white lie. What were you thinking? This is the goddess avatar, you know? Except for her different clothes, isn't her appearance completely identical to that of the real Alovinus Sama? What did you say? Or rather, the person who sealed you away, Rufus Sama, is none other than her. I personally saw her help Alioth and the others in battle 200 years ago using the subspace seal technique. What did you say? Or rather, I didn't expect it at all. Honestly speaking, I was pretty sure Dina was the avatar of the goddess, but to think that, let alone help, she was the same person who sealed me away. Now I see. It's no wonder Dina ran away. The moment that woman felt Pollux approaching us, she ran away at full speed. Even assuming I had a slim figure, I would say it was too careless of me. Or rather, why did you appoint someone like that as an advisor? If you knew it was a lie, you should have fired her. Well, no, I thought I'd let her play for a while. Are you stupid? You're stupid, aren't you? You only let someone play games with her if the other person doesn't realize you've already figured out their lie. If they know you've already figured it out, it's pointless. Libra, you too. Why, being with her, did you allow something so stupid to happen? I am in such a deep state of apology that I feel way above the mountains. You're not sorry, are you? And forget about a sincere apology. You're living in a fantasy world. I will soon leave the atmosphere. You piece of metal trash. Faced with Pollux's terrifying and angry gaze, I found myself in such a deep emotional state that I didn't even know what to say. Pollux is common sense. Illustration from the AWLBA light novel. Oh, he's a very decent person. Nothing like the decent, people we've had until now. He's someone with common sense and a normal way of thinking. This is it. This is what the 12 stars were missing. What a well-executed replica. I'm sure that was the one he was looking for. Rufus-sama, if you have some time later, could you tell me everything that has happened since your resurrection until now, as far as you can remember? Knowing you, Rufus-sama, probably no, in fact, you've definitely overlooked some things. Here, Pollux took a piece of paper out of his pocket and began to write things down. I used my peripheral vision and glanced at what he was writing, but for what it looked like, he was organizing all the information he had gathered from the conversations we had up to that point. What a competent person this Pollux was. Seriously. Even though I know Rufus-sama has always been a stubborn mind,